No, I did
None of
not.
which was true. Oh, yes, you did.
Yeah, no, I
But-
did not. You're a
explain.
fucking liar.
So let's get it cleared up for the room.
You're a
Have you
fucking
ever
liar.
taken?
So you're a fucking
Have you ever
liar.
taken
We already
physics classes in
established that.
college?
So you're a fucking liar.
So
We've
while I'm
already
waiting on this
established
video
that.
to show up,
So
that I know that
okay,
there.
you're a
Have
fucking
you ever taken a
liar.
physics class?
We've already established that.
Have you ever taken a college physics class?
So okay, you're a fucking liar until you establish it. You can't because you're a fucking liar. Why should we even listen to anything else you have to say?
Just
Go,
because
somebody
somebody
mute
says
him.
something
Hot
that they
fucking time.
believe and it's incorrect doesn't make them a liar. Jesus, people on the server are way too quick to jump to that word.
Hey, dumbass. He
Yes.
said I was something that makes it, if it's not true, he's a fucking liar.
He's only a liar if he believed it to not be the case and still said it.
He believes it to not be the case? What the fuck,
yes.
man?
A lie is something that somebody tells in bad faith. If they believe,
Yeah, he did. If he can't support it, then he fucking lied, you dumbass.
Being
said it
wrong
in
and
bad
lying is
faith.
different.
There you go. It's a lie. You say in bad faith. You can be ignorant, and lie to yourself, but make a claim. Fucking, I'd be pissed too. Like I didn't say that.
Also,
shit. You
Jakku
say-
has an avatar of a character that uses lies and bluffs to defeat his enemies and his friends, and he's projecting as the character in here. Everybody knows he lies. It wouldn't be the first conversation he will double speak, lie, and try to win an argument just by bluffing. So yeah, he's playing his character. Well done, bro.
Who is
What
this
are you
now?
guys mad at?
Jakku,
We-
Jakku.
We got the Jacobinite. Fucking idiot.
No.
Liar.
Oh, yeah, Cubanite, that guy.
Yeah, can't be
Oh,
right.
is he muted? Did someone mute him?
Yeah, somebody did. Thank God they did.
Loser, wait.
Set my boy Yakub free.
No.
He's always waiting until there's some people that try to have a conversation with someone in here about the topic of the VC, and he wants to jump in and play his memory loss of the conversations, and he plays dumb, like he doesn't know
He's not
the
playing.
actual argument. He's not
The
playing.
king of bluffing.
And then you get these
The
fucking
king of
weirdos
bluffing,
to
yeah.
defend him, like Goldshock
pretty
defending him. Like what the hell? That's so
It's
weird.
like globe
Someone gotta pick a side
amnesium.
on this, he's muted.
I'm pretty sure your Cubanite is Squatting Dog, Chief Squatting Dog. I think they're the same person.
Chief Squatting Dog. What a name.
When is Doctor?
That's actually his that is his
That's his
Discord
profession.
actual label. No,
No,
his
it's his
name in Discord.
profession.
That. Oh, all right.
You don't
It's
want to
his
know what he's
profession,
putting on.
dude. Holy shit, I can't even get it out. It's his profession, man. Chief squatting dog.
And who will post that video? I'm waiting.
We're waiting on
Julio.
Jacobinite.
Jamesy,
what?
why did you say that there is a dome up?
Jamesy haven't said that.
Yeah, you
Jamesy.
said that half an hour ago. You said there is a dome.
Fuck's sake,
People, can
Jamesy.
somebody post it? Jamesy said that.
Sacha, Sacha.
I'm wait. Jamesy, I'm waiting. People will post it.
Hey, half an hour ago I was doing something else, not talking in here. So that you lying, bro.
Man, there is a video. People will post it. I'm waiting.
Well, I believe it.
30 minutes ago, when I first heard QE opening his mic, I muted my mic. So yeah.
But you said first that it's a dome.
Why would you mute
All
your
right,
mic?
someone post it.
I'm waiting. You will see now.
Because
on
there's
the
a
phone.
feature in this.
Can somebody post it, please?
There's a feature in this app that you can mute your mic, and I pick to do it. I just press the mute button. That's it.
Okay.
Oh, I'm unmuted.
Was saying the Earth is encased in a dome. Oh, why is everyone muted?
What are you asking?
I only heard like half of the argument. So apparently someone said the Earth was encased in a dome.
No, man, you missed first part. Don't go into that now. It doesn't have any sense.
We didn't talk about the dome. We spoke about closed container and gas pressure.
I bet I can make them start talking about a dome. You guys want to see how that works? Watch, I'll get them to start citing it. So, how do we get radio waves all the way from England to Australia, Globers?
You aim them up at the ionosphere
Why would you do that?
because it's a globe.
Because it's a globe.
Yeah, you can't. So long wave radios cannot penetrate through solid objects.
No
so
swearing.
you need. What?
So, long wave radio can't penetrate through solid objects. So, why would you point it
No
up at the
swearing.
sky?
Because you would point it up at the sky so that it can bounce off the ionosphere, spread out into a longer wave, and be intercepted by the radio towers or repeaters.
Ionosphere. An
Yeah.
ionosphere. That's a
Yeah,
weird
because
word
the
for a
fact
dome. Why do you
that
call it an
the Earth is
ionosphere?
flat.
That's what it's called.
Oh,
Well, it's interesting. I can start the radio inside my house while
Yeah.
the windows are closed and the windows
Yes.
are solid glass,
Uh-huh.
but I still receive radio signal.
Yeah. That's correct.
But you said the radio waves cannot go through solids.
I meant solids like mountains, the earth, water, things like that.
So water is a solid, but glass isn't.
Yes.
But
Are you
what
sure
is the
about that?
ionosphere?
No, it's
How-
not that
how-
water is a glass. I meant more like the ocean. So a large.
Ocean is
like.
water.
Ocean is solid.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I know
waters
that,
aren't
but
solids, bro.
Ocean is a solid.
it can't
You know that?
penetrate a
The ocean is a solid.
large
What the fuck?
swath of water.
Yes, so.
Okay, does that work better for you?
Sure, it's just
actually,
someone
they do
else literally just said that the
propagate
ocean is
water.
solid.
Okay, well let's get past solid and let's continue with the question.
God,
what-
they call flat earthers stupid. Holy shit.
Like,
let's get past.
we have scuba divers using radio communication devices when they
So
dive.
that's shortwave. Shortwave radio is effective
Yeah,
underwater.
it's a radio wave.
Right, there's difference. There's a difference between shortwave and longwave radio.
Yeah, it's part of the spectrum. It's
Right.
where-
So longwave radio is what is used typically for, radio communication and radio shows and the stuff you hear on the radio. Shortwave
And proving
radio
the
is
flat Earth
used.
and stuff.
What?
And proving the
If
flat
I'm-
Earth as well.
Okay.
Shortwave is used to travel long distances. It's the entire purpose.
So, in other words,
Would it
in
be
order
used
to.
for radio between scuba divers?
I don't know the specifics, but it could be shortwave radio, but maybe it can penetrate a certain distance underwater. I'm not 100% sure. I know that submarines use shortwave radio to communicate, though.
Yeah.
And
So
even then.
now these are details, but another thing you said, which I'm very curious, you said that the ionosphere is a solid thing.
No, it's not solid. The ionosphere is not solid.
Oh,
how does it bounce off of something then?
yeah.
Kind of like similar to how you can. I don't know how to properly explain it, so I'm not going to make up an analogy because I'm not confident in that analogy. But I guess it's similar to how when you have heat rising and you have an exchange of cold air with heat, it creates wind. So I guess it's like sort of similar to where one has more difficulty with displacing the other. So the ionosphere is more dense than the radio waves, so they bounce off.
No, the ionosphere.
Is it static or is it moving, that ionosphere?
There is no gas in the ionosphere.
Is it static or is it moving, that ionosphere?
You know, I can't say if it's static or moving. I'm assuming it's moving because it's made up of ions, which are moving.
Like something like 66,000 miles per hour, something like that.
Isn't it made?
Yeah, it would be moving with the Earth, so.
Yeah, it is moving with the air together and also through the vacuum with that speed. Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
Like a gas in the shape of the sphere.
Yeah.
Yeah, like a layer, We have more layers. Layers of gas around the sphere through the vacuum. Yeah, yeah.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Yep. Oh, okay.
Was nobody talking to?
Oh, radio waves bounce back from it.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Not
how does it work?
Not radio waves. All layers of gas around the Earth going 66,000 miles per hour through the vacuum. That's the point.
Yeah.
No radio waves.
I see.
Well, I got her to invoke the dome. She just called it the ionosphere. I don't know why she calls it that. I guess because somebody
Dome?
told her to call it that.
What?
Yeah, you said you bounce radio waves off of something up there, but you called it the ionosphere. I don't know. Did you
That's
go
what
up
it
there and
is.
like you detected some ionosphere on what? Like your TV? How do you know it's
Well,
ionosphere?
You know, I'm just trusting the scientists. I know what they're talking. That they know what
Right,
they're
you're just
talking
going
about.
by what somebody
Yeah.
told you something. You
Yeah.
believed
But I
it
mean,
because
otherwise, radio wouldn't work. You know. That's why.
Are you saying
Not on a
that
global.
you're trusting the scientists who proved you are trusting the scientists who proved with the experiment that there is a ionosphere?
Right. So let me ask you this: if you go out to
Do you know
the
any?
cell
Do you
tower,
know any scientist who proved to you that there is a ionosphere?
yeah. So if you go outside and you look at a cell tower, what direction is the cell tower pointed?
Directionally.
Right. Up.
No.
So it's pointed up.
Towards the city,
So
no.
what would be the reason why you would point something up?
Excuse me. Omnidirectionally.
No, radio towers don't point up.
Well, they
Thank you.
Pretty sure they don't.
Go take a photograph of one
So
right
why
now.
would it was?
Radio waves go in all
No.
directions.
I know they do.
Exactly. Exactly.
I know
it
they
goes
do.
in all directions.
Correct.
Please don't make things. Yeah, so it doesn't point up.
Okay. All right. Well, how about this? Why?
Do you know what omnidirectionally? Sorry, young lady. Do you know what omnidirectionally means?
Yes.
Excellent. So not just up then.
Okay. Sorry. My bad.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry.
Fucking
Sorry.
giggle at me.
Apologize.
Wow.
What is it? A diglet? What?
Wow. Don't make claims you can't substantiate. And when you're proven
My
wrong,
bad.
don't just giggle. Thank you.
Okay. I'm sorry.
How
So
dare you.
why? Yeah, I know. How would a satellite? Why would a satellite dish be pointed up at a 45-degree angle, if not to
22
receive?
degrees.
Sorry.
22
Again,
degrees. I
gonna
apologize.
challenge you.
Why would
Gonna
satellite
challenge
dishes be
you.
pointed up?
Horizon. They're pointed at the horizon.
The horizon's not up.
Well, you're claiming that they're pointed at a 45-degree angle up. I've got a satellite dish here that's just pointed at the horizon. You're going to make claims, what, for all and every single one? No.
Here, let me look up a satellite dish and we'll calculate it together. So,
Mine was pointed at the horizon and the neighbor's tree grew too tall and my signal got cut off and I had to get rid of my satellite dish.
yeah,
Why don't
probably
you
if you
go
would
to the
have pointed it
neighbors?
up, it would have worked better. Because
Did you
it's
hear
not
what
meant
he
to be
said?
pointed.
Sorry, excuse me, young lady. Did you hear what he said? First
Yeah.
sentence. My satellite dish was pointed at the horizon, but the
Right.
tree in the way. Okay, so you didn't listen to what he said. You just had
did
a
listen.
snarky comment saying, "Well, it should have been pointed up higher, then, shouldn't it?" Don't be a
It
snarky
doesn't
little
no
bitch.
matter where you pointed it, it's still gonna hit the dome. Any direction upward, it's just gonna hit the dome.
The dome.
How-
Okay.
How rude and
So
obtuse.
so at
Like
27
laughing as a
minutes past the
tactic.
hour, I posted a satellite dish. This
Awesome. And that's
is
every single one, is it, Owlishness?
which one?
Is that every single satellite dish, is it?
That's a lot of them. So I'll post more. Pictures.
No,
Here's like
that's fine, but you've got two people here that are telling you that their satellite dishes are pointing at the horizon.
right.
What's the fucking
So
point, mate?
like
Don't
when
be
it
rude and
rains.
rude, mate, please. I had quite a lot of respect for you up until I just jumped into this conversation and I've heard you for 5 minutes. You know who you're talking to, right?
Yeah, I know who you're talking to. Jedi.
Good. So don't be
What's
rude
up?
then.
Oh, I apologize.
Don't be
I'm
rude
sorry.
then. Thank you. Fuck me.
So
Are you going to cry more, or are you going to get to a point?
oh, me?
Not him.
How am I else
But
doing your feed?
we're just using satellite dishes to point which way, whatever at the moment. What's the claim that they've got ionospheric bounce, or the claim that they're only going to satellites? When we're just in one instance, you said radio masts just point upwards into the sky. No, they're omnidirectionally. 2, you've got a satellite dish that points 45 degrees and goes to a satellite. No, we've got ones that just go over the horizon. What's the claim?
Oh, that it is actually absorbing those. Or, not absorbing. I'm sorry, receiving those signals.
Awesome. Right, let's do this. Do you know who Marconi is?
Yes.
Excellent stuff. So you understand his world record, pretty much one of his first signals that he sent was from England to Australia, right?
Correct. Yep.
So you've got two choices. Earth is flat, direct signal. Earth is ball, bouncing off ionosphere. You understand what happens when radio signals bounce off of things, right?
Uh-huh.
Dispersal. Signal gets weaker.
Yes.
Yes?
Yeah.
How many times do you think that the signal on the ball would have had to bounce off the ionosphere, off the floor, off the ionosphere, off the floor, off the ionosphere, off the floor to get to Australia?
It would
You have
only have
lots
to
of
bounce
information.
once.
Sorry, say that again. Somebody was rudely speaking through you.
It would only have to bounce once.
Once.
Yeah, once.
Are you sure?
Am I what?
Are you sure?
Yeah.
How are you sure?
'Cause you can calculate it using
Good.
geometry.
Can you go and get me? Can you go and get me the calculations, please, on the geometry that you've
I'll
done
try.
to make sure?
Yeah. Well, I'm not good at math.
I don't care. You said you're sure. Or
Hold
you
on.
just going to pull another claim out your arse and pretend that you know something about something?
Yeah. Give me a second.
Well done. Long distance radio signal sent by Marconi from Cornwall to Labrador in Canada and from England to Australia. A direct line of sight is required for the signal that he used. It didn't bounce off the ionosphere, bounce off the floor, bounce off the ionosphere, bounce off the floor, and get a really, really, really clear signal, because the signal would have dispersed.
Well, if you need a direct line of sight, why wouldn't you just use like a literal light with Morse code? You can't do that from England to Australia, can you? You wouldn't see the transmitter.
I'm sorry. What was the question I was
Sorry,
reading?
excuse me. How tall would you have to build a transmitter to get out of the way of all of the topography between England and Australia?
Don't need to.
You don't need to. So physical things in the way called topography would not stop you seeing a light between two places. Are you an idiot as well?
If it was flat, no.
Sorry, my question was: are you an idiot as well? You've
So
just
the
made
highest
a
peak in
really
Africa.
stupid claim, my
The
friend.
highest,
What are you saying, man?
the highest peaks in Africa are fairly restricted to the. I forgot what they're called. They're called the.
Oh, you can't even remember what they're called. Jesus Christ.
Isn't
Andy,
that
this
something
is the
Kruger?
best
I
they can
think
send.
it's like the.
Sorry,
It's
you're
not
gonna
the
forget about
Kruger
the Alps.
range. It's some other range.
Alps. Which way you going? You're going to go across France, probably. Alps.
England
Yeah,
to
you wouldn't
Australia.
go across Africa.
No.
Liquid head.
Are you ridiculous? The Alps would be between Germany and the Mediterranean, right?
Which
Oh
right, we
God.
draw a straight line on whichever straw man model of a flat Earth that you want to get. Go to from London to Australia. Tell
How
me
does the
what's in the
sunset work?
fucking line.
Yeah, I don't think you
Are
go past that. You might go through the Middle East, but I don't think you go down because in order to go from England to South Africa, you might pass through like Algeria, but Australia's really far away. Like,
Man,
I
you
think
need to pass who knows how many mountains.
yeah, but
No,
I'm
there'll
what
be
I'm
no
saying is it wouldn't
topography.
be
No
because
topography.
as far as I know, a lot of the mountains
You'd
in
have to pass
Africa,
the
the tallest
Himalayas.
mountains are down the
I don't
middle.
know why he's talking about the Alps.
Yeah, I mean Kilimanjaro is the biggest mountain in
How do we
Africa,
switch
but I don't know
radio
where it is.
waves to light?
Oh, it's Tanzania. Okay, that is on the east.
The guy who invoked why can we not use a light to shine
Yeah, but we're
over
talking
such
about
a
radio
distance?
waves. Why do you bring up light?
Because he thinks
Yeah,
radio waves don't actually bounce off the ionosphere and the surface.
but this guy assumes that light travels infinite distances.
Why do the Globers keep invoking a dome and call it the ionosphere?
Well, it travels at least a distance from the sun to the Earth, doesn't it? Or
Yeah.
from a neighboring galaxy to the Earth, doesn't it?
Well, it casts light over a surface with a radius of about 6,000 miles. Yeah.
I think
Yeah, I
they
mean
have
what they
to call
like
it
to
the
do.
ionosphere because they don't want to admit that it's bouncing off of something tangible.
Yeah, what they like to
And
do, Larry, to answer your question, seeing as no one wanted to, is
I
they
got a
like
question
to.
for the flat earthers. What's on the
I was
flip side?
definitely talking. I was definitely talking. Just wait until I'm done, yeah? So, Larry, just to answer your question, what they like to do is they like to make a bunch of fundamental assumptions, and then anytime one of those fundamental assumptions is wrong, they just incorporate reality, i.e., the flat Earth reality, via the back door. So they'll say, oh, yeah, well, yeah, light does travel in straight lines, and you can't see the curve. That means the light's bending. See how that works?
Yeah, it's kind of weird that they do that.
yeah, it's hilarious.
So my question is to the flat earthers, what's on the flip side?
New Zealand is.
This would be a really, really silly question to ask, being as no one has ever been to the quote unquote flip side. Do you
Why
think
not?
we claiming that?
Why not?
Do you think we? Sorry, very quick clarifying question. Do you think that we live on a disc? Do you
No,
think
I
that's
think
our
we
claim?
live on a globe.
No. Again, clarifying question. Listen to it all. Do you think that we live on a disc? Do you think
No, I
that's
think
our
we live on a
claim?
globe.
My goodness me. There's 2 points that you might hear the comma in between. Do you think that we live on a disc? Do you think that's our claim?
No, I think you're claiming the Earth is flat, so I want to know what's on the other side of it.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
he's asking
do you
you
think
what
that
you think
the
our
fa-
claim is.
Well, no. Well, I mean, like in terms of my geography model, what's on the other side from Australia is somewhere probably in the Atlantic Ocean, right? So that's what
No
I'd
one
answer.
cares. That's not the topic of
So, but
discussion.
for the flat earthers, what do you propose is on, like, if you were to bore down straight down,
It's like he's.
what would you
It's like
come
he's
out on?
part of the conversation, but he's not actually part
Can
of
you
the
just
conversation.
answer? Can you just answer instead
Yeah,
of
he
criticizing
asked
the
you a
question?
clarifying question that you've now dodged twice.
Well, I'm asking him a question about what he thinks is on the other side.
Yeah,
I'm
but
not
you didn't listen to what he
I'm not
said.
assuming anything
Answer
about
the
your
question
model.
with a question.
Actually, all you're
Okay,
doing is
you're
making
asking me what my
assumptions.
assumptions about flat earthers are. My
That's what I wanted
assumptions
to
are
know.
very minimal. That's why I'm asking you what
Thank
your
you.
model is. What's on the opposite, on the flip
Thank
side?
you. Thank you. So, being as you don't think we're making a claim about anything, right? That I don't know what your model is. Okay, not a problem. I'll answer it for you. Being as the furthest that anybody has drilled down into the Earth is about 8 miles, that would be the Kola super deep borehole in Russia. Then I'm not going to be able to tell you what's under the Earth or on the quote unquote flip side. The reason why I asked you what you thought what you thought that we say is because lots of people claim that we live on a disk, that's our claim, a spinning disk in space, for example. That's not our model. We don't have a model. But no one's going to be able to answer that question for you because maybe there's not even a flip side to go to. We don't know, my friend, is the simple answer to that, and no one will be able to tell you. Why is
Okay.
everybody being
Well,
ridiculously
why don't you
obtuse?
just say you don't know instead of being all snooty about it?
Just wanted a clarifying thing, my friend. I just asked you a clarifying
So
question. Just
desperately
so I
wanted
could
to be
answer it.
understood. I just wanted an answer to the question.
Awesome.
Bad to don't know something? Is it bad to don't know something?
Now, what I do assume, this is a presumption I have, is that most flat earthers are conspiracy theorists, right? So,
I'm assuming
has the
that's a
U.S.
stereotype
government
fallacy.
has
Ma-
the U.S. government been to
friend,
the
how about
edge?
this? Friend, how about this? Let's not assume. Let's go. Try like this. Don't assume anything, and try to ask these people
How about
directly.
I assume
and
stuff and you just have to cope, seethe, and dilate?
How about
So,
this? Because you don't know, man. You don't know. You came in the room. You don't know what they are thinking. You don't know what they are talking about. You maybe heard some story. How about that you put all that assumption out and you directly ask them and maybe they will give you some information and then you will realize why.
no, I'm not telling you about you. I'm telling you about me. I assume that flat earthers.
Yeah, there's people in here. Ask one person. Ask one person a question and then have a conversation. Go ahead.
It's not about you though either. The topic of the room is flat earth. So try to stick with that. It's not about us. It's not about you. People don't matter. It doesn't matter. Just stick with the topic, please.
But I'm just revealing the background to why I'm asking the question, right? So I won't repeat it because I won't repeat my assumption. You're aware of it anyway. So has the U.S. government seen the edge?
How would we know?
Why
They
don't you
haven't
ask
told us.
them? Are we representatives of the U.S. government? Go to them.
Okay. Why? Like, if there are any, I don't know if there's any conspiracy theorists in the room, but if there are, could you tell me what interest would governments have in?
Why the lie? Oh, haven't heard that
Does the
question.
government
Well,
have
I'm kind of
secret?
curious because I don't get what would be the motivation.
I'm not really
I'll
sure why
answer.
you think that we're here to answer on their behalf. Why don't you go interrogate them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't
Why
get
the
it.
liars
secret
lie?
than
That's a
the
good question for
Okay,
you.
well, maybe I'll ask you in terms of your position. What's the benefits of holding to the flat Earth model
There isn't a model.
as opposed to the globe model?
You hide the
Choice.
creator. It's that easy.
We're not holding
I
to a
don't see.
model. You are.
I don't see benefit. There is. I told you if you put that because you have assumption again. If you put that in another direction, let's find out what is the real reason why these people thinking like that.
Well, the real reason I think there's a benefit of thinking the
But
Earth is a
don't
globe.
think, man. It asks them. That's your
No,
problem. You are
I'm saying
thinking.
the benefits of my position of holding that it's a globe is that it's the reality, and you can actually can sort of function in that reality.
Okay,
Well,
that
can you
means
show
that
us
you
how
know.
you function in it? Can you show us what the practical use of the globe is in your life?
Yes, it's planning airplane routes. It's
Oh,
planning shipping routes. It's the launching of satellites.
Okay, can you show us this
my
globe
friend.
that you do all those things on?
Yeah, just look outside.
Okay, I went
Oh,
outside. I didn't see any globe.
Can I
Now
just,
what?
can I just mention from a psychological
Your
point
Honor.
of view, you understand that we would lay claim to the same things, right?
Okay. So
So then what's
how do
what's
satellites
practical
work in your flat?
Well, you were just about to tell us how they work. You said that they're
I'm
globe-based
asking you,
technology
how do
and that you
satellites
utilize the
work in your
knowledge of
flat
the
Earth?
Earth being a globe. Hold on. You just said a
He's not
minute ago
gonna
you
know it.
utilize the knowledge of the Earth being a globe to launch satellites. So how about you tell us how that works?
Okay, so for instance, there is some launch boost given to launching near the equator because the equator is like turning faster, and it doesn't matter where on the equator it is, it's just anywhere on the equator. There's a minimal boost to launching, so if you're going to build a spaceport, you build it near the equator.
Sorry, quick question, my friend. Do apologise. When rockets are leaving the Earth, in which direction do they go? Do they go in front of the Earth, as in the same way that the Earth is going in its orbital path around the Earth, or do they leave from the backside of the Earth? So when they leave on their rocket, the Earth is going away from the rocket. Which way do they go?
Well, if it's just simply to get something into orbit, say for like a astronomy, like a telescope, they'll probably favor launching the satellites into the same direction that the Earth is spinning, right? But however, if you're going to launch a satellite that say goes over both poles, or if it has to be like sort of going retro orbit, then it doesn't really matter where you launch it from. Like that equator launching doesn't really matter for those launches.
Okay, so where would you suggest? You may have noticed I've calmed down a bit now. Do apologise. Where are you saying that these rockets go?
They go up
To where?
into space.
What space?
Or space is where like the atmosphere is so thin it's negligible.
So no atmosphere up there.
I'm not saying none. I'm just saying it's negligible.
So what about when we say, for example, send rockets with satellites to Mars or through an asteroid field to take pictures of Jupiter?
Yeah. What about them?
Hey,
What are you asking?
why is the
So
cam
the-
not allowed in this room? I can't
So
cam out.
just very quickly, you understand that the claim here is the Earth is an open system, correct?
Yes,
Is that your claim?
No, the heliocentric model claims the Earth is an open system, correct?
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. So this is a problem. Being as out there is a vacuous space, lots of space, like we've just suggested. 10 to the negative 17 Tor, deep space 10 to negative 6 in local space. You understand that we have gas pressure here, correct?
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. And you understand that the definition of gas pressure is the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container, correct?
It doesn't. I mean, like if
We
you
have a
sort of like
we have a sun
in some
pushing.
applications, yes, but it also can be just the weight of gas, much like the weight of water
So,
in a
no.
gravitational field. Like you've got the mass
Okay.
of gas, but in a low
Oh.
gravity situation, it doesn't have weight. In a high gravity situation, it has a lot of weight, right?
Okay. So you understand that you're making a claim to one, gravity, two, that gas has mass and also has weight. We'll go backwards on this one. Which is the pressure vector for weight?
Well, I mean, it's in terms of its averages, right?
Mass.
You're
Averages
not
of the
asking
movement of the particles, right?
You're not answering the question. What is the pressure
Mass.
vector direction for weight?
Down.
Thank
No,
you.
I'd say it's an average because, like, I'm
I'm asking for a
partially. Let me clarify. Let me clarify. So I'm partially being pulled straight down, right? But I'm also being partially pulled towards the moon, partially pulled to things that are like the building that's just down the street from me. So it's the average. The average works out being
Okay.
to the center of the Earth, right?
Dude, you're just making baseless assertions now.
In relation to the
asking you-
Earth, the vector is
I'm
down,
asking-
down.
Thank,
In relation.
thank you. So
No,
pressure
that's the
vector-
average. Gravity's not caused by the Earth's core alone. It's by everything,
Brilliant.
including the atmosphere. There's a gravitational effect on my body by all the atmosphere above me. It's very small
Awesome.
compared to the Earth, right?
Awesome. So are you saying that gas has mass?
Yes.
Awesome. So can you show me gas attracting gas?
Yeah, the sun.
No, that's a begging the question fallacy. It's the very thing that's in contention at the moment. my
Well,
friend.
what I can show you is the mass of gas through inertia. So if I have an empty gas bottle, an empty,
Mhm.
say, compressed air bottle, and then I have a full, like high pressurized compressed air bottle, the force required to accelerate it from, say, 0 to 100 kilometers per hour is going to be greater for the full bottle.
Of course it is. But my question is, within the gas bottle, which direction's the gas going?
Well, it's randomized, right? So it's like an average of all the movement in the gas. So
You
it's
keep
not going
saying
anywhere
average.
when the bottle's
Sorry,
stationary.
my friend, you keep saying average, and at the moment that word doesn't mean anything to me, you or anybody else. You just keep saying it like it's something.
Well,
I'm
you
asking you
realize
very
there's
simple,
trillions of
my friend,
particles and they're all moving randomly, right?
my friend, I'm asking you really simple questions, and you just kind of skipping past them and not giving a direct answer. So my question again is, in the gas bottle, the container that's keeping the gas there, by the way, which direction is the gas going within the container? We understand the definition of gas pressure is the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of the container. And I'll answer it for you. The gas in the container is moving in all directions, pressing on all walls of the container, upwards, downwards, and outwards, correct?
Again, as an average of the movements, yes.
Just keep saying average. Doesn't mean anything at the moment, my friend.
Well, some of
I'm
the
just
gas in that
asking you
container is moving towards the center of the cylinder at certain times. What do you want?
Of course it is. Of course it is. So it's moving in all directions. This is why I asked you what the direction for weight was. When you put it on a scale, the direction is downwards towards the center of the earth, or downwards relative to you, right?
Not
On
entirely,
the
because we have tides, right? And that's the effect of
fuck,
the moon.
tides
We
have
also
got
have solar tides, which are
completely
influenced by
fuck
the
all
position of
to
the
do with
sun.
anything that I'm asking you. Nothing to do with what I'm asking you, mate. I haven't brought up tides. Tides have got nothing to do with your claim about weight.
They're affected by gravity. So gravity is not just a single body in our universe.
Brilliant. What's gravity? And then can you give me a scientific experiment that proves it, please?
So gravity is a warping of space-time, right? Of the fabric of actual space caused by mass.
Oh, okay. So would you understand that? Let's break this down. Space is absence of anything, so not physical. And time itself is not physical. Why have you just reified these non-physical things into a fabric?
Wait a minute, space is physical.
Space, absence of anything, height, width, and
There's
depth.
no such thing
length,
as absence of everything. That's not what
anything.
space is.
So space, no thing.
That's not what space is.
What space?
Space is like a distance between bodies, right? But they
Awesome.
are real
So not a
distance.
physical thing then.
Wait,
Not a
you
physical
asked me a question and you interrupted. Can you stop being a smug little prig? So
you
there's
just
a
don't
real
like it, do you?
distance. There's a real distance between us and Alpha Centauri. It's not nothingness. If there was no
Is that
distance between us
physical?
and Alpha Centauri, we'd be
Sorry.
touching, right? Space is
Distance
something.
physical. Sorry, idiot.
It
Is
is
distance
physical.
physical?
Yes.
Distance is physical now, is it?
Yes.
Brilliant. Brilliant. So you're just going to reify this non-physical thing into existence just like time, right? What's mass?
Wait.
Define it.
What is making you say that space is non-physical? Is it spiritual?
Because it's absence of anything.
Absence of anything is nothingness. So if there's no space between, hold up, can I ask you this? If there was no space, can I ask you, if there was no space between us and Alpha Centauri, how long would it take to get there?
I'm asking you a very simple question. Of course, there's distance between me, you, and anything else. I'm asking you if that's physical.
Would you answer the question I actually asked you? If there's no space between us and Alpha Centauri, how long would it take to get there?
No time, because there'd be no distance between
We'd
us.
be touching,
I'm asking
right?
you exactly, but I'm asking you a question and you're just not answering it. Space, distance isn't physical, is it?
It is indeed physical.
I'll tell you what, give me some space.
Okay, so look at your hand. Now you know how like you've got your pinky finger and then your thumb tip. If you open your hand right up like splay it. Now there's matter between those two, but there's way more space than there is any particulate matter there.
That's your hand. Are there any particles? What are you talking about? How do you function in life?
So, like the electrons, which is like when you touch something, what you're actually interacting with is the electrons, right? Or like they don't even touch, it's just a repulsion of electrons. Electrons are point particles. That is, they have no dimensions, they have no size, right? And so your hand there, it's mostly empty space.
Mostly empty space?
Yeah.
Empty?
Completely empty.
Thank you. Empty. So nothing then?
For the most part.
Awesome. So nothing physical then?
No. Emptiness is physical.
Oh, it is physical. So emptiness is physical now.
Yeah, it is.
Emptiness is physical now. Awesome. Let's do the time one.
It is physical.
Awesome. So, being as you said it's empty, but emptiness is physical, let's do time.
Yeah.
Is time physical?
Yeah. Sort of.
Sort of.
Sort of.
Give it to me.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Give me some time so I can put it in a jar and paint it red.
No. Okay. So
I tell you
if
what,
I
awesome. Give
wanted,
me some emptiness and give it to me so I
no.
can paint it
Okay.
red also.
No, I'll demonstrate that it is physical, right? So
Awesome.
if I were to say a
Mhm.
location, like if I was going to specify like a physical circumstance, right?
Mhm.
When, like, no, not I won't say when. Like the Egyptians are placing the capstone on top of the Great Pyramid of Giza. That actually happens, right? That actually happened, right? Now, it isn't sufficient. It isn't sufficient for me to say simply a coordinate on a map. It isn't sufficient. No, for me to describe a physical thing, this is what I'm describing to you. A physical thing, the placing of the last stone on the Great Pyramid. If
I've
for
asked
me
you to
to,
give me time.
I am, and you're just
You're
giggling
not.
like a girl. So for me
No,
to
you're not
specify,
giving me time. In actual fact,
the physical
every
location of
single
that,
question I've
for
asked
me to
you haven't answered
specify,
it.
can you stop interrupting? For me to specify the physical, and I'm talking physical in the very strict sense of physical location of that, I cannot simply give you a map coordinate. I also have to give you a time coordinate. That is that everything physical has a reference in time. Time is entirely physical. If there's no time, there would be no matter. Yeah, so it is
No.
physical.
Brilliant.
Just a
You understand that
verification.
you understand that the definition of time is abstract and not physical, right? Correctly
No,
speaking.
you're talking about the measurement of time.
No, I'm talking about time itself.
Bro, I can't give you 5 o'clock. Here, take some 5 o'clock, please. Like,
Yeah, that's
Is
just
your argument
a
really
measurement of
that
time.
is your argument really that nothing can happen in physical reality without time, therefore time is physical?
Yeah, it's a constituent part of physicality.
That's retarded.
Okay, so show me something physical which isn't entirely governed by what time it was happening.
Well, time is time is a constant through which everything happens. That doesn't make it physical.
Okay, so can you have a tree without, say, carbon in it and water?
What the fuck has that got to do with it?
Can you have a tree without carbon and
Can you
water?
have a jar of space time and paint it red? Can you bend and warp and curve that space time?
Can we
Can I get
please
some
just stop
space
being
time on my
childish?
plate, please?
So
Some
I'll
more
ask,
space time potatoes.
I made the mistake of asking a Socratic question because Socratic questions that come from Platonism assume that the knowledge is in you, and I just have to draw it out. I'm just going to assume now you don't have the knowledge, and I'll just make a statement. So a tree, as much as a tree cannot exist without water, carbon, and hydrogen, as well as a bit of phosphorus and other things, it also cannot exist separate from time. So, like, if you're going to say there's a tree that was never a
Time.
seedling, or like a
Physical.
tree outside of like evolution of life on Earth, there's no such tree. Time is absolutely intrinsic to all physical things.
Yeah,
So
no,
you're
time
trying
is
to conflate
physical,
time
and I
with
can even give you an
physical
example
substances.
as to. So this conversation that we're having right now, right? This is what's. So the fact that you've said tree, so we all understand what a tree is. That's a social construct, yeah. So the fact that we're having this discussion, we can't even have this discussion without having the social construction of what a tree is. Therefore, this conversation is physical. Does that make any sense?
Give me this conversation.
Well, in terms of language, yeah, they are social
Oh
constructs.
my god.
But trees do not depend upon social constructs. Rather, social constructs might deal
So
with the
you
phenomenon of
derailed
tree.
into all this because you knew you weren't going to be able to show an experiment that demonstrates Einsteinian space-time curvature actually causing anything to happen in physical reality, right?
What do you mean causing?
I can.
You
Okay, he
understand the
can't.
difference
Let's
between
go with him then.
constituent.
Let's go with him. Aquila can't. That's why he's talking about trees and shit instead. We just wanted the experiment for the bending and warping of space-time, but Brendan has it, so let's go with him.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to stand on this floor, this humble floor. It's very simple. I mean, you don't. I mean, I know before yesterday we were talking about vacuum as an example. I don't even need a vacuum for this example. As a matter of fact, if you just look at the curvature in the sky, you can see that system, that theory, just by pure observation exists without the need of a telescope.
What the
Curvature
fuck
in
are
the
you
sky.
talking about?
the curvature in the sky. If you look up at the
I don't know
sky,
what
the
the claim
horizon
is.
curves. Right. I'm saying that he brought up the Einstein theory of space-time continuum, blah 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 blah.
No,
I'm
Aquila did.
saying that you don't even need. Aquila, thank you.
It's not a
Aquila was
theory
saying
because we
that,
don't
and
have
I
an
was.
experiment yet. We just
Well,
have people
right, but I'm
seeing
saying
curves
that
in the sky and then going, Einstein, man, space time, dude.
Wild.
That's all we have so far.
Well, if
It's
you
not
want an experiment, it's gravitational lensing around stars, and that's how they.
That's not an experiment.
That's refraction from the
Yeah,
heliosphere.
that's more. You need a telescope for that. I'm talking about your own eyeballs. You don't even need to like throw anything.
Wait,
There's no
your own eyeballs see a curved horizon?
Correct, and so do yours.
Wow.
No.
Sorry, excuse
No,
me.
my horizon seems rather straight.
Yeah,
Gonna have to
Well,
jump.
how do you know though?
It's
How
the
do I know?
definition of the
God,
horizon.
now
A
you ask me how do I
horizontal
know?
line. Really simple. Definition of a
No.
horizon, horizontal line.
Yeah,
We also understand.
and
No.
and what did it say? Atmospheric cleansing? Yeah, that's not an experiment.
No, gravitational lensing.
Yeah, that's not an experiment.
What's the hypothesis?
It's also a red herring from what Brendan was saying. So let's just stick
Yeah, I
to
mean,
that.
he didn't have the
I'm
experiment. He
trying
wanted
to-
to waffle about the carbon dioxide and water content of trees. Brendan says he does
Thank
have an
you.
experiment. Now he's back to White Knight for Brendan, who tried to tag in for him. So
And now you're
what's it
doing a
gonna
lot
be?
of retarded meta. Let's keep
And
going
I don't.
with the meta.
No, hold on. I don't want a white knight. Whoever's white knighting for me can fuck right off. I don't need you.
Well, I mean,
got
he's the
this,
guy who
all
failed
right?
to give the experiment in the first place.
And this
We were
is the
going to hand
VC
it over
where
to
it
you
all
because you
happened.
said
And
you
Discord
had
is
it.
an app owned
Now
by a
he's
Chinese
back with the
company.
experiment all of a sudden. Shut up, dude.
Why are you doing all this meta? Just stay on
So
topic.
Brendan,
Yeah,
do you
we're
want
gonna go
carry
with
on what
Brandon.
you were
You didn't
saying?
have it, so sit down.
Yeah. Brendan, do you want to carry on with what you were saying? Because I feel
Well,
like you
I don't know.
even.
I mean, originally.
Sorry, just to clarify, I don't even understand what your claim is right now. So maybe you can just clarify.
Okay, so you want me to rephrase? Okay, got it. So
Yeah,
what I'm
please, yeah.
saying is, the other fucker, I forgot his name, and somebody already mentioned, made the argument about Einstein's space-time continuum crap, right? And they were trying to, use an experiment they just talked about recently about, the movement of stars and that bullshit. What I'm trying to say is, you do not need a telescope. You don't need a vacuum for what I'm about to say. All you have to do in connecting that back to Einstein's quote-unquote theory that isn't a theory, hypothesis, is that you can simply look at the horizon and the sun that is setting and see that it is a curved Earth as opposed to one that is flat.
So
The
how
horizon
would I
is
do that?
curved?
How would I
The
do
horizon is curved, correct.
that? How would I do that?
You would go outside, preferably on a sort of a sea level surface, and you would look to the east, and you follow the sun all throughout the day until about high noon. You don't have to stand there the entire time. You can wait for the sun to reach high noon, and then go back inside, have a few beers, come back out, and then see that the sun is setting at a certain time, right around 6-7 o'clock. And it's
But
because
how
the
does that
horizon-
show the horizon is curved?
Oh man.
It does, because it's not. It wouldn't. It's otherwise the sun would move in a parallel, right? It'd move parallel, and it'd just be flat. As opposed to, like,
you said I
scooting the
can
hoop.
see the curvature of the horizon.
Can we
If
go
I
back
can
to
see the curvature of the
Jedi's?
horizon, why do I have to wait till sunset to see it?
Well, because I don't want you to have to
I can
stand
keep
there
looking
all.
at the
Well,
horizon and see a curve from right to left, but from right to left,
you
or
can,
from left to
sure,
right,
sure.
I
I mean,
see
if you
I
really
see a
wanted to,
straight
you could.
line, and when the sun
Sure.
sets, I still see a straight line from right to left. You know, when
That's fair. So what
when the sky
my
appears
response
to be meeting the Earth,
But look,
there's a
okay,
straight
so
line.
we started with the curvature of space-time, right? The curvature of space-time causes things to fall, causes the motions of the heavenly bodies to be what they are, blah blah blah.
Hell yes, it
Now
does.
we're on, well, the
Yep.
horizon is curved, and that somehow shows you that space-time curving does all these other things. I don't see the
Correct.
connection. I don't see the
Well, you
connection.
mean with space outside of Earth?
Well, first of all, the horizon doesn't present itself as curved. But even if it did, I still wouldn't see the connection from that to space-time curvature causes all this other stuff.
Well, because if we were besides your perception, right? If we just pretend that I'm right with the curvature of Earth,
Well, that's what we're going to have to do, is just pretend.
Fine. Let's pretend. Just play along for a second. If we can just say we hypothetically agree that I'm right, well, then my hypothesis could then be applied to other planets within our galaxy and solar system, because all stars are stars, and they have to be circular. They have to be
This is all over
spherical.
the map, dude. What hypothesis?
Yeah, give it.
Well, going back to Einstein's space-time continuum.
Brilliant. So give Einstein's hypothesis a supposition into a cause and effect relationship with the IV and DV correctly placed, please.
IV and D. That's I
Oh
don't
my
remember
God.
that being on the SAT.
My God. So do you know what a hypothesis is in science?
Yes, I do.
Awesome. Excellent. So when I say
It's
independent variable, IV, and dependent variable,
well, you should have
understand
just
what I
said
mean, right?
dependent variable. Yes, now I do, but you were using some wonky abbreviations that I didn't understand. But now I know.
Yeah. Okay.
All right,
you,
so
you
independent
understand
variable,
that
dependent.
the IV. Awesome. So you understand
Yes, I
that the
do.
independent variable is the cause and the dependent variable is the effect. Yes.
Correct. Yes.
Awesome. So within Einstein's papers from 1915, can you go and get the hypothesis, please, where he proposed a physical
I could.
hypothesis test and experiments, please? Brilliant.
But I
Go
can
and get
tell
that.
you right out of the gate, I will. But as I'm doing that, right out of the gate, I can answer the second part of your question about independent dependent variables. Independent variable is time, and dependent variable is gravity. So there you go.
So,
But let me go ahead and get the article.
Excuse me. Your dependent variable is the observation of time. What, gravity? Yes.
Gravity.
And your independent
Yep, you
variable is
can observe
in
it and
time.
measure it.
Awesome. That's fine. You understand that the hypothesis test, where you, the researcher, is going to vary and manipulate your presumed cause. You're going to manipulate time.
I'm gonna manipulate time? No, I'm not manipulating time. I'm
Is
measuring
anybody
gravity with
manipulating
respect to time.
time? Sorry. Is anyone manipulating time?
Not at all.
Excellent. Do you know what a hypothesis
Wait,
test is?
in the case
Sorry,
of like,
excuse me. My
in the
friend,
case of
shush.
questions on Einstein,
My friend, shush. Thank you.
I got my thing on Einstein here. Well, it just, I mean, I guess the general hypothesis is that it's a mathematical model that fuses the three dimension of space.
Sorry. Sorry, my friend. Well, I thought we were talking science, and now you're going to give me math.
Well, no, this math and science are the same thing. It's apples
No,
to
they're
oranges
not.
here.
No, they're
not.
not.
It's the same
They're
fruit.
not.
It's like physics and math. They go hand in hand.
It's fucking fruit now. What? They're not the same thing. You can extrapolate
are.
math from science. Shush. First of all, I'm going to demonstrate that you don't know what a hypothesis is. Second of all, I'm
Don't
going to
shush
demonstrate.
me. I'm not a woman.
You're a man. I'll shush you if I want.
Oh.
Shut up. You'll understand, my friend. I'll ask you again. What's a hypothesis test?
A hypothesis test is you're testing your independent and dependent variable.
In an experiment, right?
Yeah.
Where you, the researcher, varies and manipulates your presumed cause to see if it has the effect, right?
I don't manipulate my variables though. That's other scientists, and they've typically been kind of kooky when they do that.
Awesome, that's fine. So the researcher will vary and manipulate his presumed cause to see if it has the effect, right?
Depending on the science of question. I mean, if it's
Depending on the
medical
science
or
but depending on the science of the question, we're just going to be doing a hypothesis test, and you'll understand that hypothesis testing is an experiment where the researcher, not you, the researcher will vary and manipulate his presumed cause, correct?
they
In an
don't do that
experiment.
though. No, that's pseudoscience.
Sorry, hold
when
on.
they do that.
Hold
That's
on.
not
We
real
don't
science.
do experiments in science.
We do experiments in science, but not to manipulate variables.
Yes, we do. We vary and manipulate our presumed cause to see if it has the effect in an experiment. That's science,
Well, I'm
natural
sorry.
science.
I think you're uneducated respectally on this topic. I don't think you really
Really,
know.
would you like me to
something
go
you
and
guys
would
might
you
find
like me to go and
interesting.
get you 10 citations with regards to the scientific method? Would you like me to reference Mr. Feynman with regards
If
to the arbiter
you
of
may
science?
so for the purpose of educating you, yes, please go get those sources.
Yeah, no problem at all. But in
Thank
the meantime, just going to
I will
destroy
be
Einstein.
waiting for those sources.
Absolutely fine. We'll go and get them.
All right, who's next? All right, line them up. Let's
So
go.
in the
The
meantime,
Brit's done. Yep.
you said that science and math is the same thing. Can I get you to read what
Correct.
I just posted? Because I'm not very smart, so you might have to read it for
You
me.
are smart. Don't downplay yourself. I think you're being too hard on yourself. But yes, I'd love to read that. Where would I find it?
The side chat, top right corner.
Right, but fuck. The new definition of the book. There's too much shit being posted. I can't even fucking see it. Is it the video?
No, it's not a video. It just says, mathematics is not a science, right, Richard Feynman? But I think
Oh,
Jedi
okay.
was talking.
Oh, got it. Got it. Okay.
Yeah, so
Mathematics is not a
Jedi's going to
science.
go next.
Well, that's okay. You cited an opinion piece, so we'll move on from that. Next.
So I'm just going to go and get you these citations with regards to the
Yeah, that's
scientific
great.
method.
Yep.
That,
Yep. Go ahead and
it
get your
is great.
pseudo sources.
I think
It's
we
not
got some
pseudo.
posted there already. Jedi.
But it says I want to while he's pulling his conspiracy theory sources, I want to
Oh,
read
yeah.
this.
The
quote
guy's
from
a
Larry.
troll.
Richard Feynman's a
The guy's a
conspiracy
troll. The
theorist.
guy's just trolling you. Just fucking rebuke him.
Mathematics is not
He's trolling
a
you.
science from our point of view in the sense that it is not a natural science. The test of its validity is not experiment. Okay, that is a respected scientist, but it doesn't mean it's a credible source. Why? Because it's an opinion. He gave his
Okay, so
opinion.
where's he wrong?
There's nothing.
Okay, so hold on, Sasha. Tell us exactly where he's wrong. Tell us what part of that statement is wrong and how. You know better than the credible scientist here, so tell us.
Oh, me?
Yeah, you.
Yeah.
The guy who said he's wrong, Richard Feynman. Yeah, you go on.
Because this isn't well. What I'm trying to say is this article. I should clarify. It is a reputable source, an educational source. However, he is sharing a opinion, not something that is published.
So
It
where's
is
he
simply
wrong?
an opinion.
So where is he wrong?
On the fact where it says in all caps, mathematics is not a science. That is complete.
And how is that wrong?
BS. Because without math, you don't have science.
Really?
Really?
How so? Because he's saying that the test of science's validity is experiment. That's not the case for mathematics. So how is that wrong? Is the test of mathematics experiment?
Plenty of things require math that are not themselves sciences.
Is the test of math experiment?
Playing Monopoly is not a science. They're still required.
Is the test of math experiment? Because he's saying
Did this guy leave?
that's the defining feature of science, and that's why mathematics isn't science. So is that what the test of mathematics is? Experiment?
No, Brendan is still here, but I still think he's trolling you. I don't think he's serious at all.
Well, he's attempting to troll, but I don't think any of us are bent out of shape. Our emotions are still intact, so he's not a very successful troll.
I
but that's
mean,
what he's trying.
if you define trolling by his ability to affect your emotions, then yeah, he's not really affecting anybody's emotion, but I do think he's just leading
It's
you
okay.
around.
It's
Right,
okay. I
he's
don't
attempting to
really
troll,
mind.
but we're educating the audience on what this
Uh-huh.
guy thinks is a conspiracy theorist. So anybody who goes against what this guy thinks in his head, even if they're Richard Feynman, then they're a conspiracy theorist. So he's so lazy he can't attack the argument, right? So he just calls them a conspiracy theorist, and that's how he wins all his debates.
We don't really mind them coming in here and clowning around like that because it just shows that they don't really have much for their globe. So it's okay. It's about exposition here. We don't mind.
I really don't mind flooding the chat with every single reference with regards to the scientific method. I can go and get other references if you want, but I'm going to be here all bloody day. Now back to the assertion about a hypothesis test. Brandon, what's the hypothesis? And then go and get me a citation. I will own you on this, mate. I promise you. You don't have to be a snippy little bastard. I'll point this out to you. Einstein doesn't give a hypothesis. You've already claimed that he's just going to give us math. We're doing natural science. So an experiment, right, where you vary and manipulate shit. Now, no one's going to be varying and manipulating time now, are they? Being as in our last conversation, someone had to bring up a tree. Time's not physical. No one's manipulating it. Einstein gave no hypothesis. Einstein will reify things that don't physically exist into existence, put them together in a fabric, and then bend and warp them because of mass. You may also have noticed that I posted a reference for mass as well, because in physics it has no meaning. Again, I would suggest you read the citations from universities unless you think I'm a conspiracy theorist. And these universities are also conspiracy theorists. Right? What say you?
I think he gave up.
I think he should give up. I think him and his friends would most definitely sit down and maybe listen, or definitely ask lots of questions and shut up, listen to the answers.
It's funny how they come in here thinking they're just gonna school the fuck out of us and run us through the
Yeah.
ringer, and then they come in here and they can't even like talk about science. And it's not all of them. Some of them do come in here and they do agree with us, right? But for the ones who don't come in here, I can't imagine like my 2012 self how it would feel to be getting schooled by a flat earther on the scientific method. I'd imagine it's a really weird feeling. Would anybody care to describe it so that I can hear those words come out of your mouth?
Isn't this kind of petty? Well, come on now.
No, it's kind of
Better
funny.
than this.
It's
Better
it's
than
kind of
this.
funny. Well, it's sad too, because people should be scientifically literate, And it's kind
Well,
of
I
like this.
Mm.
mean,
You
At
can read
least
a
if they
book,
want to
right?
talk about science stuff.
Right. And there's a lot of science stuff to talk about, but it's kind of like this. You can read a book, but if you don't ever read any books, I mean, you're effectively illiterate, right?
I tell you
No,
what,
that's not what that
in the
means.
in the era of artificial intelligence, human intelligence is no longer a requirement for social existence.
yeah.
True.
Spoken like a true Romanian.
Yeah.
Wait, but that's not true.
What do you
Say
mean
that
it's
again.
not true? It's the latest trend. In the era of artificial intelligence, human intelligence is no longer a requirement for
So if you
social
repeat it
existence.
numerous times, it's not gonna make it more clear, right? It's just
I make sure you understand.
uh,
Okay, well,
Actually,
now that you
unless
said
you
it,
think
I
unless you
literally,
think we're mentally challenged, then
I'm
we have
so
to like.
sorry. I just came back. There were people that were getting sources, and I
he said it.
apologize.
He said it twice, so I think I get it now.
Oh, okay.
yeah,
Awesome stuff. So
it
back
was
to this
Jeddah
guy.
that asked to say again. So yeah, that's why I said it.
Amazing.
So
Can you say it
two
again?
things. Two things. Gold Shock, if you want to mic up, we can definitely have a conversation, mate. I'm not looking in the mirror when I'm talking to you guys and displaying that your arrogance will be destroyed if you make claims to things that you basically don't understand, using words that you don't understand. So Gold Shock, if you want to mute yourself, man, that'd be beautiful. Brandon, have you read the citations that I provided for you?
Yes, I have.
Awesome stuff. So within Einstein, can you go and get me the hypothesis test, the experiment, please?
Well, I would think you'd be the one to provide that. Why do I have to do
No,
your own research?
hold on.
You're.
It's your
I
claim.
mean, you're the one with the scientific method. I thought you'd be the one to school me on it.
Well, it's your claim. This is the point, right? I'm
And
literally
these are your
trying to.
sources, so provide me your information.
Every time I do this, it's a logical path, right? So I'm asking you a question that actually, if you looked into it and you knew what you were talking about, you'd understand that you wouldn't be able to answer this question because Einstein doesn't offer a hypothesis. Therefore,
He
he
does. I
doesn't
can certainly
offer
answer
any.
this.
Pardon?
I can answer this. I said I do respectfully disagree. He does provide an answer in a couple of the sources you provided. I'd be happy to point that out to
Hypothesis.
you right now.
I
Yeah,
didn't ask for an
exactly.
answer. Hypothesis.
I will share it though with the rest of the room. I'm gonna mute you, and because you're wasting my time.
Can't mute
And I will
me,
tell
mate.
everybody.
If you mute me, I'll mute you and remove you from the room. I'm a moderator. Don't you dare.
Yeah, if you muted him, then you're getting removed, Brendan. So
I already did. It's too late.
It's
Okay,
weak,
bye,
bro.
Brendan. Goodbye.
Gravity's weak. It's a weak
What
force.
was
It's
that?
so weak it's negligible. It's almost like it doesn't exist, like the fourth dimension.
What
funny
That's where
'cause-
Krang is from, right? From the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, fourth dimension.
It's
You
funny
guys
because
never watched the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? Jesus.
yeah, I'm with you, bro. The ooze, bro.
Uh,
Power of the
wasn't
ooze.
that like Krang from there? Like the brain with the thingy?
Yeah,
Krang?
Yeah. Krang, yeah, it was like a brain with
bro.
tentacles and a mouth and a like
Taking me
whatever
back to
face.
the '90s, bro.
Well, I'm from the 90s. Like I'm 39.
Anyway, somebody asked the guy earlier, "Can you put gravity in a jar and paint it yellow?" And I was kind of like hearing, they didn't say these exact words. They were like, "The audacity!" You want to peer review the science? Like, you can't ask that. It's a thought experiment. It's only a thought experiment. It's only ever been a thought experiment. It's not real science.
And I find
Gravity
interesting
is?
how
That's what it is? That's what they're saying is a thought experiment?
Yeah, it's not a
Well,
scientific
according to Albert
experiment.
Einstein himself, gravity, he furiously debated that gravity is not a force, it's a relationship between mass and space-time.
Brilliant.
For
This mass.
colloquially,
So-
we use gravity as a force, as a downward vector towards, for one set of mass towards another set of mass, which is obviously like of larger quantity. But in general, Albert Einstein himself argued that gravity, not Newtonian gravity, his Einsteinian gravity, is a relationship between space-time and mass. I mean, that's
I
true.
find it
He did really argue for this. Like, it's
My friend,
Newtonian
is
gravity
that-
is
is
very
that
different than
disputed-
Einsteinian gravity.
Is that
My
disputed by
friend.
the like gravitational waves being detected? Is that
That does not dispute gravitational waves. He just deems gravity as not a force, which most, I think, academia accepts as a valid argument for gravitational
detecting
effect.
but detecting the waves then.
Gravitational lensing, not waves. You mean?
No,
You mean gravitational
I'm talking
lensing.
about I'm talking
Time
about at LIGO.
dilation, all that shit.
No. I'm talking about at LIGO where they detected gravitational waves.
Brilliant.
Which cause
Can you
gravitational
formulate-
lensing, right?
It's not lensing. I don't know. I'm talking out of my asshole here. But lensing, I took to be when you like peer at a black hole, the stars behind the black hole come around, and it bends the light, like much like a lens. But LIGO, the laser experiments at LIGO, detected black holes colliding into each other, and the repercussions like echoed out into the universe like a sound
Well,
wave.
gravitational lensing is just that large clumps of matter, which generate huge amounts of mass, just distort space-time around them and create this effect when
how do you
interact
know?
with a
How do you
distorted
know?
space-time.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
That's the scientific
Okay,
definition of
but I
gravitational
find
lensing.
I find interesting
I mean,
this
I
story.
read
what you
read
said.
it like.
Yeah. I find that story interesting, like how it's so simple and people starting to explain. But when we come to the geometry, and then in that moment, in simple geometry of the sphere, then it somehow became to be complicated. You know, because space-time. When it was space-time, it's simple. But geometry of sphere, it's the most complicated thing that could exist.
To be fair to Einstein, this is not simple science. This is very sophisticated stuff.
It's not science.
I don't think.
Yeah, but that I'm saying that
Well,
I'm saying that
according
people,
to Einstein, I
that
mean,
people,
like I'm not.
yeah, but I'm saying that people starting to explain, they're coming and explaining that science, and they're explaining so simple in the way that they have problems when they need to explain the geometry, the simple way of sphere, for example,
Why wouldn't that
geometry
be
of the
science?
cube.
Why wouldn't that be science? Because you're postulating a hypothesis that can be tested and subsequently
Okay,
was
so
tested.
what's the hypothesis? I need the independent dependent control variable.
Well, the hypothesis would be that gravity behaves in the way that Einstein says it does. I'm not an expert on that shit.
Not
Okay,
a hypothesis. Not a hypothesis.
Okay.
So,
Gravitational effect is observed when mass of an entity interacts with the surrounding space-time concept, right? That's now we can go
Awesome.
into definition of space-time and all
No
that
problem.
good stuff.
No problem. So, two ways I'm going to fuck this up from Sunday. If you'll refer yourself to the
More
side
British
chat,
guys talking.
yeah, no problem. Refer yourself to the chat next door, please. If you could read the definitions of mass within physics, please. Now you'll
Sorry,
understand
what?
that mass has no meaning in physics.
Trust me.
What is
Can
the?
you do that in an? Can you do that in an American accent now, Jedi?
Okay.
Penn State University. No.
Ooh,
No, fair
that's
enough.
the worst. Usually British guys are pretty good
Jace,
at
is
that
this
stuff.
you? Oh, Jesus.
So awesome. We'll understand that in the conversations previously, I've demonstrated with citation that a hypothesis and hypothesis test. Hypothesis, supposition into a cause and effect, independent and dependent variable. Cause and effect that you will then physically test in an experiment. You'll understand that in science, an experiment is the arbiter of science. You can't have science without experiment. You'll understand that Einstein gave no hypothesis. He also had no experiment. It was admitted earlier that it was math. Math's not science. Science isn't math. You didn't go to the same class to learn science and math in the same class. You can abstract math
Okay,
from
so
science,
so
but
a
science is a
mathematical.
hypothesis test. So I'm going to ask you again, what's the hypothesis for Einstein? Please give me correctly situated the independent and dependent variable, and then show me where he manipulated time.
The hypothesis is that, at least as far as I know, Einstein observed specific effects happening on large celestial bodies, and he thought in his mind that those effects must be because of the mass of these celestial bodies. That was the hypothesis. That mass
Right.
somehow interacts with the surrounding space-time continuum, whatever you may call it, and it affects it. That's it. That was the hypothesis. Like, is it true or not? You guys tell me. You guys are the specialists. Like, I'm not. I'm
So,
a mere.
no.
I'm a mere like
No.
Simon
No.
Comsci
You're incorrect.
postdoctorate. I'm not a.
You're
But
incorrect.
also, wouldn't a postulation that leads to testing and verification be part of a scientific process, or not? You don't think so?
Please tell me where he did the experiment, or did he in
No.
1919?
He
Sorry,
came up with
very quickly.
the.
Very quickly,
Okay.
did he just in 1919, when observing a solar eclipse, just make an assertion about something that you observed?
Solar
Well,
eclipse. I don't know.
As I understood it, the math told him that like if I'm right, then this should be the case, which is the gravitational lensing, and then later, based on that, on his hypothesis, they said, all right, let's take a look, and then they saw that the lensing actually did occur, but they wouldn't have been looking if he hadn't postulated such a thing, which I just kind of naively think is all part of a scientific process, but you don't think so?
I mean, I don't
Where's
think
the
it's
experiment?
naive to say this because all scientific discoveries start with a premise, right, or an observation, and then trying to understand the natural phenomena around the observation. So that is the correct way to do science. We all do this. All of
The
us
correct
who are
way.
scientists or
Sorry,
not, they observe
sorry.
some phenomena and they try to understand why this phenomenon is happening. That's all.
Yeah, and they demonstrate it in an experiment where they physically manipulate what they presume caused to see if it has the effect or not.
I
Right,
mean,
Notice that
but
Einstein.
I think this
hold on.
is here where we
Can I
disagree.
just
Not
get it?
necessarily. Like you can do,
No,
you
it's
can
not
do
a matter of
specific.
opinion.
You can
Okay.
we can produce a result by using
Don't
meta
call it science, then.
languages like mathematics, right?
Don't call it
Can I,
science. It's not
can I just
science.
ask? Is that not
Wait,
part of
Dreamly,
like
you
is that
you
not part of
think
a
that Albert
scientific
Einstein
process?
was wrong? Like, I'm just curious.
Yeah.
Okay.
Really?
Yeah.
Where's the hypothesis?
Can't believe it.
Where's the
I
hypothesis from
can't
Einstein?
believe that a brother would say this. Like,
We're
Shut
still
the
looking for the
fuck up.
hypothesis. Where is
I
the
really
hypothesis
like I'm
from Einstein?
astonished.
Yeah,
How many
you're an
times do we
idiot.
have to ask? Like, why are we going around and around on this? Like, where is the hypothesis from Einstein?
Well, the
These
hypothesis
these
was
people think.
again. I'm not. Hold on. The hypothesis was that if what I'm saying about gravity is true, then we should see some kind of lensing around
That's not a hypothesis.
big bodies of mass.
That's not a hypothesis.
That's a
Yeah, it's not a
permanent
hypothesis.
formological fallacy.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
what?
Larry's
So
got you.
what?
It's
Okay, if that
affirming the
doesn't.
consequence.
Okay,
It's not,
that doesn't qualify as a hypothesis. What does qualify as a hypothesis in your view?
an if
My
then
belief.
supposition about how this is going to cause that.
But that's what that's what I just described.
Sorry.
And then you're going to try to test it with an experiment. You're going to forecast in your hypothesis how your independent variable is going to affect your dependent variable. That would be your observed phenomenon. Then you're going to test it out.
Yeah,
If it's
Would
not
we say
testable,
that
it's not a
this is
scientific
testing
hypothesis.
would be the testing would be the observation of the phenomena, which in this case was an
No,
eclipse.
it's
and
not
lensing
the test.
No, that's just the phenomenon. What you want to test is the cause of the phenomenon by manipulating what you suspect is the cause. All you're doing is looking at something. That's not an experiment.
Yeah.
Let me give you a
Wait,
good
that could be
example of
that could
how
be
science
We all,
works.
all
Let me just.
believe in viruses.
let
We
me gi-
observe viruses in the lab.
We're
That's
not
talking about
talking
them,
about
right?
that. We're
Shut
not
up.
talking about. We're not talking about
Science.
viruses. I'll give
Okay,
you.
hold on, guys. Hold on. Science
so
is not
I
an opinion. Science is equals
okay.
the
That's fine.
scientific. Shut up! I'm not done. Science equals the scientific method. There is a very simple, well-defined method. That method
There's
is scientific
The Solar
experiment.
Apocalypse, October
Okay, that's
14th,
good.
guys. It's
So
gonna be
So,
pretty
for
good.
example,
yes, please.
I think that I observe a phenomenon that water evaporates. That's the observed phenomenon. I speculate that heat might cause water to evaporate. So I manipulate heat, meaning I create heat or make stuff hotter to see if it produces the effect of evaporating water. Oh,
What if?
look, it does. It does. So I
uh,
prove through the scientific method that
Okay.
heat evaporates water. That's
Okay,
it.
What if?
That's science.
so let me
Nothing
What if?
besides
What
just
if?
that is science.
What if? What
so
if
what you're
you?
saying
What
is
if you? Oh Jesus!
so what you're saying is science cannot be done unless we have overt control over like uh, very
That's
specific
why
variables.
it's called
so like
independent control
science
variables.
so science can't be done about like planets.
You're just
No,
speculating.
Well, you cannot manipulate and vary them. Then, so no, you're
Right.
not able to do an experiment. Therefore, you're not able to do science.
That's right.
Got it.
We know that in today's world, 99% of what you see in TV told you is science is actually pseudoscience. They're not really doing any science.
Like
They're not
what?
doing any experiment.
Give us an
Watching
example.
like watching a dumb guy drawing weird mathematic formulas on a board. That's not science. But
Okay.
you think
Wait,
it's
but
science because
you
you're
can.
a
But
pleb.
hold on.
Because it has this
I'm not a
impression.
pleb.
You are a pleb, Zoidberg.
I'm not a
You're,
pleb.
you're being impressed into believing, oh, it's science. Look at this smart guy. He must be a
Like,
scientist. No, he's not doing
okay,
science.
but like, listen to me. Listen to me. Right? If I say, hey, I'm going to describe this with words, and I describe a natural phenomenon with words, that is the same as describing a natural phenomenon with a bunch of like mathematics. You're still
No, you
using
need a
words.
valid
You're using a
hypothesis.
meta language.
You can't just make up any idea in your mind and say this is a hypothesis.
I
You need
am
a
not making up an idea in my mind.
Right. So
Can you make
again,
boil water with mathematics?
my friend, to apologise again.
Obviously,
I've posted 4 or 5 citations with regards to the scientific method and what it is and what it is not.
It's not a matter
Science,
of opinion.
No, it's not a matter of opinion. They are cited from universities. Not my opinion. I've just gone to universities, gathered the correct citations, and brought them back, being as this is what we're talking about. Science, hypothesis construction and test. A
but
hypothesis.
we can, for
Supposition.
example,
No, shush. A hypothesis, the construction of a supposition into a cause and effect relationship that the researcher will test, where he varies and manipulates the presumed cause to see if it has the effect. As demonstrated just a moment ago, until a supposition about what causes the evaporation cycle. A physical demonstration, not just pointing and declaring.
I understand this.
You do understand that cause and effect relationships happen, correct?
Sure, but my
Awesome. And
contention
science
here,
elucidates those cause and effect relationships. Those cause and effect relationships being physical. And we demonstrate the physicality of them within the experiment. I manipulate this to see if it causes that.
Why
Very
is it
simple.
critical?
that's
Why is it?
completely reasonable. My point is though, is that you can do some experiments and then from the gathered data infer for other types of phenomena that you cannot physically directly interact with what the behavior would be. For example, you would know that water freezes at a certain temperature, right? Then you would measure or you have measurements of temperature directly or indirectly in certain environments and deduce what's going to happen to water in those environments, right?
Yeah. And
Yeah.
what the fuck is
So
that?
for example,
What is that?
I don't,
I've got to walk in space time.
I will tie it to it. I'll tie this to it. For example, I know you guys don't accept this, but I'm giving you an example from my worldview, right? We can tell that water acts in a specific way, like let's say on the dwarf planet Pluto, because it's so far away from the sun, it doesn't receive any energy, there is no heat there, so water freezes and becomes so hard that it's basically rock. We can
Fantasyland.
deduce this by doing experiments on Earth, seeing the behavior of water on Earth with low temperature, and inferring from the fact that Pluto is so far away from the sun, therefore it doesn't receive energy, therefore water cannot
So
retain
that's
like a
not science
temperature
then.
in. But
Yeah, go
it's
for it, Larry.
inference
I'm just gonna
based.
say
just
real
like
quick. That's
to
just inference. That's just inference in philosophy. But go ahead, Larry.
Inference of
I'd like to ask
philosophy.
a
Wait,
What?
wait, wait, wait,
I'm
wait,
so
wait.
confused.
You're outside of the scientific method with inference. This is how an inference work. I go to Children's Hospital. I see my sister, Harry Hines Boulevard. I'm like, whoa, what is she doing here? This is where the prostitutes hang out. I see her get into a car with a stranger. Whoa, that's weird. I can infer she's engaging in prostitution. Maybe
Oh,
she
that
just
we're
called it.
jumping to conclusions, no?
Oh yeah, we're making inferences, aren't we?
Well, our inferences or the inferences we make are much more concrete for much more concrete entities, right?
Okay.
They're not.
Can I just ask a question of Jedi?
Concrete for a fantasy idea of the distances, the sizes, and the medium that Pluto is in. You're making a bunch of pre-assumptions, and then
So
say
anyway, back to the topic.
inferences.
If anyone here believes that Albert Einstein was a scientist,
Did you
please
just
show us the
interrupt me, bro?
hypothesis.
I was in the middle of my sentence. The fuck
And
are
how
you
do
doing?
you allow it to interrupt the beginning of mine? Shame on
I
you.
was speaking when you started talking, bro.
So yeah, what was your right to speak?
Could I just ask
Right,
Jedi a
you should
question?
have seen.
Okay, amazing.
Yeah, go ahead and ask Jedi, please.
Okay, cool. So Jedi, for science to take place, something has to be like within like overt and explicit control of the experimenter. Is that right?
Yeah. In science,
Okay.
you've got to have a physical experiment. Yeah.
Why is the control by an observer necessary to be science? When if as opposed to hold on, just as opposed to observing a coincidental incident that might shed light on a hypothesis nonetheless. What is the difference there?
Sorry, can you say that again? Because you said control, so you might have started me on a different path to what you were actually saying. Can you say that again, please?
Okay, so on the one hand, like if you're testing like water evaporation, you as a scientific observer are in overt control of like making the water warmer or whatever. So that qualifies as science. But if you have a hypothesis or some supposition about natural phenomena, and your ability to observe it happens to coincide with some event that's outside of your control, that can't be science, even though it seems like uh, the overt control of the experimenter is irrelevant or arbitrary. So like if you were to imagine that so like observing light bending around a massive body in the sky during a solar eclipse, that's not an experiment because you don't have overt control. But say like somehow you did have overt control and you could move the planets back and forth with the force or something, that would be science. But what's being observed wouldn't really change. So like why it seems like a pedantic distinction between like science and non-science. Do you know what I mean?
It's all right. Okay, let me ask you this clarifying question. Do you know what pseudoscience is?
I mean, it's just I know the definition of the word means like, quasi science or like not quite science.
Yeah, so something that claims to be science but does not follow the scientific method. So the scientific method must be followed in all of its steps to be science. When we're looking up at the sky, you're only observing a phenomena. And all right, I'll give you, you might be able to, have a prediction into that cause, but you're not going to be able to physically test it down here on the earth. So you're missing the experiment where you demonstrate something to be true. In the case of Einstein, when he was observing his the solar eclipse and he saw a phenomena, he then just asserted that the phenomena was caused by his presupposition. Now, it's a problem when we're talking about the bending and warping of space-time in its instance. This is why I asked you earlier for you to go and get the hypothesis that Einstein gave. You'll understand that one, it's just the observation, There's no physical experiment. And 2, you just gave me math, basically reifying non-physical things into existence, space, absence of anything, and time that we all know is not physical. Being a science, natural science, only deals with the physical things, then you'll understand that this is in no way scientific.
Okay,
Let me
Just
but
piggyback off.
the distinction is almost semantic because it seems
Yeah,
like
words mean
very
things.
very concrete truths could nonetheless be derived from observations based on like
No,
said
they
suppositions.
can't. Let
semantics.
me explain why. Excuse me, Jedi, just for a moment, please. Okay, so semantics. Words mean things, right? So there's this fallacy of ambiguity, right? So let's say I have a theory that the stars are going to bend from around behind the sun, and we're going to see the starlight behind the sun because of the heliosphere, which is the sun's atmosphere in your model, right? So the sun's atmosphere is causing refraction, and that's why I can see it, right? So my science
Wait, no,
is
hold on. But
pseudo.
that's
Give
is
me
that?
just a second, bud. Give me just a
Sorry,
second, bud.
I'm not trying
I'm
to cut
almost
you off.
done.
I'm just trying to clarify. Like, are you offering a different supposition for to explain gravitational lensing? Is that what's happening?
Right. That's what I'm
Okay.
doing. So
Okay.
the thing is that my theory is not scientific. But if I go around prancing around that I have a theory, I have a theory, some people might think that, I'm talking about science. And that's an ambiguity fallacy because it's not a theory, it's just a postulation, right? Or
Well,
it's a layman's theory, but
Okay.
some
Okay.
people
Yes,
might
you're
think
talking
it's
about
a
the difference
scientific
between.
theory. Right, so how do we figure out which is the actual cause? You and I. Let's say we want to test these theories. How do we figure out what the actual cause is? You can't. It's not science. It's
well,
pseudoscience.
you can make predictions and see if those predictions come
Okay, I
true.
predict you'd be able to see it. We can see it,
Okay.
so I'm right. So I'm automatically right because I
I
predicted it.
mean, yeah, you whatever mechanism works, right?
Okay, so I falsified Einstein's theory of space-time.
I mean,
Because
okay, but
But
you're
do you see
how?
how
assuming.
that works? Do you see what
Okay,
I'm
but
But
saying?
how?
Go
I'm
ahead,
confused.
Jedi.
How do you falsify it though? Like I just.
the
Well,
falsification is not.
instead of
What?
your heaven, sky made of infinite vacuum,
Oh, brother.
we can assume it's actually an ocean. It's liquid, fluid, yeah?
Okay.
And
Could we?
perturbations in the surface of this liquid, yeah, can distort the light of the stars that are inside that liquid. So we don't need gravitational lensing theories to actually show the same
Okay.
kind of phenomena
I think you guys are
happening.
getting.
Yeah.
I think yes.
If you
I
take a
think you're
look
getting caught up.
inside the
Yeah.
pool where you have lights on the bottom of the pool, yeah, when you have waves on the surface,
Oh
you will
boy.
see that those lights will be
Okay.
distorted.
I think we're getting caught up on the specifics of this just one example. All I mean to say is that what I'm questioning is like the ability of an observer to control certain variables being the critical distinction between being able to learn something about the universe. So like I could just as easily hypothetically say like, well, if you're controlling the heat in the water experiment, that it's actually not the heat that's doing it, but the X-ray beams coming out of your eyes from looking at it too long, or some whatever nonsense. Like I
Right.
can imagine any
But yeah,
hypothetical in
that
life.
would be pseudoscience, right? Because it's
Okay, but
unfalsifiable.
no. Falsifiability does not mean that anything that can't be falsified is pseudoscience.
Yes, Karl Popper. The problem with inductive reasoning.
Yes,
You
Karl
want me to cite
Popper.
it?
No, I know who Karl Popper is. Yeah. But that's
You
not
want me to cite it?
no. I already. Why? I don't
Well,
need you
then
to cite it because I'm telling you I'm already
why'd you
familiar with
say
it.
that if you already know? Why would you say that? It has to
Because
be falsifiable.
Karl Popper doesn't run the science authority store. Like falsification is not the end all be all for science.
Yes, it is.
Okay,
That's the only
that's
way
your
the
opinion, but
scientific
that's not.
method works. It has to be
No.
falsifiable. Like if I make a claim that my car runs off of unicorn farts and you can't prove me wrong, neener. Are we doing science yet?
Come on, bro.
Well,
Seriously.
he's just pointing out how ridiculous what you said sounds.
No.
That's all he's doing.
Yes. I understand that falsifiability is better than not, but not all domains of science are going to have falsifiability.
All
That doesn't make it
domains of
pseudoscience.
science. Sorry. Natural science. Step 4, falsifiability. Step
Well-
1, observe the phenomena. Step 2, presume cause. Step 3, test an experiment. Step 4, give it to somebody else to falsify.
Problem is, for example, psychology. How do you falsify things in psychology, right?
That's
Well,
pseudoscience.
We're
That's
we're
not
dealing
natural
with natural
science.
science.
What?
Yes, natural science here.
Right.
Natural
So
science,
there's
guys.
no
Do you
there's no
guys
difference
think that depression
between.
exists? Like, I'm just curious then.
No. There's no difference for these guys. There's no difference between like quote hard and soft sciences.
Brilliant.
Yeah, but okay, but for
There's
example, if somebody
pseudoscience and
if somebody suffers from some mental illness, like, how do you know that
Look,
the particular
we're not.
methodology used to treat that mental illness is correct? Like,
We
I'm just
don't.
curious.
They're practicing. The doctors are practicing. You didn't know that?
Well, no. Okay, I'm asking, like,
How do you
when
isolate the cause of a mental illness?
it's the same principle, right? It doesn't
Can't.
matter if it's physics
Pseudoscience.
or in this case like some sort of psychology or psychiatry. Right? Like, we have some observation and we base our opinions on how to treat those symptoms, which
Look, the
would
best
be
that you
considered.
guys have, listen, bro, listen. The best that you guys have is statistical analysis. That's the best you got. It's not science. It's just an analysis. Sorry. It's not science. Not natural science.
And within this conversation, guys, within this conversation, doesn't matter what gravity it is, it's going to be cause and effect relationship that's happening in the physical and natural world. So, most definitely a natural science question. Being as none of these are. My
So
goodness
in
me.
any scientific inquiry, might there be some unfalsifiable like dimension to the experiment? Like
And that's
I
where
can't think of
science
it.
ends.
I
That's
can't
where
think of.
you've left science and you went into philosophy.
Okay, but
Yes,
I can't think of a. Hold on.
Yes,
I can't think of
Is
any
philosophy
scientific
a dirty
experiment that doesn't
word?
have
Like, I
some
don't understand.
element that
No, it's not a
that
dirty
escapes
word.
falsifiability. What's that?
Let's let Sasha go first. Go ahead, Sasha.
Chemistry and biochemistry for sure they can. All of them
What-
with experiment.
what's-
Without experiment, they have nothing. Chemistry and biochemistry. If they don't have experiment, no science.
Right, he's saying if you don't have an
No,
experiment in
no.
chemistry, it's not science. But hold on just
Yeah,
for a
no,
second. We're trying to
that's
explain
fine.
something. Listen,
Yeah.
natural science comes from natural philosophy, right? So all science, natural science, is philosophy, but not all philosophy qualifies as science. In the same way that I'm a Texan, right? So all Texans are Americans, but not all Americans qualify as Texans.
I'm not confused
Some
on
of
that.
them,
Yeah. I'm not confused
some
on
of them
this.
are Mexicans,
I'm
right?
with you. Yeah.
Okay,
This is
so
not my bone of contention, by the way. This is not what I asked.
right. So I'm just wondering where's the line between philosophy and science, if not the scientific
I'm not
method?
interested.
I mean,
I'm not asking that. I'm not asking that.
we use methodology, which is developed by philosophers on how to, like, treat natural phenomena, right? That's the cross line.
Okay, so my question when ignored, like I can't think. Can you give me a scientific experiment where it can be no unfalsifiable variable that might interfere? Because I can't think of. I mean, there might always be some element of unfalsifiability. Like, I mean, to the largest extent would be like, are we in the experience engine, like the Matrix? Anything that we're observing, the veracity of your observations can't be falsified.
You mix natrium and chloride, and you get natrium chloride.
Okay.
You get salt.
Sure, but what I'm saying is, there's no way to falsify whether or not you're in the experience machine.
No, you don't mix iron and water, and then you get salt.
I don't think this guy knows what I'm talking about. Do you know what I mean by like experience machine, like a
We're
Matrix?
talking about philosophy. We don't really know about the experience machine. We're talking about science, like stuff that's like empirically testable, observable, repeatable, falsifiable.
Guys,
Not those things.
I think the fundamental disconnect here is that the globe side considers some things empirical science, which you do not consider. Like, for example, if somebody uses optics to look at celestial bodies, they consider that science, right? To deduce stuff or properties about these celestial bodies based on their
It's not
observation.
science.
You
That's
guys don't
pseudoscience.
consider it science because you cannot touch Jupiter, right?
Not
Like it's
not
it's just
we, not
that's the
we,
disconnect.
not we. The scientists saying that's pseudoscience, not we. The real
Okay, but
scientists saying that it's pseudoscience. Do you understand that?
to observe things?
No, I'm telling you, the real scientists, that means chemists, biochemists, they are telling that it's pseudoscience, not we.
What I'm concerned. I'm confused. So biochemists say that it's
Yeah. My wife is telling you this. Anthropology, geology, uh, 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 that's not science. Archaeology, that's not science. That my wife will tell you. She is
why
not
not?
because she's biochemist. She's making experiments.
I got you. But okay, but the thing is that there's still a degree of
Man,
disconnect here,
my
right?
wife
Because
is not in flat. Listen, my wife is not in flat earth. These things. She's never look into that. She finished the studies a biochemist. She told me if it's no experiment, no science. And she told me what is not science, and that's what I told you. It's not a science. That
sure,
means
sure,
also
sure.
also also astrophysics, cosmology, and all the stuff. There is no experiment for the scientists. I'm telling you, not for the normies. For the scientists, real scientists. She said even biologists, if they are only observer, they are not scientists.
Can I
Yeah.
go back to this
But
limit idea? Because like I feel like
good
when I
luck,
brought up
Arrow.
the experience machine, you're like, well, yeah, that's outside the bounds. That we can't know that because that's not science. Well, to the same extent, like, why isn't the same sort of latitude granted towards like astrological observations? Because like obviously you can't know what you can't know, but you seem to accept like, well, when we do chemistry experiments under these conditions, it's the best we got. It could be wrong,
Can I
but
can I
when
tell
you're
you why?
observing,
Can I
hold
tell
on,
you?
stop. But when you're observing really
Okay.
big things that humans
Okay.
don't happen to have the ability to control from a first person perspective, why isn't it also like, yeah, this is the best we got. This is where the certainty of the experiment ends, but this is what we're observing. Like that seems like a reasonable like horizon of learning and understanding based on observation.
Okay, I will tell you why. In a time, some guy looked into the sky and said like this: "There is a Venus, the planet Venus." And he said the Venus must be the same size like Earth, like
Okay,
that.
you're not
You know,
addressing what I'm talking about. I can
I'm
guarantee that.
addressing you. I'm addressing you. In a time, long time ago, I don't know the name of the guy. He looked. He looked through the telescope into Venus. He assumed the size of the Venus and says the Venus must be almost the same size like Earth, and he did like that. And everybody made. If you make the size of something that you don't know what size it is, then you can make a math easily. If I assume that the Venus
Sasha,
was the double, that if I assume that Venus was double size less, all distances I can put double size less, and and all this model can work with double size less or double size more or triple size
Sasha,
more.
Sasha, do you think you could restate my question in Steelman terms, like the best possible terms?
You said something that how we cannot believe and trust in that science of cosmology or blah blah blah.
No, that's not it at all.
Okay,
You-
sorry.
You're conflating something there. I think, like you're saying that the empiricism of the scientific method is reduced to nothing but a speculation, as equal to astronomy, but that's not the case.
But well, hold on, that wasn't my claim. I don't think maybe I just wasn't understood. Could I rephrase it in a better way?
Sure.
Okay, it seems like having this first person locus of control over all, not even all, but like most of the conditions in an experiment is critical for you guys to consider it science. And by that, what that tells me is that you think that science cannot be done unless we have a first person like locus control over like all of the experimental bodies, like astrophysics or whatever, because we can't have first person control over Mars, say.
Let me explain to you why.
But hold on, hold
Sorry,
on.
go ahead.
Okay, what I'm saying is there's a reasonable horizon of certainty where you recognize that it drifts out of science and goes into philosophy when you talk about like the experience machine, when you have like when you're watching water evaporate right in front of you. But the latitude for that horizon with respect to fields that happen to involve things that you can't have first person control over, it seems like you don't grant any latitude towards any kind of like gradient of understanding.
Right, you wouldn't either. Let me explain why. You got two brand new trucks. I do something to them, they won't start. You take it to one mechanic, and you take the other one to the other mechanic. The first mechanic says, I think it's a starter. He's a theoretical mechanic. That'll be 500 bucks. He hands you the keys, the truck doesn't start. The other mechanic says, yeah, I traced the power from the starter, trace the cable, and the fuse was removed. So I replaced the fuse. That'll be 500 bucks. You're like, 500 bucks for a fuse, but which one is the real mechanic? Which one has firsthand primary knowledge of why the truck wouldn't start?
Okay, but that also doesn't address my question.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. You know that you would be going to court over the first mechanic, but the second mechanic, you'd be like, gosh, $500? That was really expensive, but I can't take him to court because now the truck works.
No, this doesn't address
Oh,
my
so
my
you
query.
so you'd be happy with the first mechanic?
What you're establishing here is that some utilitarian cash out for being wrong or being right, and I haven't brought up any of that. That's not in my question at all.
Yeah, we're not going to look at theoretical bullshit and say that that's the same as firsthand primary knowledge.
That's the problem right there. Theoretical. It's theoretical.
This is why I posted definitions from universities as into regard
Scientists.
what
Then
science is not.
are palm readers also
Yeah, Baguette, you're
scientists?
talking over Jedi. Can you hear Jedi?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
So, okay, this is why this is the third
Wait,
time I've posted over 5 citations with regards to what science
I'm not
is
confused,
and
Jedi.
wait,
I'm not
hold on.
confused.
So
I'm not
you can
confused about your
have
position,
the
Jedi.
reason. The reason that like archaeology, and anthropology, and these more social sciences are called social science is they still implement like a model in which they test against the evidence. So that's the science of it, right? They have a model. They have a archaeological model, anthropological model, whatever, of how humans evolved, and then they look for the evidence that would contradict and cause them to update that model. But it's
Bro,
test. There
you
are
spoke to
experiments.
Jedi to
There
say
are
that.
there are experiments because what he's saying is not true. To say that
cherry pick.
anthropologists and archaeologists do not do experiments is not true.
But also,
And I
the
just
distinction becomes arbitrary with respect to like astral bodies, because like
I mean, you could just type it
if
in
we
on
had
Google, like,
if we happened to have first person control over like an eclipse and observed the exact same thing versus just waiting for it to occur naturally, I don't understand what the difference would
Well,
be.
let me address the other guy who was talking about anthropology and all of that. So here's the thing: the difference is the epistemology is different. Therefore, when you say experiment, mean two different things. So it's the ambiguity and the lack of awareness of this ambiguity that we
that
just
doesn't
find
make it not
grotesque.
science. I understand that, but that doesn't make it not a science, right? The
Okay,
epistemological
so
distinctions that you're talking about exist
call it
throughout all like separate subject
science,
matters,
but
right?
when you
I think you
yeah,
lagging,
you
bro.
can call it science, but I got
Is he
your
lagging or am
point,
I
but my
lagging?
point was
This is
that
a
when
this
you
is a
say
this is a
Hold
quibbling
on,
over
he's
the.
talking. Hold on, he's
well,
talking, bro. I
Let
don't
listen,
know
now
if
we
he's
got to
Elijah
lagging or I'm
finish.
lagging.
finish. Like,
Let Elijah finish.
I think Elijah's lagging. I'm
yeah,
trying to let him
so
go, man.
yeah, I hear you, bro.
Yeah, I think Elijah,
Am I
bro.
lagging?
Yeah, you are lagging, bro.
Okay.
Yeah, we didn't hear none of that, bro. It sounded nice though.
Awesome. You'll understand that archaeology, for example, isn't natural science, my friend. We're talking specifically about natural science here.
I came in late, but I don't remember the word natural science being even
Yeah,
said.
no problem at all. If you're in the side chat, you'll see some references, some citations that I posted in regards to what I am talking about. When you look at these citations, you will notice that archaeology, for example, is not the science of which we are speaking.
So Jedi, if is there a difference? Because you
But
maybe
it's a science, right?
the other guy mentioned utilitarian cash out as like a bar to meet. If say it was possible to have first person control over an eclipse and make the same observations that would otherwise be possible if you just waited for the eclipse to occur naturally, do you think that the natural facts, the state of affairs of the world would be any different?
Yeah, can I actually take this one?
Hold on, I asked Jedi.
I don't
Yeah,
mind
but
if Crypto takes slightly busy. Go on, Crypto.
Fine.
yeah, so the reason that doesn't so in your example it would be exactly the same because you've already loaded the example with it's definitely happening. But the reason that we actually are quite sticklers for this is because you're trying to avoid correlation equals causation arguments. And so
No,
when you don't
no,
have
I'm not. That's not my
I
goal.
wasn't finished. I wasn't finished. So the reason that you do it in this way is that you're trying to avoid mistaking correlation for causation. You must have heard the correlation doesn't equal causation phrase before, right?
Of course I have, but I haven't mentioned that once, and it's not a landmine
Yeah,
I've
but
been trying to
I
step over.
did mention it. The reason that you're doing it in this way is to differentiate correlation from causation.
No.
Yes.
Yes.
Mm,
Yes.
You can
100%.
say
I
no.
don't see. Okay, I don't see how. Maybe you could help me. Please explain.
Well, because when you physically manipulate something, you can do it at will.
Yes.
Whereas if you don't, then it could just be a correlation.
Okay. My question would be
Let me
the
give you an example.
the
Can I
facts.
give you an example?
Well,
Give you an
Jedi,
example.
I asked you first
The
in the
cock,
first place.
I know, the cock crows in the morning and the sun comes up. Therefore, the cock crowing is the cause of the sun coming up.
No, man. Okay. Would you mind just restating my question so I can make sure that I'm making sense, Jedi?
Yeah, I mean, well, okay, fine, Jedi can do it, but I can do it as well if you want.
Okay, fine.
Still fucking eating. Sorry, I've got a mouthful of stuff, guys. Please.
Okay,
That's
go
fine.
ahead.
So you're asking about we can't physically manipulate the planetary bodies was basically your premise, and because of that, what would be the physical difference between if these things are actually happening if we just wait versus if we physically manipulate them, right?
Yes.
Okay, so but I've already explained what the difference is. So
Because
I
it
don't
would
know
be
what
are you just saying because it'd be more expedient to be repeatable? Is that what you're saying?
Well, no, because it's actually proving something. Like when Jedi said about the cock crowing, and I'll give you another example, right? So, did you know that as ice cream sales increase, shark attacks also increase?
Okay, I'm aware of the correlation causation thing, but I'm not relying on that to
Right.
make any kind of case here.
Yeah, but the whole point is that I can't like you can take that and say, well, if we just wait for shark attacks, then the ice cream sales will increase. But that doesn't mean that one caused the other. This is the whole point,
Okay,
right?
but
Of
so
physically manipulating the variable to observe a change in the other variable. That's the whole point.
Like a light switch on a bulb, right? You and I go into a
yeah,
hotel
something
room.
is
We can hold
maybe
on, bro.
something's getting.
Hold on. This is real simple. You and I go into a hotel. We're in there for 3 months with no lights. We're just sitting on the bed, philosophizing about which switch goes to which bulb, right? And you infer this, and I affirm that consequence, and we say all these things, but nobody really has any firsthand primary knowledge. That's the word we use for science. It means knowledge. Until what starts happening? Until we start flipping switches, right? Then we can do away with all the theories and all that shit goes out the window because we have empirically observed a cause and effect relationship between science,
Okay.
between
Yes.
the lights on the bulb. Hold on, I'm not done. So with the two eclipses where we can see the star on the other side, you're saying that it's because of space time. I'm saying it's because of the heliosphere. How do we know which one's actually causing it if we can't
Okay.
actually manipulate it? Go ahead and answer that.
To put it into to put what I'm saying into your example of like the being in the room with the light switches, it would be like if, you know, we went around the room and flicked the light switches on and off, or if there was some timer affixed to the light switches that such that you could watch the switches go up and down and the lights go on and off accordingly. It's like if something is bound to happen naturally anyway, and the only the only relevant cash out would be drawing conclusions from the same observation that would occur anyway. What does it matter that the light switches are going on and off by themselves, or that you're walking around the room turning the light switches on and off?
Would you be willing
Yeah,
to
I
bet
mean,
your farm? I do
well,
the
it's a bit-
switches independently, and you only get observations. And would you be willing to bet your farm on that? Because I
I don't
would
think you
if I got to
understand.
flip. I don't
No,
think
no,
you
no.
understand. Let's put
I'm
your
asking
theory
you. I'm asking you what the distinction is.
well, yeah, I mean,
independently flipping the switch on and off in a pattern to where I can see the light flipping on and off in that exact same pattern while you got your hands tied behind your back. Would you be willing to bet the farm against my method versus your method?
Yeah, I don't
See,
see it.
this is
My point is that I don't see a practical difference between these two methods.
I do. You
Okay,
understand that
please.
within Larry's sorry, you understand that within Larry's description about the observation of a star on a solar eclipse, right? Now you say that's the bending and warping of space-time. The sun is bending and warping the light from behind it so we can see it. All Larry did was pointed out that there could be another cause, for example, the magnification of that light through the sun's heliosphere. Now, without
Sure.
varying and manipulating any of your presumed variables, what you're doing is you're just going to say it must be and only can be because of the thing that I've stated, completely disregarding any other presumed or possible cause.
Okay.
This
Confirmation
is
bias.
what
This is why I said I think we're getting hung up on.
I
Okay.
think this is why crypto pointed out correlation. Now, yes, these things seem to occur at exactly the same time, but without isolating a presumed cause and then testing your presumed cause to see if it has the effect. What you're doing is just begging the question and trying to formulate a formal logical fallacy. Right? If P then Q, Q therefore P. If P, I have eaten 10 hamburgers, then Q, I am full. Q, I am full, then P, I could only have eaten 10 hamburgers. You must understand that I could have eaten pizza or Chinese or anything else, which is why I'm going to go back to Larry's point about the heliosphere. Without varying manipulating your presumed cause, you're just making an assertion
Okay.
based on your religious belief.
Okay.
Or his.
We're taking we're splitting hair. So I'm not driving a point on like how well designed this particular experiment is. I'm driving home a point on the importance of the direct.
Not an
Stop. The
Not an
direct
experiment.
manipulation. Okay.
Is it? Is this an experiment or is this just an observation where somebody declares something is happening and only this thing that he presumes the cause can be is causing that to happen? Completely disregarding anything else that could cause this phenomena. Yes or no? No word salad now, mate. Yes or no?
I don't think I'm making a very good case. Or well,
No.
I don't think that I don't think. Here's the thing: we're driving down two different lanes. I'm trying to avoid the lane you're going down because that's not the distinction that I'm trying to draw.
Maybe
Because
I
you're
can
talking about you're talking
lane.
about you're splitting hairs with like the how well designed you think this particular experiment is, and I'm not trying to do that.
You're talking
It's
about
not an experiment. It's just an observation of the phenomena. Right?
Yes.
Einstein. That's what we're talking about. We're just observing something. Now, Einstein, not you, even though you're defending this, Einstein is just asserting his idea that this is the cause of what he observes. No experiment here. Is there an experiment? Is he very manipulating anything? Or are we just going to wait until next year until we have another solar eclipse where he's just going to say the exact same fucking thing? It could be something else causing the phenomena, correct? It could be. But without very manipulating anything, no one knows anything.
No, but the act of manipulation. So what I'm calling into question is the act of manipulation as being like the critical distinction between doing science and not doing science. Because even if you are the one doing the direct manipulation, you still can't get out of, well, it could have some other unforeseen explanation.
What's a null hypothesis?
What's the control variable?
I'm
Why is
not
the
talking about. I'm not
variable the
talking
only
about a
one
specific
that's?
experiment.
Hold on, bro.
I'm talking about
Why is?
experiments in
Hold
general.
on. Hold on a second, bro. Why is it that the independent variable is the only one that's manipulated independently from all the other variables? Why is that?
Because you're testing the variance deliberately.
Right.
Not variance.
The variable.
Yes,
Go
the
ahead.
variable,
Go ahead,
the
Bob.
variance. Yes. Okay.
No, that's not what, bro. That's not what variance means. But yeah, you're testing the effect.
I thought he said variable. I'm sorry.
Correct.
No, that's fine.
So what I'm saying is, even in this scenario where everyone in the room would presumably agree that we're doing science by isolating a variable, there are unknown unknowns out there that would still could still provide some alternate explanation that we would have no knowledge of.
Of course,
Just
that's
like
why
in the
science
case.
is never settled, right?
There,
Yeah,
there
it's
you
perfectly
go. There you
fine
go.
for you.
Yes.
Listen. It's perfectly fine for you to say heat is not the only cause, right? I'm not claiming heat is
Great.
the only cause. It's
Hallelujah.
over. It could be that heat and pressure cause water to
So,
boil.
and what I'm saying is, this issue is not ameliorated just because you have a first-person observer in quote control of this and that variable. That's not
That's why
ameliorated
you
by that.
pass it down the line to another person and say, "Prove me wrong."
But you know,
Okay,
can I just?
that
Can
could
I
that
just
could
want
be
to? I need to
done.
expand on
That
it. I
could be
really need
done.
to expand on this. I really need to expand on this because at the moment you're kind of taking two different problems and smashing them together, right? So we've got the problem of like what causes water to boil, right? Well, the answer is you can do that in a few different ways, right? One of them is temperature. Jedi, you're hot miking, by the way.
Sorry about
Another one is pressure, and there are cause and effect relationships for both of those, right?
Sure.
So that's different to physically manipulating an independent variable to observe a change in the dependent variable. You understand how these aren't the same. So we can't talk about these at the same time without getting them muddled. Now going back to the original where we're talking about
Wait, I'm sorry.
physically
Please repeat that because I don't think I could retell that in good faith. Could you repeat that, please?
Okay. So when you're talking about a single effect that can be caused by two different causes, i.e., water boiling or off
Mhm.
gassing or however you want, right? That can be caused by pressure. It can also be caused by temperature, and it can also be caused by both at the same time, right?
Mhm.
That is a different concept to the idea that you have to physically manipulate an independent variable and then observe a change in the dependent variable. So you can't talk about these at the same time. You understand that?
It's an additional question which could formulate a different hypothesis or a new hypothesis based on the old test.
Yes,
That's
but
why it's an independent variable. That's why it's
yes.
independent.
Okay, but none of this necessarily is solved by having a first-person locus of control of the experiment.
The reason you have a physical manipulation is to avoid the correlation equals causation problem.
How is
That is
that
the
done?
reason.
How is that done?
I just well, because if you don't physically manipulate it, it could be correlated with something else that you're not aware of.
Wait, but even if it's physically manipulated, it could be altered by something that is just unknown to the experimenter.
That's fine.
Okay,
appeal
that's
to
fine. Is what?
be-
Okay. You saying
it'll
that's
be
fine is all I'm trying to get across.
No, it's not necessarily true. So if you just wait for something to happen, then it could be that at that time of day or at that position or at that whatever it is you're looking at correlates with 2, 3, 4 different things, and any of those things could be causing any of those other things. You understand that, right? So, for instance, in the shark attack ice cream scenario, it's summertime, right? And the hot weather is causing people to swim at the
Yes.
beach more and
Yes,
to buy more ice cream, right?
Yes.
So
Yes. I get it. Yes.
Yeah, I know you get this, but I don't know how you're not applying this.
My main bone of contention is that the experimental blind spots that exist, or what should I say, the epistemological blind spots that exist with any experiment, be it from a first-person experimenter or just from an observation, they are subject to the same kind of uncertainty. Just the mere fact that you have an experimenter sitting there with a Bunsen burner heating up the water himself doesn't exclude alternative explanations for anything. And when I said that, you guys said that's fine. And I said, yeah, there's a horizon of certainty with any kind of like scientific postulation. When it happens to be the case that you're talking about very big astral bodies that we can't have first person control over, it doesn't mean that observations of those bodies are totally worthless.
Look, listen,
But they're
Edward
not
Snowden.
experiments, and you're not physically manipulating them. That's a
irrelevant.
big issue.
That
it's
is
not
irrelevant.
irrelevant.
No, that's the
It's not.
definition of
Just because you
pseudoscience.
say it's irrelevant doesn't actually make it irrelevant.
This guy's a cosmologist or an astronomer or something. He's fighting way too hard to call himself a scientist right now.
I am not. I have never once called myself
You
that.
are. You are. You're trying to
You're fighting
defend
way too
this.
hard.
Oh, I'm fighting too hard. Okay. Okay.
As in not too
Think
hard,
about
as in it's
I'll fight less hard next time. How about
No,
that?
fight hard
You don't
for your
understand.
debate. Go ahead, Jonah.
You understand, my friend, that this conversation started off because of Einstein's proof of gravity. You'll understand there's no science here, just an observation and a declaration. No science, no physical.
I can't.
So this is the
Okay, that's fine.
problem.
I'm not an expert in whatever the fuck Einstein says. I'm not. I can't speak to that.
The problem with any of these quote unquote sciences, like astrophysics, for example, or anything where you don't actually do an experiment, by definition, pseudoscience. So
So you do drive your car to work, right? You need to go to work just like most
no.
people.
Actually, no. I mean, yes, I need to work.
Okay, so let's pretend you have a car, right? And you take it to that first mechanic, and he says, "I have a theory. It's the starter. That'll be $500."
Oh, bro, you already did this.
Like,
Okay,
no,
yes.
seriously. I want you to think about it logically. You got to go to work. You got a family to feed. Like, he didn't manipulate anything.
You're talking about a utilitarian cash out.
Right. He just made a baseless
that's a separate.
assertion.
Yeah,
No, it's not. It's not separate because we're talking about one guy who's doing cause and effect by manipulating the independent variable by changing that starter fuse. He's proven there's a cause and effect relationship between the truck not starting, while the other guy didn't do anything but blow hot air out of face, and he's still wanting to charge you the same amount. Which one is the actual mechanic? It's real simple, bro.
Yeah, and I think from a more practical perspective as well, the reason that you like to physically manipulate the independent variable is because in your example, you're kind of loading it so that the thing that you think is happening either way. But that's actually the whole purpose of the test is to figure out what you think is causing the effect actually is. And so the only way you can do that is to control some variables and then have, say, like an independent and a dependent variable. And then say in the in the mechanic example, or even in my example earlier, you can say, well, actually, so it turns out that sharks, when I removed sharks from the beach, that ice cream sales didn't go down, right? So you can go, okay, cool. So sharks weren't causing the ice cream sales. We can bring the sharks back in. Maybe the ice cream sales were causing the shark attacks. Okay, we'll remove ice cream from the beach. Oh,
Yes.
there was still just as many shark attacks. Okay, but this is the thing: is you can start actually looking at the variables independently and say, well, this one causes this and this one doesn't cause this. This is a correlation. You can't do that with the sky.
Let me explain why it's good. Let's say a third mechanic, third truck. He replaces the tires, the transmission, the
back to the
starter.
truck.
Yeah, back to the truck. He
I don't think
replaces
this is.
like hold on, bro, I'm in the middle of talking. Yeah, it's not all about you, bro. Maybe it's for the rest of the audience.
Okay,
So
enjoy, audience.
let's say the third mechanic replaces like 5 things and charges you like $10,000. And you can't have your truck back until you pay the 500, or the whatever 10,000, right? One guy did it right. He proved that it was the fuse, while the other ones were flipping morons, terrible mechanics, and I would call them pseudo mechanics. The one guy ripped you off because he didn't do any work. The one guy did the work and actually proved something by manipulating the one variable that was the cause of the truck not starting. And then the third one just manipulated a whole bunch of stupid variables and ripped you off. So there's two fraudulent guys, and in my example here, these are the pseudoscientists. Thanks.
Within the strict parameters of the experiment that's set up, you're going to have one of two outcomes occur. Either A will cause B or A won't cause B. And when that's repeated by other experimenters, you will always get that result without exception. Without exception. But this can eventually, subsequently, lead to more questions which may help you identify other variables which were not previously accounted for, thus forming a new experiment to form new knowledge which is built upon the previous tests.
And you can't do any of that if you just take a correlation and just run with it. Like the whole point is that you're trying to really drill down to the cause, the independent cause and effect relationships.
And all of this is based upon the presupposition that the Earth is a spinning ball in the vacuum of space.
Yeah.
Every
Let's
single
use
thing.
simple now.
Well, no,
Let's use
that
now.
doesn't. That
Let's
actually
use
doesn't
now
have to be
simple.
true.
Let's not go so deep and use simple geometry. Sorry, Jedi.
No, I do apologise, mate, but you had a contention with me pointing out that this is all based upon the assertion that the Earth is a spinning ball in the vacuum of space. You'll notice that within Einstein's equations, he's got a little letter called r, radius of the Earth. Is there any direct measurement of that to prove to me and everybody else that this isn't working on the begging the question fallacy that the Earth is a ball spinning in the vacuum of space? What's your contention with that now?
Just that it seems like observations of astral bodies. Astral bodies could be what they could be, and the Earth could be flat or round. Seems to me. How is it?
Yeah.
How is? Couldn't that just? Couldn't that be? Sorry, what?
It's not proof either way, then, is it? He just said could be flat,
Right.
could be a ball, so not proof either way. So the assertion is the Earth is a ball. Then.
Okay.
So, working
I
on the
don't see that.
premise.
Wait. How is observation of an eclipse, say, any kind of assertion about the state of the Earth?
Lunar eclipse. That's the Earth's shadow on the moon.
Yes,
ball
I mean,
in the
yes,
vacuum of
obviously,
space.
yes, I think so. But couldn't that just be? I mean,
Something else?
couldn't the moon just be orbiting a flat Earth?
Yes, it could. So this is
Okay.
what I pointed out. Einstein, radius of Earth, all working on the begging the question fallacy that the Earth is a ball spinning in the vacuum of space. Is there any proof of R, radius of the Earth?
I'm sure none that you would accept, but yes, I get what you're saying.
Oh, brilliant! So I love that. None that we would accept. How about
Sure.
you try and give it, and we'll see if we either A, just hand wave it away, or B, display how it's proof of nothing. Give it.
Sure.
After all that talking we just did about empiricism, like you don't think if you showed us some empirical evidence that we would just, baseless assert and affirm the consequence the shit out of it till it goes away?
Let me see. I remember watching a video about I mean, you guys probably know about this, but the man who was holding the flashlight between the two boards with the holes cut in them. I'm sure you're familiar with this. You are, right?
Jedi?
Do you know what I'm talking about or no?
Jedi?
Say again?
Jedi?
There was that Netflix thing, which I didn't watch the whole thing, but I just watched the clip of this
Oh
experiment.
yeah.
Okay, so you're
the
familiar with that.
Jeranism thing. Well, sort of.
What is that? What's that word you keep saying?
Yeah, so Jeranism is the channel name of one of the guys that was there.
Jeranism? Okay.
Yeah.
So
Jaren Campanella.
Did that guy? Is he still a believer, or did he go ball on you?
Yeah, I mean, you've obviously been sold a pack of lies about what actually happened. So they had an issue with the, I think they were going to be using a laser, and then the laser was part of the test that they were doing. The laser ended up malfunctioning. Can't remember exactly what happened. They ended up using some sort of flashlight or something, and then they all agreed that it was inconclusive, and that was the end of the test.
Yes, I'm sure they did. Yes.
Well, yeah, but that
I mean,
includes Globers, dude.
Do you want to see? Do you want to see another
So,
example?
so the Globers,
Another-
why would the Globers admit that it was inconclusive?
Oh, the Globers. I
Yeah,
thought you wait. I thought you meant the guys running the experiment who were all flat Earth guys.
Yeah, they were Globers and
Everybody
flat
did.
Earthers as well.
Yeah, everybody did. The reason why they
Everybody
did because
agreed.
it was
Yeah,
honest. That's why.
yeah.
That was the
Everybody
honest
agreed it
decision.
was.
Inconclusive.
This
Yeah,
guy's
Everybody
is
agreed.
just getting he's getting his
Oh
information
man.
from the TikTok's university, YouTube's university. He's getting it from there, and he's like having a laugh. But he doesn't have on all
when
the
the
facts on the
when it
Did
the
you see any?
situation.
when
Did
press
you
when press
It leads
for
did
to
you
some
see?
kind of
okay.
university, right? I mean, you're getting
Did
your
you see any
education
other?
from some kind of
Did you
university.
see any other example?
Yeah, I mean, I saw a guy who had a camera on a boom, and he put the camera right on the water level, and then he raised the camera up like so many feet, and you could see the trees go up and down, blah blah blah, which wouldn't happen on a flat plane.
Okay. Did you see? Did you see
Oh,
that with two oil? Did you see that with two oil rigs?
Oh, the what is that called? You guys have a name for that? I forget what it's called.
Yeah.
No, it's not a one-dimensional plane. That would
Yeah.
happen.
Do you know how I call that? I call that I see 10 miles distance.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I like the way that you said that this wouldn't happen on the flat plane, being as you what?
On a
You're just gonna
one-dimensional plane.
assume.
No. So when he
No,
says
not
that
you, not
it
you,
can't go
Like,
up and
not
down.
you,
Oh,
not
I
you.
see.
Shush.
sorry, what?
So I
I was
like
the
the
last
way that
to
the
speak
gentleman
on the topic.
you.
Yes, you have to be.
Can I hear Jedi finish? Is that possible?
So I like the way that you said this wouldn't happen on a flat plane. So just hand wave it away without any demonstration of any other knowledge. We can demonstrate to you that on a known flat surface, things will start to disappear from the bottom up. But you won't look at that, will you? So how honest are you going to be? How long have you been in this discussion, my friend? Not just today, but
I
you
don't
know,
know.
with regards to Earth.
I popped in
How
and
long you
out
been
of
around?
the what is it called? Earth Awakenings. Do you know that server?
Yeah.
Okay. Um,
So
I guess so. Let me ask you this: what would have to be demonstrated before you were like, oh shit, it is a ball? Like,
a
where do
direct
I have to go?
measurement. I'll show you a direct measurement of the surface of the Earth where you have drop over distance directly.
So, like a laser cast over a wide level part of the Earth, or something like that.
Over a distance of water if you want, yeah. Being as many laser tests have been done where we hit the target at distance between 10 and 25 miles, being as we observe with our own eyes the object in question and then hit it with a laser, then what say you to that? Are you going to give me a laser test that doesn't purport to the surface of the Earth, or are you just going to claim refraction? Removing
Claim
all of your
refraction, no.
direct measurements.
So no, it's more of just a question of like what would be necessary to settle it to you. So like if I had a test that shot a laser across a wide level part of the Earth, and shooting it level, it did not hit the target on the other end because you'd have to compensate for the drop of the Earth. That would be proof enough for you guys.
Yeah.
Get there, yeah. But being
It
as
would
we
get there.
understand it, we're now talking about what is called a military applicable technology. Technology that the military uses with regards to laser sight technology targeting systems. 3 pieces of equipment are primarily used apart from GPS, however you think fucking GPS works. But 3 pieces of technology are used for targeting shit. Observation with infrared camera, radar ping, that's twice across the surface of the Earth, and then a dual or tri-band laser to actually target the target and then blow it up. So 3 pieces of equipment which rely on a direct line of sight. If the surface of the Earth was curved, then these pieces of technology would be rendered useless.
So with the periscope, right? It doesn't shoot out very far from the surface of the water. but they can see things really far away. And I got firsthand experience. I went to the ocean. See, the thing about you globers is you have to go halfway to the moon to see the globe. But all I have to do is go to an ocean. Anybody can go to the ocean. I mean, it's not that hard. You just go to the ocean, you make some observations, and you can see that you can see too far, given the math that they were, giving us back in 2018, 2019, before they changed the goalpost and started saying refraction.
Well, he also brought up the laser example, and he's forgetting that this laser test has been conducted in many places all around the world, all across the world, and it's already demonstrated, and the curvature has been falsified. So the laser that you're trying to bring to prove the globe, those lasers already prove it's not a globe in many examples.
Okay, so but a laser. So let's say that you're conducting the experiment. It's your laser, and you hit the target while compensating for Earth's curve. Then that would be proof enough for you. Is that right? Because right now we're working on secondhand accounts of these experiments being done.
No, not
Is that right?
secondhand. You can go to the ocean. You, like whoever you are.
Did you not hear what I just? Okay, did you not hear what I just asked?
You said you relying on secondhand accounts. That's what you said, right?
Okay, what I'm saying is
we're relying on
a critical.
second-hand account. That's what he said.
All of us are at this
No,
specific
I'm not.
moment are relying on secondhand accounts because we're talking about like
No.
laser tests that we have not ourselves conducted. Unless anyone here
No,
has.
we did. What are you saying?
So
Okay,
the laser
so
method
you
is just
have-
one method. I haven't done it with the laser, but I've
Okay.
done it with my naked eyeballs.
Okay, who here has done any kind of like laser experiment with respect to curvature?
You think you need the laser?
Hold on. No, when I asked if that would be enough for you, you said yes.
For goodness sake.
It must be laser, or it could be another.
Okay, this is not a trap or an I gotcha. I'm just asking what would qualify for you guys.
We know it's just another tool to measure curvature, right? You could just use the light coming from a building. Some people use like lasers, flashlights, mirrors. There's many different ways to skin a cat, right?
If I flash the light, during the night, and if there is a drop of 66 foot on 10 miles, you will see that light.
Okay, I'm asking. It's a real simple question, guys. Has anyone here ever done their own?
I'm asking you a simple question. If I have a light and shooting on 10 miles, but it's covered 66 foot, can I see that light?
Bro, I don't know what we're talking about.
You're not coherent, dude.
Curvature.
You don't understand what he's saying. Say it
No,
properly.
he spoke plainly. If I
real
have
simple,
a light, right, and there's 66 feet of curvature at 10 miles, which
Is he
that's the
saying from
formula
point
that we
A
were
to
given.
point B?
Yeah.
Is he
Would
saying
you
from
be?
point A to point B, he's trying to
Would you be
laser
able
and there's a drop of 66 feet? Then no, you
Okay,
won't be able to
let's
see
just
that.
assume.
If the
Okay, let's just
curvature will be
assume.
that much.
Okay, so then what you should have said is that there is no laser experiment that would be satisfying, which is
If
fine.
I have a
Fine
photo,
answer.
No, that's not what we said, bro.
Okay.
If I have a photo camera and I want to zoom the light, the lamp on the street on one island, and if I get that shot, how is that possible?
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not talking about. By the way, I'm not talking about any specific experiment. Okay, just so we're clear. I'm just talking about like what would qualify for you guys. So
I'm telling you now. I'm telling you now.
Iron, the lasers has been done already. It has been done already. It's been done. It's been done already. Do you get that? It's been done already.
Okay. Has it been done by anyone in this room?
Looked into the lasers. Have you been looking into the laser test? Have you looked into the laser test? Yes or no? Have you?
No, I have not.
So you're speaking from ignorance.
We'll explore it together.
You're speaking from ignorance.
I'm not even saying. Hold on. I'm not even saying that the laser tests are wrong. I'm asking a question of like your guys' burden of proof,
So
which is
go
fine.
ahead and
Have
look
whatever
at the
burden you
lasers
want.
and then come back. Go ahead and look at the lasers and come.
Okay, great. I'll have a look at the. But what I'm asking is, has anyone in this room done firsthand a laser experiment with curvature?
I haven't. No.
Okay, that's fine. And
No.
that's not a gotcha. That's fine.
We know that.
Okay.
No.
Great.
Okay.
Right. So,
So
very
so
quick, my friend. Oh,
So?
sorry. Go on. You have
Okay.
a question. Carry on.
Okay. So, is there like what first-hand experimental test? Because you guys are all about first-hand. Have you guys conducted that convinced you that the Earth is flat?
Long
Can
distance
I?
observation, celestial navigation.
Sorry, what's
What
your
navigation?
induction rule? Sorry, hold on. What's your induction rule?
It's Karl Popper's induction rule. If you just look up Karl Popper, the problem with induction, or induction versus deduction, or adduction. So yeah, you just look that up, and basically, I got to point this out, right? You're asking, what is our burden of proof? We're not the one claiming it's curving, right? Our base axiom is it's flat. So we don't believe that it's
That's
flat.
fine.
We all experience a flat, stationary, planish Earth, right? So it's not a perfect 2D plane, like a piece of paper. It's not a pizza floating in space. We're just
Hold
saying
on, but
when we
that's
went outside, hold on. When we went outside and made observations, we're not observing any curvature. So it's like this. If you claim that all swans are white, and we say we have one black swan right here, right? You can show me 100 million more white swans. It doesn't help you at all. So now that we've debunked the curvature, I don't know what you could do to prove to us that the Earth is the globe. Because for those of us who went outside and made these observations, we can't unsee what we saw that day.
okay. So
Like it was
just
life changing for all of us to go,
just
what the fuck? Where's the curve?
yeah. Okay.
I mean,
So just your first person experience of just day to day walking around land.
So,
No, bro.
long
Going to the
distance
beach, not day
observation,
to day.
long distance
yeah, you walk to the
observation,
beach and you
and
shower and you
practical use
believe
of
it.
the surface of the Earth with regards to celestial navigation.
Celestial
Do you want to talk
navigation?
about that? Yeah.
Okay. Well, okay. So
So,
I actually have a question about this.
understand what a
So
triangle is.
in there's like different accounts of like what the flat Earth model is, right? Because there's different ways it could be construed. So like the Polaris is a North Star, which in the round Earth model would be if you're in the northern hemisphere, if you want to go north, you point towards Polaris. If you're in the southern hemisphere, you go off the Southern Cross, which you don't point to the Southern Cross, but you point like kind of like to the right hand side of the Southern Cross. I'm not exactly sure how, but the skies are different. The skies are different in the southern hemisphere from the northern hemisphere. What's the flat Earth construal of how that's possible?
Well, you have different lights in the northern hemisphere to the ones in the southern hemisphere. When you're standing underneath the lights in the northern hemisphere, you see those ones, but the one in the south are too far away for you to see. Then, as you continue to go south, those stars in the night sky in the south start to rise above the horizon, and then you see those ones. But the ones that you left behind, for example, the North Star, when you cross the equator, because of the laws of perspective, it descends beyond the horizon. You can't fucking see it anymore.
Yeah, this whole the way that you guys think perspective works, it doesn't make any sense to me. About how
Sorry,
like
hold on. Very simply, have you ever been walking down a street at night and you've noticed the street lights above your head and the ones in the distance? You
Yeah,
notice
because
the
the
ones
street light is
above your head
directional, my guy. It's emitting
my
light
goodness,
directionally in a straight line, and a star doesn't do that.
my
Try not to
goodness me.
interrupt,
I'm
please.
just pointing out perspective to you because this guy thinks that we don't understand perspective. So sit down and shut up.
you're talking
You
about
understand the
how
trees, my friend? You understand that when you
No,
go
I
outside,
get the stupid
trees,
idea that you said, but it's just that light is not directional, especially in the case of a star.
brilliant.
right
So
and
you
and
understand
like
that
the sun and the
my
moon.
goodness me.
Meaning that
My,
like
my
these are not like straight lines.
Brilliant. So I'm just explaining perspective to you and how things appear to descend downwards towards the horizon. Though they haven't changed our altitude above the surface, they would appear to descend downwards towards the horizon. The street might be really long and you can't see the fucking end of it. So you're trying to say that we don't understand perspective where things above your eye line with distance appear to descend towards to the horizon. This is how
Yeah, but that's
latitude lines were made. Because of the angle to Polaris. You understand what an angle is, right?
sure. What I'm
Or
What I'm
so
saying
two
is,
straight lines measured at one vertices. Do you understand what an elevation angle is?
sure, sure.
Awesome stuff.
I don't think
I'm going to ask you this
perspective.
I'm going to ask you this question. Can
Okay.
you measure an angle if one of those lines is curved?
Yeah. Why can't you?
Because if I got a protractor, and this was in 5th grade at fucking school, and within my geometry test, I measure lots of angles, you know, isosceles, right angle triangles, and I measure those angles. And then the last one has got a bent line, and I put a protractor on it. I can't measure that angle, can I? What's a triangle?
Why can't you?
Define a triangle to me.
Hold on. You're talking about like a curved line intersecting a straight line?
Yes.
That angle can be measured. What do you mean it
No,
can't
it
be
can't.
measured?
I know.
Sorry,
How do
can
we
you
ever play
can you
billiards
have,
if we can't figure out
can you
angles
have,
on curved balls? How did we ever play billiards, man? Damn.
can you have 90 degrees if one of those lines is curved?
Yes, you can.
No, you can't. Define a triangle to me. Define a triangle to me.
Wait, why am I defining a triangle? That's a different. I mean,
Because you're turning
it's a
around to me and
three-sided shape whose interior angles measure 180 degrees.
So is it
Awesome.
impossible to play pool
Hold
at a
on.
bar then with pool balls and?
My goodness me. Interior angles measure when added together reach 180 degrees. So within the triangle, if I was to curve one of those lines, would you be able to measure two angles now?
Okay, you're talking about curving in 3D space. I thought you were talking about just a curved line and a straight line, which of course the angle can be measured there. Wouldn't you agree?
I can't. So a triangle, basis of celestial navigation, a right angle triangle. One, you can't have a 90 degree angle on a curved surface, and two, you can't measure an angle if one of those lines is curved. If you've got a curved line within your triangle, it's no longer a triangle anymore, is it?
Well, no, because the interior angles would not equal 180 degrees.
You can't even measure the interior angles because your bent line has rendered the ability of measuring those angles impossible. You do understand that celestial navigation works on the premise of a right angle triangle, right? This is how you get your latitude lines, which is why we were talking about Polaris. For example, if you're underneath Polaris, you'll understand that it's a straight vertical line down from Polaris where it reaches the surface of the Earth, and that's 90 degrees. As you move south, you will notice that the angle of Polaris descends towards the horizon. You get halfway between the distance of the North Pole and the equator, and that's 45 degrees. You get to the equator, for example, and that's 0 degrees because you can't see the fucking star anymore. But this is an angle measurement, an elevation angle measurement. If the surface of the Earth was curved, one, you wouldn't be able to have 90 degrees, and two, you wouldn't be able to measure an elevation angle up to it at any point, no matter how far away you went from it. You can't measure angles off of curved lines. So,
I still don't understand.
observation.
I still don't
my
understand
friend,
the issue here. Sorry, I don't understand the issue here
if the
because like
Earth was a
this could work. This could work. Like you could have Polaris and measure the angle to Polaris on a flat Earth or a curved Earth.
No, you couldn't, because the curvature of your horizontal line would render the ability for you to measure a 90-degree angle from that star at its geographical position to you with the sextant, the angle measuring device, to measure your elevation angle up to it at a distance of over 4,000 miles. The 4,000-mile horizontal baseline between the GP of the star at 90 degrees and you with the angle measuring device is a horizontal line and is necessary to be so for you to use a right angle triangle when navigating around the Earth. Observation,
But
direct
wouldn't the only
measurement.
variance be wouldn't the only variance be the apparent, like, for lack of a better word, altitude of the North Star above the horizon?
Yeah, that's the angle that we're measuring.
So why can't this be measured?
On a
Even if you
curved
were to
surface.
suppose, yeah, even if you were to suppose that the globe is curved, I don't understand what can't be done here.
Because between you and the ground position of a star is a horizontal line. So at all times, when you measure the elevation angle up to that star, you must understand there is a 90-degree angle GP position vertical line down on the surface of the Earth at that star's location. Between that geographical point and you must be a horizontal line for you to then measure an elevation angle up to it, creating a triangle. triangles. The basis for celestial navigation require the Earth to be a flat, horizontal baseline. Between you with your sextant and the GP position is a distance of 4,000 miles. The GP position is beyond the horizon. In this case of Polaris, we're measuring elevation angles up to it and getting your latitude lines. Observation.
There's something I'm not understanding about, like why measuring the angle of the star would be impossible just because there's a curved horizon, because it's
Not a
the
curved
critical.
horizon.
That's not what he's saying.
Okay.
Idiot. Not a curved horizon. Between you and the GP of a star. Straight horizontal line between you and the GP of the star. 4,000 mile distance. Requirement of a straight horizontal line. If the surface of the Earth was curved, you wouldn't be able to, 1, have a 90-degree angle underneath that star because you've got a curved line, and 2, you wouldn't be able to measure an elevation angle up to it because you've got a curved line. The interior angles, when measured and added together, would not reach 180 degrees because 2 of your vertices have been bastardized by your not horizontal line. It is impossible to measure an elevation angle and have a 90-degree angle on a curved line. Impossible.
But I think the curvature of in this case the sea, so the sea would be curving away. So say you're in a boat and you're in the ocean and you're looking up at the North Star, and the ocean on a curved Earth would curve away from you as an observer, but the star would still be suspended high in the sky. So what you need to do is shoot up to the sky to look directly at the North Star, and then the other end of the angle would be your perspective to the horizon. Is that right? So that's 2 vertices of the triangle. Is that correct?
No. Do you remember where I said GP of
Okay.
a star? What's that? What's the GP of a
I was
star?
going to ask what GP, what you're referring to. GP. What is GP?
Ground position, geographical position on the surface of the Earth. So straight vertical line down from Polaris to where it reaches the Earth.
Okay, but you understand
position. That
hold on,
angle
do you
is
understand it
90
doesn't
degrees.
actually have a geographical position on the Earth? Like it's just
Yes,
it
does.
is a matter of perspective. No. It
does.
It's very, very far away. The star is very far.
4,000 miles away. Yes, it does have a GP, geographical position on the Earth.
Did you say 4,000 miles away?
Yes.
No, I'm talking about the actual star. I'm talking about the star.
I'm not talking about
Almost
the
every
star.
star.
I'm talking about its ground position of 90 degrees underneath that star. So you can
Where it
play
is
a
on the ground.
horizontal baseline and then measure your elevation angle up to it, creating a right
Zenith.
angle triangle. My goodness me, we've gone through the scientific method and now we're just fucking talking about triangles.
It's like the zenith,
think
like the sun.
look, so it's from your location to the GP to the North Polaris, the triangle.
I think like where the confusion might be coming up is the fact that you can just measure the angle by assuming the angles on flat ground. Like it doesn't have to be physically on flat ground. You can just assume
Correct.
that
Yeah,
it's flat.
it's a perspective thing. Like obviously the
Yeah.
star does not have a relation to the ground.
That's your question.
Yeah. So you would just assume it's on it's measuring through the curvature of the Earth. You wouldn't actually physically put it on top of it.
No, sorry. Have you ever done celestial navigation?
I don't think I have, no.
I have,
Awesome.
sure.
Do you know what a 90 degree? Sorry, do you know what a 90-degree triangle is, young lady?
Yeah, it's a right triangle, yeah.
Awesome stuff. So if you were to have a curved line within this triangle, would you be able to, 1, measure 90 degrees, and 2, would you be able to measure another angle along that horizontal line where it met at 2 vertices?
But do you understand that what you're asking for
No,
is
I'm
not
talking
relevant
to you.
to
Shush.
Right.
Lady.
Right. But see, you would just assume.
Yes or no question.
Huh?
It's a yes or no question. Can you, if you have one curved line within your triangle, have 2 measurable angles?
No. Well, yes, but
Thank you.
that
Yes.
it
Show
really
me
gets
the-
into.
Somebody else talk to him.
You can measure the angle, but it gets into like different kinds of geometry and stuff I don't know about, like stuff I don't understand in terms of math,
Undefinable.
but you can.
Cannot measure it.
I mean, you can measure it. You can measure the area of a triangle.
My friend, do you know what a
Yeah.
protractor is? Do you know what a protractor is?
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. So if I was to put a protractor down on a 90-degree angle, you'd be able to measure that 90-degree angle because the two lines were straight. If I was to
When you
curve one of, fuck me. If I was to curve one of those lines and you put a protractor down on it, would you be able to measure the angle?
No, but generally you would use a
Thank you.
sextant, right?
Which is a glorified protractor, an angle measuring device.
Right.
Measures angles, doesn't it?
Yeah, but it's curved.
No, it's not.
Kind of is.
What, like a protractor's curved? You understand that the definition of a sextant, like the 16th of a circle?
Yeah.
Right? Awesome stuff. So two lines that meet at the sextant, both of them are required to be flat, straight lines, right?
Right. Yeah.
Up to the star and along the surface of the Earth to the geographical position of that star, which when that geographical position, which is directly underneath the star, is 90 degrees, you'll understand that you, with your angle measuring device, are creating the right angle triangle.
So like I just don't understand why it would make a difference. Like if you
If the surface of the Earth was curved, you wouldn't have 90 degrees underneath that star and you wouldn't be able to measure an elevation angle up to it because you would no longer have a triangle between the 3 points, you, the star, and the GP of the star.
But you're calculating it on the assumed nature that you are on a flat surface, not that you are, but you're using the triangle as like a guide. It's not like it has to be flat, you know?
It does.
You know what I mean?
It does. It is required. It is required to be a horizontal flat baseline. Would you like me to also go and get the citations for this as well and educate you on something that you don't know, young lady?
Yes.
Awesome. Give me 10 minutes. I'll go and do that for you. Fucking hell, it's like a triangle.
Yeah.
The thing is, it's like, does celestial navigation work?
Can you unmute the other guy?
Yes.
Please.
If it works, then I mean, if it didn't work, right, then we wouldn't use it. But the fact that it works kind of suggests that we are on a horizontal plane to make these basically.
Wait, but it could work. Like even if you just assume like you're coding this in a video game and you have a globe Earth over here and a flat Earth over here, pointing your boat towards the North Star, measuring its altitude. There's probably a more technical term for that, but its height above the horizon, and its perceived location over a geographical position versus its actual position, is that distinction is irrelevant because all you're looking for is the perception of north, because you could point your boat to what is perceived as north.
Bro, do you know what is north? Celestin, you know what?
I mean,
how do you know
what kind of question is that?
How do you know where north is without a compass?
The North Star.
The North Star is a good proxy.
Why?
Because it stays in the same position
in
the northern hemisphere.
That is celestial north. That is not just north. There's multiple norths. There is celestial north, geographical north.
We know. Yes,
there is geomagnetic north, right?
Yes,
Electromagnetic
thank you.
north.
Yes.
So check
you're muted for interrupting me.
Check the text chat at 51 past the hour. This is so Sasha posted this. It literally shows how you would use a sextant on a flat surface or on a round surface. Sorry. This is literally what it is right here. Why did you mute him?
Sorry, just going to educate you. You understand within
He
a
has
sextant,
diarrhea of the mouth.
Sorry, Josh. You understand on the sextant, you've got a horizon mirror. What does the horizon mirror do?
I'm sorry, horizon what?
Mirror.
Horizon mirror?
Yeah, what does that do?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure what that is.
It's where you look at the horizon in this image that Sasha's posted. You understand that that flat horizontal baseline is going through the curvature of the Earth. The horizon mirror looks at the horizon, and then you'll take a calculation, your dip correction or altitude correction, which will mathematically take you down to the surface of the Earth, drawing a straight line between you with your angle measuring device, the sextant, and the ground position of that star. Right? Now read what it says underneath.
Oh, which one? The one that Sasha posted? I'm sorry. What am I? Am I reading the thing that Sasha posted? I'm sorry.
I'll tell you what. The one at the bottom that Jenna's posted. Read that one.
Oh, okay. What?
Can't have 90 degrees on a curved surface.
What
You
is
can't
the?
measure an angle if one of those lines is curved. If the surface of the Earth was curved, you wouldn't have two angles within your triangle, rendering the sextant fucking useless.
I'm confused. A and B are parallel according to Glover's. I don't understand that. A and B are not parallel. They're not parallel at all.
I don't know why I advocated for you at all. You're an idiot.
I'm sorry, what?
And also, my pictures is not going only like that. There is another picture is going after that picture.
Yeah, I see it. I see it. Okay. Yep.
That I didn't post that it's proving measuring of the curvatures. That is connected. How is not possible to measure.
I'm sorry,
to
but
understand it.
what you posted at
I posted to
let's
you
see.
that you can see that, you know. That means that
Yeah,
you need to watch through the water to reach that triangle. That's how you will get that observation.
yeah. What you posted at 41 past the hour, figure 2, the angle measured, I
Yeah.
posted as well. With the sextant,
Yeah.
in reality, one
Yeah.
part of the right
Yeah.
triangle
Yeah.
is formed by you,
How,
and the celestial
how,
body and its geographical position. Yeah.
yeah. How you will get that line down? Through the
It's
water?
like, yeah.
Oh, really? How?
Are you muted, you cowards?
So it's like you use your
How you will watch?
imagination.
Oh, imagination. Great.
Yes.
How about I can use my imagination and say that is spiraling every 1 miles and going in waves.
I mean, if you want to, but it wouldn't
Yeah.
give you the answer that you're looking for. It wouldn't give you the
Yeah,
navigation.
are you saying that real triangle, what is the base, cannot be flat?
The triangle does have to be flat, yeah. Yes, absolutely. 100%.
That means, but surface cannot be flat, and that's what you can observe even, and what you can use for navigation. What is also useful and what is sextant is doing. You are saying now it's not doing that.
No, it's doing that. It's just that you're using a perceived right triangle, not a actual physical.
I'm perceiving the flat surface, what I'm observing and what I'm using, like in measurements. I'm perceiving that, and I'm assuming flat something, but it is flat, observably, measurably flat to be flat. You're saying.
So yeah, like we use those kinds of calculations that use a constant or an assumed thing all the time.
In which case then would be flat if is not the case when it's observably and measurably flat.
So there are many physics questions and
I'm asking
stuff
you
that
the opposite. In which case would be flat if is not in this case when it's observably and measurably flat.
when is it not flat? I'm sorry. I don't understand the question.
Now, when I go, the Earth is observably and measurably flat. If I see 10 miles, you will tell to me, listen, Sasha, this is because it's curving, but you don't see, you don't see its peak, And I'm asking you now, how will it look like if it's flat? because it looks flat. But how will it look like if it is real flat? Because it is not flat because it looks like flat.
That those are a lot of words that are put together and it's in a particular order that said
That
basically.
has no sense, is it?
Yeah, those are a lot of words which you put in a particular order having to do with the flat or unflat Earth, but
Yeah.
that order
If,
of words did not exactly like correlate to any specific statement. Like
okay,
I'm doing the same thing.
if people using the sextant and using the triangle for measuring and making elevation angles, what is impractical, and you can use the flat surface for that. Why is so unlogical to be flat surface? It is that the way how triangles works, and that's the way how you have to logically have the easier way how to get the elevation angle.
Mm-hmm.
Why is that? It's how to say, it's not logical, but it's more logical. That's what you cannot occur with the triangle if you have the curved base.
Yeah, I mean it is logical
Now,
to assume.
but listen, this now you will assume something what we are saying it is.
Hello. I have a
Hi.
question.
Hey, what's up?
Why is the Earth not flat?
Why is it not flat?
Yeah.
That's a loaded question, my friend. It's very loaded.
Good question. That's good question.
I wouldn't say.
Ma så heter Ola.
All right, well, I feel like my talking time is over, so I no longer have the talking stick. I have to pass it to somebody else. So who wants it?
If you believe that Earth is a globe, you need to say Earth is not flat because it's spherical.
Talking stick has been passed over to Tomato. Tomato, whatever your fucking name is.
Jedi, cranky brother. I don't blame you.
It's like trying to explain really simple things to people. I've been doing it for 2 hours and it's just lots of nuh-uh, no, well, don't, Simple things like the scientific method and fucking triangles. Really simple to understand. I don't know how people have gotten through schooling. You came into somebody making baseless assertions that all satellites point up into the sky. That was just a baseless assertion, just because you can post an image of one pointing vertically straight up or at an angle of 45 degrees. But when challenged with that, my one just points to the horizon. It's nuh-uh, giggle, giggle, giggle. Radios and stuff like that, and talking about how long distance radio signals from London to Australia by Marconi. You've got two instances, one a direct line of sight between London and Australia to send that and receive that signal, or ionospheric bounce. When challenged on ionospheric bounce, I asked the question, how many times would that bounce off the surface of the Earth and ionosphere? I was just said once. Then I asked for the maths and then giggle, giggle, giggle. Like people think that they know things, and when challenged on the things that they know, in some instances, which I've noticed, giggle, giggle, giggle. People make claims to things that they don't know about. But when given education, giggle, 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 hand wave away. I want to sleep tonight because I've got to be living on a ball. I have to be living on a ball. Must be living on a ball. Must be living. Shut up. It's ridiculous. This conversation for me has been going on for the last 8 years. One of the main reasons that I'm a flat earther, apart from, as I've described, observation, direct measurement and usage of the surface of the Earth, is the ridiculous things people fucking say when defending the ball. I mean, fucking ridiculous. If you've been around in this conversation for long enough, you'll understand that people say stupid shit. They can't defend this idea, but will pull shit out of their fucking arse and claim it to be true, even though they've got no first-hand knowledge about anything of which they speak. Nothing.
Right. No shame, no humility, no modesty in terms of like not knowing something.
Exactly that. And then
I
we'll
don't know
just
it
get,
all.
well,
Like I'm not afraid to say I don't know, and I want to learn. This is why I come here every day, because I do learn something new every day. It's awesome.
the best arguments that globe earthers have is an ad hominem attack. You don't understand, or you would just
Yeah.
deny anything.
Oh,
that
you don't
I
know the
do.
story. Like you haven't heard it
Yeah,
for
yeah,
80
yeah.
years. Fucking A.
Yeah, yeah.
No
Yeah,
respect.
yeah, yeah.
Yep.
So one of the main reasons, just to clarify, that people on the flat Earth side will suggest that the Earth is most definitely flat, is because people who defend this can't, and then they'll humiliate themselves and die on a hill for it. Fuck it, die on that hill. We'll just humiliate you and watch you die on your fucking hill. Not a problem. But you won't be able
So
to give us
tell,
any direct measurement of the surface of the Earth.
so tell us how a sextant works then.
What, an angle measuring device?
Yeah, how's it work?
A right angle triangle.
Okay, keep going.
Good. So elevation angle up to a star. 3
Okay.
points, U with the sextant, the star, and the ground position of the star.
Okay,
Awesome. So a right angle triangle.
keep going.
Okay. You won't
What
be
do
able
you
to
what do
measure
you
an
do?
elevation. Sorry,
What
go
do you
on.
do with that right angle
Thank-
triangle?
You measure an elevation angle up to that star, so at a known time of year, you can know your position in accordance to where the stars appear in the night sky in their geographical position. Like I said, at a known time of year, because the stars move, right?
Yeah, and how do you what's the math on that?
Do you want me to go and get it for you, mate? Do you want me to
Yeah,
go and get an
sure.
almanac for you?
There's certain
Do you want me to go
times
and
a
get the almanac?
year where stars appear in certain spots of the sky while you're underneath them, and it's been observed over thousands of years. So that's why there's certain stars that you can use to give you hints
Yeah.
into where you are.
I get that, but how's the math work? What's the a
Well,
squared, b
shit
squared,
depends
and
on
c?
where you are and what star you're using, dude. What do you mean?
Okay, so what do you use as b squared? What's
What?
b? If you're using a right triangle, right, and you're taking the angle and using possibly the sine.
Oh, you're saying what's B? So from
Yeah,
you
yeah,
to the star, right?
yeah.
So
Well,
what angle? Because
no,
your
that
horizon,
would be
correct
c.
me if I'm wrong on this. I'm just a layman, but correct me if I'm wrong. It's a 90-degree right triangle, right? So 90 degrees
Yes.
meaning the horizon, right? So
Yes.
depending on how you're looking at the star is your angle towards the star. Am I right on that?
Yes, I know, but how do you put in the
I just want to make
numbers?
sure I'm right on that before I just blow smoke up
No,
out of my ass.
that's what you guys say it is. It's not that, but go ahead, because I want to.
It's
You
not
walk through
that?
this. No, because when you walk this, you'll find out for yourself. It can't be,
Okay, why is that?
because in order for that angle, if you're going to take the sine of that angle, or maybe the tangent of that angle, because you think you know the height, or you think you know the hypotenuse. If you're using the hypotenuse, you would take the cosine of it to find your distance from the GP. But in order to do that, you need to know either c, the length of c, which is the distance between you and the star, or the distance from the GP to the star. And you don't know either of those. And since you don't know either of those, you don't have neither b nor c. And so just an angle, you cannot figure out what a is. That's simple math, guys.
Also, don't observers at different points have different altitudes of Polaris based on where they are, right? So like
No, they have different angles of elevation, but the altitude's the same for
that's what I
everybody.
mean. Not literally altitude. What I mean is the perception of how far the star is above the horizon would be different from someone near the equator than someone near the North Pole.
Okay, so let's say I give you an angle of elevation to something, and I tell you, okay, how far is it to that GP? Can you do the math if you just had the angle of elevation?
I can't. I have not. I don't know how to use a sextant.
I'm not familiar with.
What I'm just saying.
It
Okay,
cannot
what I'm
be
just saying
done.
is.
Kill yourself.
Hold on, but what I'm just saying is that because the
Hold on,
light
that's a
from
good
Polaris,
question.
because the light from Polaris is falling on the Earth evenly, the round Earth, If you are near the equator, the Polaris is going to have a different altitude than if you were near the North Pole.
Yeah, it'll be 0. If you're on the equator, the angle of elevation will be 0.
Correct.
We know this.
And it'll approach 90 as you get closer to the North Pole. So like,
no, it hits 90.
Why would that?
as you get to the North
Why
Pole.
would?
Wait, I'm getting confused here. Can
Yes.
we
So
break
why
down
would?
wait. I want to break down the question because it's an interesting question. So if I'm on the ship and I need to know, you're saying you need to know the distance to the GP, the ground
No.
position of the star,
No,
because
not the
that's
ground.
your because
No,
the
not
ground
the ground.
position of the star is a straight line.
That's what you're trying to figure out, the distance, right? Because that way gives you your longitude.
No,
if
you get the
know
distance. You get the distance from the timetables.
Okay.
Okay.
How do you get the
Okay.
distance?
Okay, no.
What
This is really
formula are you
okay.
I
guys
just told
using?
you. I just told you the angle will correspond to something that's in the almanac, and that'll let you know the distance.
This is okay. We don't need to get that in the weeds. All I'm saying is that
Not in the
an
weeds.
No, it's
observer.
not. It's not in the weeds.
Good
A lot
question.
of guys
Hold on,
said
what's the
that. How
formula
do
we're
you do
using?
this
Oh
and
my God.
that when you don't have this or that?
If
And
an
I'm like, no, you do.
if
get
an
the distance.
observer is near the
Hold
equator.
on, I want to hear
and
Elijah
perceives-
elaborate on that because I'm curious. So the different timetables in the almanac,
They're going to
can you give me
correspond to the
can you
angle
give me an
that you're
example?
taking to the star.
Okay, fine. That's fine. But
Hold on,
all I'm saying is,
I just want to hear an example from Elijah, please. Just chill for a second. I honestly want to hear it, just so I can,
an example of what?
of
Right.
using
What are you talking
timetable.
about?
I'm saying you said certain timetables, depending on like if you have a
Yeah,
GP of the
having
star.
having a sky almanac
Uh-huh.
of this of the coordinates of the stars, like when you know what time it is and you look at the angle of a known star in that book,
Right.
like there will be something that coordinates with, hold on guys, the angle that you're reading is going to coordinate with the time in there. It's going to tell you what distance you are from that particular star. So it's more trilateration than it is it's not triangulation, it's trilateration really.
Okay.
So if an observer
in respect to the North
if an
Star,
observer
and then a different star, right? Or if you have two different stars, like you would need 2 points in the sky first, kind of thing.
What? 2
Like
points
you
in the
need
sky to do what?
to first determine like where you are. Like if the North Star is the 0 point, right? Because that's the North Star. Anything in relation to the North, let's just say I can see the North Star, right? Then I would take the North Star and then the GP, I would see another star in the sky in relation to the North Star, and depending on my angle of how I hit that, that would be the triangulation kind of thing.
No, you
No?
don't use other stars as far as I know. I mean, listen, I'm not a
I don't know. That's what I'm asking. I
I'm
don't know
not a
either.
maritime
I just
Yeah,
want
you
to know.
do. You got to use at least 2 stars to get a fix for your position. That's what you're trying to get. Is you're trying to
Okay.
figure out where you are.
Right. Okay, that makes sense. And that's your right angle triangle in a sense.
No, it's not.
Right angle. I still don't know where the right angle triangle is coming from. I'm wondering, like, what formula are you guys using?
They made one up.
Okay, so you're in a boat. You're trying to find north.
Right.
You're near the equator. You break out the sextant. You look up at the North Star. The North Star will be like 10 degrees above the perceived horizon. A different guy in a boat up near Greenland is also looking for north. His North Star will appear to be much higher because of the curvature of the Earth. Because
Whoa.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That makes sense, and that also explains
that
why,
make sense?
if you go across the equator to the southern hemisphere,
It's not the curvature of the Earth that you're assuming the curvature of the Earth. It's if you're closer to the North Star, it's going to be higher up in the sky in your perspective and your view.
Yeah, this perspective thing that doesn't make any sense, and I've ran into this before. Your understanding of perspective is not does not work like
The,
anything that I've
the
ever
curvature that you
studied.
don't observe doesn't make any sense because it's against your own observation. So by definition, the curve is nonsense. So that doesn't make any sense when you claim it as
What?
Okay.
by
I don't know what
definition
that means.
nonsense.
There's no need for the
Okay,
curve.
so you observing a horizontal plane, you observing using your senses, your vision, one of your senses, and you claiming the opposite of that. By definition, nonsense.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
This is crazy.
Yeah. It is crazy, right? You're saying it makes sense that it's curving, but even though I don't see any
No,
curvature,
no,
that
it
makes
is like
sense. It's the opposite of what you're observing, going against your sense. By definition, nonsense.
Okay.
Listen, when
No, it's
GPS
not
and all
okay.
that shit
the
goes
explanation.
out, I want to be able to actually use what's quote unquote flat Earth technology when all the shit goes out, right? We're gonna have to use our own senses and our own observations. We'll be reverted to a flat Earth cosmology, whether we like it or not. If all the internet goes out, if all our technology just stops working, it's like I want to go back to the basics, the fundamentals, how we've navigated, over the years. That's what I want to learn. I want to learn about that shit. Sorry.
Okay. By
Anything
the way,
that relies on
a sextant would work, like just finding north would work on a flat Earth or a round Earth, but the sextant wouldn't read out the same thing. If the light was falling
round and
evenly,
flat are not
if the light
mutually exclusive.
if the light was falling evenly,
round and flat are not mutually exclusive. What you're saying is gonna work on a flat or on a round. That doesn't make any sense.
no, but you wouldn't perceive what we know we perceive with sextants now if it was just a flat plane. If the light from a star was falling on a flat plane, then the sextant measurements from all over the flat plane would all bear out the same altitude.
That's nonsense.
Why is that nonsense?
You claim you saying it doesn't work in a horizontal plane when you actually it's the actual position that you're standing to be able to create the first angle between the two lines, the horizontal.
Yeah, but okay. So do you understand what I'm saying? So imagine a flat plane and light from a star is falling evenly on the plane. Observers from all over the different parts of the plane, the flat Earth, point their sextants up at the North Star, and they measure the altitude from the horizon. They would all measure the exact same altitude of the star if it was flat.
On different positions? No.
Yes.
Bro, if I'm standing if I'm standing in a room and the light is 90 degrees above my head, that's one angle, 90 degrees. If someone else is 1 kilometer from me, or let's say 200 feet from me, it's not gonna be 90 degrees from that person.
The altitude of the light source from
the angle. You said the angle of the light. If it's 90 degrees and someone
not the
feet from me, it's not gonna be 90 degrees for him.
The altitude, no, the altitude, not the angle.
What do you mean altitude?
The distance
Because you're
between
in
the
celestial
horizon.
navigation. In celestial navigation, the altitude, it's an altitude angle. So I don't get what you mean by that. The distance between the horizon and the stars is an apparent altitude angle. It's not like an actual height though.
No, I know.
Yeah.
I know it's not an actual. No. I know it's not. Hold on. I know it's not actually altitude.
Okay.
It's perception to a star. The altitude is just the measured distance between the perceived horizon and the star.
Yeah, the angular distance, not the real distance. Yeah.
Right. So why would someone at the equator have a 10-degree perception to the North Star, but someone near the North Pole have a 90-degree perception towards the North Star?
Because they're further. Because they're further.
The ground position is different, bro. Obviously.
Right. No, I'm picturing it in my mind right now. It's if I'm in the boat, right? Any other boat in my vicinity, right? That's gonna be a flat angle. It's gonna be flat. It's a straight line. That's my first angle, right? So instead of it being another boat, it's the GP of the star at that said time of year, depending on where your location is, right? So using a sky almanac, got it. And then in relation to where that star is, and for example, the North Star, that's right. That's three of them right there. Boom, boom, boom. That's it. I get it. I mean, that's pretty simple.
Wait, what are you talking about?
You're triangulating where you are on the Earth, right? Celestial navigation.
I'm not even talking about finding where you are. I'm just talking
Well,
about
that's
like
the point.
why
That's the point of celestial
I understand.
navigation.
Yes, I understand, but I'm not even going that deep. Is all I'm saying. What I'm saying is the
okay.
the difference is perceived by observers on the Earth. Like for instance, if a star is casting light evenly on a flat
You're
plane,
thinking away from the practicality of the use of the celestial navigation because one user on a certain position on the GP, right, the ground position, they're going to be utilizing these angles to determine their position, depending on the angles and using the charts, right, measuring those angles, and then you're adding multiple observers of the stars. You're adding multiple of them in different positions all around the world. Nobody does this. Nobody's going to use this practically.
huh?
What
Wait,
you're
what?
saying.
What are you talking about?
No one is gonna do.
This is used
Who's doing that?
practically. This is used
Because
practically
you're
all the
saying
time.
if the guy if the guy in the above the equator is in this position and is observing the at at this angle, or you said altitude, which is the angle actually, and then the other guy below the past the equator to the other side is observing the same star, they're gonna see different angles of the stars. They are gonna observe different angles.
Hold on, but the
With
equator in a flat Earth model is just a radius of a flat plane, a radius projected on top
just
of
a
a flat plane.
circle. It's a circle.
Right. Fine, but what I'm saying is, if you were
You're
to,
talking
if
about observers from
light
different
from the star,
positions
light
and
from
how
the
the angles are going to be different in reference to them. Yeah, that's
okay, light from the stars falling on a flat plane. Someone in a boat in Australia looks up to where the light is coming down and is unable to see the star. But someone near Greenland, say, can look up and see the star.
you're going to use different stars to
fall
navigate.
off. The yes, I know, but
Why,
the
why,
same sky should
why
be
aren't you? Why aren't
the
you
same
accepting?
sky should be
Why
present
aren't
over
you
the
accept? You're
entire
missing
flat plane of the
something.
Earth. If what you're saying is true,
You're missing something simple. No,
great.
you can't
What am I
see the
missing?
entire. Just like, just why would you think you can see the entire sky if you can't see the entire ground? Like, but anyway,
Because light
moving beyond that, the
because light from the sky.
moving beyond
Wait, can I
thinking,
answer? Can I
moving
answer you?
beyond thinking that that's ridiculous
Wait, why are we moving beyond it? I can answer that.
because it doesn't matter really.
Well, then why'd you ask it?
Because
The
it's
reason you can
rhetorical.
see
We already
the reason
know.
you can
We
see the
already know that
stars.
you. We already know that you can't see the entire, the
The reason
entire,
you can see the entire
the
night sky and
entire
not the
night
entire
sky
Earth is
full of
because you're
stars.
very
You
close
can't
to the
see the
entire
No,
Earth,
bro,
entire
you just,
sky.
bro.
and
Again,
you're
you're
very
not,
far away
bro.
from
Again,
those
you're not
stars.
trying to have a dialogue that is like, real right now. Like, cause you keep skirting past the. Basically, all we're saying is, man, when you move, your angle to the star changes. That's all we're
Okay,
saying.
that's fine. But
Okay, so
you have the
if you're moving along
you
a
have the
longitude
predicament.
line, if you're
Okay,
moving
man.
along a longitude line, like say, and you're looking at the North Star, the further toward the south you go, the lower it's going to appear in the sky. The angular relationship between you, the plane that you're on, and the distance to the GP of that body.
Yeah.
But it would
Like,
never.
that
But
can
it would
help you
never.
determine
It
the
would
direction
never
you're
dip.
going.
It would never dip below the horizon as it does when you sail across the equator.
Well,
Because
you're not you don't know
you're
that
on
it's
a
dipping
you're on
below
a
the horizon.
flat.
You
You're
don't
on a
know
flat.
that it's dipping below the horizon. Once it gets to the horizon, which
No,
is which is funny enough that you know what the horizon is. That is the point at which you can't angularly resolve anything beyond. That would include a star if the angle is less than 0.05 degrees or zero point 0.5 degrees, whatever it is, for the
okay,
human
that's
eye.
fine. That's fine. But we're assuming a flat Earth model in which light from the stars
You're assuming a flat Earth model.
He's assuming a flatter model and the distances to the stars that
Yeah,
are
yeah.
not
What
realistic.
does a model have? What does a model have to do with what I just told you? If the star is at an angle that is below the minimum, which you can tell the difference between the
that's.
horizon and the star,
Can I
you
just
can't see.
say? Okay.
You're saying, well, you already asked your question. Why is it going below? And all I said was, well, that's begging the question. That's a loaded
Begging
question
the
because we don't know
question.
it's going. We don't know it's going below, but I'm telling you why you don't see it. Because
No,
you're
it would
saying,
be
why don't we
no.
see
In
it?
a flat
Too far to
Earth
see.
model. Listen. Even let's say the
In
Earth
a
is flat.
in a
That's
flat
fine.
Earth model, the
That's fine.
stars are going to
That's fine.
still
That's
be
fine.
too
Let's.
far
Oh man.
to see. Too far
Let's say.
to see.
Let's say that the
That's
flat
the
Earth
answer.
model.
It's too
Let's say
far
that the
to
flat.
see. We can
Let's say
talk
that the
to you
flat
for
Earth.
2 hours and we'll still be trying
Oh
to
boy.
tell you that the further south you go, the lower a star appears. And then eventually you go too far south and you can no longer see the same stars in the sky. We can tell you a million times, but you're just gonna keep on trying to ask your question in a million different ways. And we're gonna keep giving you the same answer. That's pretty annoying.
Okay. But the way you're describing like light working doesn't comport with reality.
Okay.
How so?
So imagine a flat plane, and above which
No,
light
no.
from
Let's
stars.
talk about reality and tell me what I said about light that doesn't comport with reality. Don't think about a model or nothing that
moving
isn't real.
moving
You're telling
moving
me that
further
something
away.
that I'm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to answer you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Moving further away in quotes from light being cast down on a flat plane from the stars would not cause the star to dip below a perceived horizon.
I
What
don't know
would
what you
cause
mean by that. I don't
what
know what
would
you mean by
cause
that. I don't know what you mean by that
what part
premise.
are you confused
I
by?
don't know what you mean by
He's
that. You're
constructing
saying
a different
you saying it
reality in his
wouldn't.
mind.
You're saying that it wouldn't
Right.
dip below the horizon. Are you basically saying if the Earth were flat, then we would be able to see all the stars? Because if that's what you're saying, I just addressed that already, which is why I'm saying you're gonna try to find a million different ways to just restructure the same question. But I already answered you because we
You
can't
didn't
see the
answer.
whole sky. We
No,
can't
no,
see
no.
the whole sky from one location.
Yeah, but that doesn't
Right.
make any sense. Your model
What do you
doesn't
mean?
Well,
make it.
just
How
because
do you
it
Your
doesn't make any
understanding
sense to
of
you
how
doesn't
light
mean that the
works
argument is
doesn't
false.
comport with any
So then what are we
issue of
talking about
reality.
then? So then there's nothing. Hold on, boys. So then there's nothing to talk about then because we're at an impasse
I mean, sure.
then. Okay, well, thanks. Let's end the conversation there. There's no point in going round and round
Right.
if you just baselessly assert what you're talking about and deny what I'm talking about. There's no way to adjudicate the matter, so it's no point in arguing. Like, let's be adults and understand that it'd be foolish to go round and round for another 30 minutes.
Agreed.
Uh-huh. Well then, why shouldn't we just close this whole room then?
Because you don't understand the
Is that
angular
your wish,
resolution. What?
Master?
You're
Because you don't
assuming we
want to
No,
accept.
everything.
you can
Well,
close
we're
the.
just
Hold on. You can close the room.
but I'm not the one tapping out.
No, I'm just saying that you have an invincible ignorance about you,
Yeah, you're constructing a
and so
strawman version of
there's no
reality
point.
in your mind and saying that doesn't work in reality, even though you're observing reality and doing practical things in reality, and then attaching a made up version of, oh, the reality is a globe. And if it was something else, it will look different than the reality that you experience and you navigate.
Why Why is it the case?
attaching that to people in here, like, but guys, reality will be different if it was this thing in your imagination. Like, come on, bro, that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
What
basically,
is the what is the what is
immersed,
the
bro.
what is
Did you
the
prove?
what
Did
is
you
the
prove
like?
the globe?
How do
Did
you
you prove
think
the
that?
globe?
How do you?
Did
Okay,
you?
I don't know what
Yeah,
you're doing.
good. Because I want my question. Because you want to close
Okay.
the room. Do you want to close the room? That means that I missed the evidence for the globe.
Well, no, I don't want to close the room. Elijah just tapped
But
out.
because you said we can close the room, that means that you have evidence for the globe here.
Well, I have an unanswered question.
You have unanswered question. Your questions are there in reality. You can check it because if is that happening only on curved surface, the curved surface must be there, and that's all.
Okay.
And you will get your point. And all that what you said now will match with your point in reality. That means what we observe cannot work on the flat surface. Great.
What I
I'm
don't.
agree with you. Now I agree with you. Now show me where it's curving.
Okay, I just don't
I'm
understand.
agree with you that cannot work on the flatter surface. Now show me where it's curving.
Well, it would appear to curve if stars dip below the horizon, but from sailing across the equator, and
I
from having a
understand it
totally
cannot
from
work
having
on
from
it
having a
cannot work
totally
on the
different
flat.
from
Yeah,
having a
let's move
totally different
further. It
sky
cannot.
in the southern
Yeah,
hemisphere than in the northern.
yeah. I agree with you. Let's move forward
Okay.
now. The
Okay.
stars proving that Earth is a globe. Good. Now show me the curvature in reality.
Wait, why doesn't that qualify as showing the curvature in reality?
Because a sphere has the shape. I learned like a young boy. I played the basketball and I had that in my hand. And all spheres, big, small, medium one, enormous, 100. Listen this, 100 times bigger sphere than this one, than Earth, has drop over distance. Even that one. The 1 billion times bigger sphere from Earth has drop over distance. Also, every sphere has that. And that's not Einstein, that's not Isaac Newton, that's not gas pressure, that's geometry.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all.
What's your
I believe you. Stars proofs cannot work. Now provide me curvature and you will get your model and I will leave this server forever.
Okay, stars don't prove anything if no matter
No,
what.
I
For you?
told you I'm
The
agree with you.
curvature
Let's move
that you're
forward.
saying that the stars prove, the curvature that you're inferring, the observation that you're doing in reality prove that you live on a globe. He's telling you, can you show me that curvature that you're inferring from the stars? Where is that curvature? Below your feet. Where is it? He's asking you.
Okay, so earlier the only thing that you would accept as direct evidence of the curve would be some sort of like light experiment over a great distance. Is that still true?
No, not necessarily.
No.
Being
Wait,
as
then
we're
what is
told, I'll answer it. I'll answer it.
Okay.
So, being as we're told the Earth is a ball, would you agree that it must have been demonstrated to be true in the first instance?
Meaning dropping over the horizon, elevation drop over the horizon. Is that what you're asking?
No. So that's again, this is what people have been pointing out. If that's your claim, then the surface of the Earth must be curving. Yes.
Yes. Where are
Awesome
we
stuff.
where are we disconnected?
So I'm trying to reconnect with you, mate. So being as we're all told that the Earth is a ball, can you point out to at any point in history who and how demonstrated with drop over distance measurements that the Earth was indeed that spherical body that you're asserting?
Are you talking about? Hold on. There was like in antiquity or whatever, like in history, you would agree that there were experiments. I'm sure you would think that they were wrong that showed that there was a curve to the Earth, right? Like the shadows in ancient Greece and whatever. Is that Archimedes?
Awesome. Aristophanes.
Aristophanes, great. So, but you don't accept, right? So you don't accept that. But wait,
why? Why don't we accept it?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking.
Oh, Okay, so being as this is proof of nothing either way, for example, you can stand underneath a light, move away from that light. You'll notice that when you stood underneath that light, there was no shadow around you. But when you moved away from that light, a shadow increased in front of you. It's kind of the basis for Aristophanes, who at a certain time of year observed the sun's reflection down a well, but a stick 500 stades away had a shadow on it. Now you
Yes.
can have both of these phenomena on a flat or curved surface, correct?
I mean, I don't think it would be measured as the same. No.
What do you mean measured as the same?
Well, the appearance of shadows would differ on a curved surface versus a flat surface, correct?
Why?
Because of the angle of the object and the light and the shadow cast. The
Okay, so can you
relationship
put
the relationship would be different on a curved surface than with a flat plane.
Really? How would you know if you didn't know that the Earth was a ball in the first instance?
Well, hold on, I'm not saying that I know that. I'm just saying that suppose you have a round surface, suppose you have a flat surface. The shadows cast on the round surface would be different than the shadows cast on a flat surface with the same light source.
You can kind of have the same phenomena on both surfaces, which is the point.
Well, wait, that's vague though. Kind of have the same. I mean,
Yeah, you
there would
can
be a
have
difference.
the same phenomena. You can. Oh, would there?
Yes, there would be a difference.
Awesome stuff. So within Aristophanes, can you prove?
No.
that this
I
was
wasn't putting that forward as no. I wasn't offering that as proof. What I asked you, this whole story was I asked you guys what you would accept as proof, and what I got was a laser experiment over a large distance. Is that no longer the case?
No, look, I'm trying to approach this from a different angle. We're told that the Earth was a ball. You're told that the Earth is a ball. So this must have been demonstrated and proven to be true in the first instance. So with a direct measurement, right?
Sure, many.
Awesome. So yeah, many. Okay, Aristophanes isn't one of them because you can have both phenomena on flat and curved surfaces. Aristophanes assumed that the Earth was a ball, used the math to predict that the shadows would give him a ball, so don't be surprised at the end of his equations he came out of a fucking ball. It's not hard to understand, right? If you use the math associated with a ball, it's the same as me being in my living room, using the same math that Aristophanes used. As I moved away from a local light source that was over my head, I could use those shadows to turn my flat surface into a ball.
Okay, do you agree that by analyzing the shadows falling on a surface, you could tell if that surface was curved? And you knew the relation between the light source, and would you be able to tell if that surface was curved or flat?
Depending on what the light was doing from the light source. So within
Correct.
Aristophanes, what did you presume the light was doing? For
No.
example,
Screw Aristotle. Hold on. Screw
Fuck
Aristotle.
me.
Screw that guy. I'm not talking about that guy. I'm just talking about suppose you have a round surface. Suppose you have a flat surface. If you know the relationship between that surface and the light source, you can tell if the surface is round or the surface is flat. Right?
Yeah.
You accept that?
Yeah, go on. Just for shits and giggles. Go on.
You do accept that. Great. But that you've not been convinced of any proof regarding light falling on a surface with regards to the Earth. I assume
What does that
that's pretty
mean?
clear.
What does that mean? What does that mean? You said it a number of times. What does that mean?
Okay, I don't know how to say that. What I'm saying is, any proof
How light falls
such
on
as
the surface. What do you mean?
yeah. So like if you were to imagine you have a basketball or you just have like a cutting board, and you put two posts on either side of both. So you put two posts on either side of a sphere, two posts on either side of a cutting board, and you can see the light source. The shadows cast by the post that you drive into the sphere versus the post that you drive into the flat surface are going to be different. If you were to assume that you could be a first person observer on that surface, you would say, oh, this is a curved surface. Oh, this is a flat surface. You agree that that could be done?
Okay.
Do you agree that that could be done?
If you put, say, obelisks and you have a light source like the sun, you'll be able to measure their angles. Yes, you would. obviously.
Okay. Would you be able to determine if you're on a flat or a curved surface by doing so?
Well, it's an angle. So for sure, when you're measuring the shadow on an obelisk, it most definitely is a plane.
Hold on. Would you just agree that whatever the evidence is, you would
Well,
be
just
able
no.
to tell?
Fundamentally, it's an elevation angle, or it's an angle that's relative to the celestial body, which would still require a horizontal. That's just fundamental.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I'm only describing what is true.
Okay. I asked
why
you a very
sundials work,
very
right?
simple question. Very simple question. Just that if you have two obelisks on a sphere versus two obelisks on a flat surface, if you were a first person observer on that surface and you understood the light source, you would be able to determine if you were on a flat or a curved plane. Would you not?
Understood the light source? What do you mean understood?
Okay. Like just that
I mean, because
you
I'm just trying not to sneak in any premises like some fucking illegal alien.
illegal alien. Yeah, well, we wouldn't want that. No, I'm just saying there is a light source. The light source is casting on, say, a round surface with two obelisks or a flat surface with two obelisks. If you were a first-person observer on that surface and observed the shadows,
I hear what you're trying to say.
took accurate measurements of the shadows, you would be able to determine.
What do you mean
if you were-
accurate measurements of the shadows?
Where is the ambiguity there? There's no ambiguity.
I mean, because we're talking about angles, right?
Yes, the shadows falling on the surface.
Falling on the surface that's curving, so it's not really an angle, right?
Well, no, it would still be falling on the surface at an angle.
Okay.
Okay, so you do dispute. So just shorthand, you do dispute this fact that you cannot determine the curvature or the flatness of a surface by analyzing like shadows falling on it.
No,
And
you
that's
you would
fine if that's
measure
your
this.
position.
You would measure the surface. That's what you would do.
You would measure the surface.
Sorry.
Okay.
Very
Why are
quickly.
we avoiding the? Why are we avoiding my question?
Do
Well,
apologize.
because you just asked if we could do something indirect to measure the
No,
curvature
that's
of the
correct.
Earth or not.
No, it's very correct.
The bottom line is you're trying to figure out if the surface is curved or not, and you're saying, can we do this indirect thing?
No,
That's
it's
what
not a
you're
matter of
doing.
direct or indirect. No, it's not a matter of direct or indirect.
Well, it
Like
kind of is for me.
measuring. Okay, I don't know what that distinction even means. I mean, you are directly measuring a phenomena caused by its physical attributes. So I
Well,
don't know where you're getting.
we're just talking about angles. Like we know that angles are two straight lines meeting at a vertex. So,
Okay, so do you think that anything can be gleaned from that information?
what, two straight lines meeting at a vertex, needing like, a flat plane of reference?
Okay, it's fine. By the way, it's fine to say no. That would be proof of nothing. That's a valid move in this game. I'm genuinely curious.
Well, I mean, I'm telling you what I'm telling you. Like you're trying to sneak beyond the point that you already require an angle, two straight lines meeting at a vertex.
I'm not. There's nothing being sneaked in here. I'm just asking if
Yeah,
you
it is.
accept that light falls
That's
differently.
already how it's two lines meeting at a vertex. Yes. When we have
I don't
shadows
understand.
cast on the earth, it is a shadow cast on a planar surface. Yes.
Okay, that's fine to think that. Great. All I'm asking is it possible to determine the difference between a flat plane and a curved plane by analyzing shadows in this way?
Well, you're already using you're it's already a given because of listen,
Oh my God.
you have
This
an
should not be this
angle.
difficult.
It shouldn't be because you already have the angle on a
What are you
planar
talking?
surface.
What are you talking about? You already have the
You have
angle.
an angle on a planar surface. That's how
Yeah.
sundials work. Yes, like I heard someone say.
Yes, you do. Okay, so you accept that you can do this.
Well, I just told you it's for the
This
fact
is
that
so
it's
funny.
already a plane.
Just say yes or no, man. It's not even a
The fact
gotcha.
that
Like
it's already a plane. You're saying so angles on a curved surface or a flat plane.
Oh man.
You
I don't
can't
know why
measure
that-
angles on a curved surface. It wouldn't be angles.
yes, you can. Yes, you can measure angles.
Angle
on
is
on
two
a curved
straight
surface.
lines that meet at a vertex or vertex, like he was saying, right?
Okay, so fine. So
But you
for
can't
the
have
record,
angles of shadows, right,
great.
on a curved surface.
Okay,
But
great.
you
So
can
you
have
can't.
angles of shadows on a flat surface.
Yeah,
Okay.
you can
Right?
you can
So-
have
so what you got-
have
so what
like
you're saying is
you can have like shorter shadows and longer shadows. You can't have angles.
okay.
Right.
Fine. Listen, this is so beside the point. I'm just asking, do you agree that it's possible to
point.
determine just the fact of the matter? Whatever you think the
It's
fact of the
already
matter is.
determined because we have angles, which would cancel the idea that it's a curved surface. That's the point that I'm
I'm
making.
not even. That's fine that you think that. I'm not even.
Well,
going-
you keep saying it's fine that you think that, but then you keep asking the same dumbass question.
You keep avoiding my direct question, which is it possible to
No,
do
you
that?
keep avoiding my direct answer, which is, well, I mean, given that we're going to be working with angles from the very jump, that rules out the idea that it's a sphere you're standing on.
Right. I get
Well,
that.
yeah. No. Okay, listen. Take it out of the context
Yeah,
of what the
I
Earth
agree.
really is. Just put it
Yeah.
into a video game. Okay, so in a video game,
Put it in
you
a
have
video
a
game.
you have
in a
a you
video
have
game, you're
a
going to
you
have
have
an
a you
XY
have a
coordinate
you have a
system,
sphere
right?
in a video game. In a video game, you have a sphere.
You're
In a
going to
video
have
game,
an
you have a
X and Y, aren't you, in the video game?
sure.
Yeah, the
What
exactly
is it?
same shit we're starting with in this reality.
Okay, I don't think you understand what I'm even trying to do.
Yeah, we do.
And yeah, yes,
Really?
yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
could you
yeah,
could you
yeah,
okay
you're a
all right,
premise
that's
smuggler.
great. Okay,
You're a premise smuggler.
please a premise moment. Please just steel man what I'm trying to get across, if you would.
Well, you're a premise smuggler.
No. In the best possible terms, could you restate my argument, please?
You're a globe wrangler.
Is it
Yeah,
possible to determine the shape of an object because of shadows? Can we figure out if a surface is curved or not by the length of those shadows?
Thank
I
you,
will
Jedi.
give you, no problem. I will give you yes. Yeah, we
Thank you.
can.
That was
But
just that easy.
I will say this. Within regards to, say, for example, Aristosthenes, we're going to have an assumption about the path of light. This is why I asked earlier, within Aristosthenes, what did he assume the light was doing? If we have a variable with regards to what the light is doing, then we're going to get some different phenomena, aren't we? So Aristosthenes was presuming that the light path was parallel. The rays of light are parallel. Now, when we've got your example of a basketball and a chopping board, we understand that the light source that you're using, that's going to be divergent light, isn't it?
Well, no, it could still be parallel. I mean, it's
Could it?
totally hypothetical. I was just talking about light falling evenly on, say, a curved plane or a flat plane.
Evenly? This is what I'm speaking on.
Yeah.
Yep. So this is with Aristosthenes, right? So the path of light is parallel.
Great.
But we
So
have divergent light. When we observe the light from the sun, it's divergent. If you observe corpuscular rays, for example. But yeah, I'll go along with your premise. Yeah, we could, but we would have to understand something about the nature of the light.
Yes, and you guys assume something about the nature of light that is very peculiar to me.
Well,
which is
being as Aristosthenes assumed the path of light was parallel, and we can observe corpuscular rays which are not parallel and divergent, what the fuck am I assuming?
okay.
Looks like
I'll have to-
Aristotle's assumption was wrong. As simple as that, man. It's very simple. He assumed parallel rays of light. We do not observe that in nature. Why? Because of corpuscular rays. You know, when you see a cloud, right, and you see the sun breaking through those clouds, what do you see? Divergent angles of light, right? So it's not coming down parallel. It's pretty simple to
Isn't that
accept.
caused by perspective?
Yeah, if you're talking about clouds, like that depends on the shape of the cloud, how the light is cast through the cloud.
All right. you can only have one model at the end of this. You can't have your cake and eat it, for example. With regards to Aristosthenes, that's parallel light rays. I would then now reference your light path of light with regards to solar and lunar eclipses. Now, that's not parallel light rays, that's convergent and divergent light rays. So you tell me, what the fuck do you think the light's doing, being as you've got two contradictory models?
Right.
Well, it hits the Earth evenly, but it's scattered by all kinds of things like clouds into different directions.
Yeah, you're not even addressing the situation with regards to solar and lunar eclipses now, are you?
You're going to have to
You've got two
elaborate on that
different
point.
paths of, you've got two models, and your path
Can
of
we try
light
and
is
stay on
different
topic?
in two models. So you can either have the
two
radius of
models.
the Earth, or you can have a 70-mile. You can have the Moon. Which one do you want?
Sorry,
You
you
can't
can
have
have
both.
the what?
You can either have the circumference of the Earth, or you can have your solar and lunar eclipse model, but you can't have both because the light from the sun is doing two different things in both models.
Right.
What two different things? What are you talking about?
One is parallel, one is divergent, and convergent, actually, with regards to lunar and solar eclipse. You know what your penumbra and umbra and preumbra are, right? What's the path of light from the sun? Is it parallel, or is it convergent and divergent? Being as you have an area of totality with regards to a solar eclipse, where the shadow upon the Earth is anywhere between 30 and 70 miles in radius.
Make it sour.
Okay.
So you can't have both.
Why
It's
can't you have
either
both? I don't understand why you
because
can't
you
have both.
can't have parallel light rays and convergent and divergent rays at the same time.
It's either doing one or the other, man. It's very simple. Saying the globe model for explanations of lunar and solar eclipses, right, falls flat because it takes out Aristophanes' assumption of light coming down parallel. He's saying you
How
can't
does
have
it? How
both.
does it do that? Why does it do that? I don't think that that's true.
Right. So you remember what I said about the area of totality upon the Earth, when the shadow on the Earth, when we're talking about the moon getting in the way of the sun. You'll understand that if the light waves were parallel, then you would have a bigger shadow upon the Earth. But like I pointed out, the area of totality, the shadow on the Earth, can anywhere be between 30 and 70 miles in radius. So
Okay.
what? You've got a very, very small moon.
Wait, no. The
Yeah,
totality is
yeah.
just no. The totality is just the darkest part of the shadow. That's still
Can
that's
you
still
make,
that's still
can you
plausible with
make,
parallel. Hold on, that's still perfectly commensurate with
can you
parallel light rays.
a shadow smaller than the object that is casting it?
But that's not no. That's just the
Uh,
darkest part of the. Hold on,
how
hold on.
big's the
The
moon?
shadow is not.
Sorry,
The
how
shadow
big
is
is
not.
the
The
moon?
shadow is not
How big's the moon?
smaller. The
Yeah,
shadow is
how
not.
big's the moon? How big's the moon?
Right.
How big's the area of totality?
I'd have to
How
look it
big's
up.
the shadow
But
with
the
regards
area
to
of
the side?
totality, is not the entire shadow.
That's what
The shadow is
debunks
much
some.
bigger.
Fucking simple shit. Very simple
My
question.
the
Equals
fact
a
that
shadow.
the fact
Object
that
path.
damn,
The
not
eclipse,
bad.
the shadow cast by the moon moving in between the sun and the earth is very big. But the totality you're talking about just happens to be the darkest part.
It's very big.
Do you know what he's saying, Jedi?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
Like a shadow has the darkest part, and then it also has a lighter part of it, like the Umbra and Penumbra, and that's what they're trying to say that we view when we're talking about the um when we're talking about the eclipse. But my whole problem with that is like you guys are just supposed to have like two versions on and off. What's all this twilight shit and all these extra like the spectrum that you guys get when you're just supposed to have on and off, light and no light,
What are you
lightness
talking
and
about?
darkness.
Are you asking
It's
why
because the Earth's
So in
curved
the
this
and it's
light?
case,
still lighting up
so
the
in this
atmosphere
case,
above the
shadows
Earth.
work for real.
It's
But in the
twilight. It's pretty
Eratosthenes
well
example,
understood.
Yeah,
like,
are
but
you
in
confused about?
Eratosthenes example, you kind of just have, light rays that are parallel. And so what you would experience is lightness and darkness. and nothing
Okay.
in between.
Have you ever? I mean, I don't understand the confusion here. Like, if the sun
Well, I'm
passes below
saying the same thing Jedi
if the
said
if the
about the
sun
diverging rays or the converging rays
if the
versus
sun passes
parallel
below the
rays.
horizon,
You can't have it
it's
both
still
ways. So
if
I'm
the
just
sun
saying
passes
the same
below
thing
the
that he said in a
if the
different
sun
way.
okay if the sun passes below the
I mean, this is
horizon,
invincible ignorance. You literally ignored
the
everything that I said, and you were just
if
trying to wait for my voice to be inaudible so that you can continue with the thing that you be damned will let go of, and it'll just say it anyway. You don't really care about what I'm saying. You're gonna still say the thing that you're about to say anyway, regardless of what I said.
so you don't want
Whether
an
it's
answer.
true,
You don't
whether
want me
it's
to
not.
answer you.
Like
So
a
you don't want me
robot.
to answer you.
You're just a robot, bro. You're just a robot.
Okay. So to be clear, you're not interested in any answers that I might have.
Well, you weren't interested in the answer I just gave you. To be fair.
Does he understand
No,
what
I'm
you're
quite
talking
interested.
about, Elijah? Does he understand about the Selenelian eclipse, or is he just talking about a normal eclipse?
We're just
He's
talking
just
about a
talking
normal
about
eclipse.
the solar eclipse.
So he's
Yeah,
not even listening to what you guys are saying.
No, we're pointing out that within two explanations of the Earth, we have Aristosthenes' parallel light rays. If we were to use that model with regards to the lunar eclipse, then we would have a shadow upon the Earth in comparison to the size of the fucking moon. But within the solar eclipse model, being as we have an area of totality that is way, 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 way smaller than the radius of the moon, we have a different model for the path of light to explain that particular phenomena within the model. This is a contradiction.
Okay, and what was my explanation?
Yeah, there's three different contradictions as well.
Do
There's
you
also
remember?
the
Or you're just
Selenelian
not
eclipse
paying
where it
attention?
bends around it. So, what do they want? They want it straight, converging, diverging, and bending.
Okay, Jedi, do you have an answer for me?
Sorry, mate. Could you repeat your question, please?
What was my response to that claim about the size of the shadow in the eclipse?
You said something about that isn't the whole area of the shadow.
Okay, the shadow cast by the moon onto the surface of the Earth is very big. It's bigger than the moon itself in terms of diameter, but the darkest part is smaller than the entire shadow. The darkest part is the darkest part of the shadow. Around the edges, it gets lighter. Like any other shadow, you're like.
I mean, I already I literally, like, I just explained to him in front of you what you meant by umbra and penumbra. I just, like, see what I'm saying? How I'm listening to you, but you're not listening to me. See how that's working? I literally in front of you just explained that to him, which he didn't really need an explanation for, to be honest.
Well, then he should have said so.
My goodness. Literally asking you to clarify the questioning. Fucking hell, it's been answered 3 times. You have a contradiction in your model.
You have a what? Someone is. I didn't hear that.
So I'll
Someone
tell you
is
what,
hot
you
mic.
tell me.
They think there's a contradiction in the globe model because when there's an eclipse, the shadow isn't perfect. It's got edges. They think that is converging and diverging light.
That's not the argument.
So you tell me,
Okay.
from the sun, what's the path of the light ray? Is it parallel, divergent, or convergent? What is it?
I don't want to misspeak here, but my understanding is the sun light is emanating from the sun in all directions equally. So from the
Awesome.
perspective of the Earth, would that qualify as parallel?
Well, no. So we're just going to
Okay.
throw Aristosthenes out now then. That's what
Hold
I
on.
mean.
I never brought. Hold on. By the way, I never quoted Aristosthenes as evidence to you guys. Did I not? Would you agree that that's not what I did?
That's fine. No,
Okay,
that's
fine.
fine. But what we will do is, being as we've got a story from history, was we will point out the contradictions, so we can throw that piece of evidence out then.
Okay, I never. Okay, just to be clear, I never
You
presented
don't,
that as
you don't
evidence.
have to feel
So
attached to
throw
it.
it out all you
You
want.
don't have
That's
to
fine.
feel attached to it. It's fine. You don't have to feel attached to it. We know it's not your claim. But when people turn around to us and say, I've got evidence, but you just deny it, which is literally what you fucking said. I asked you why you would deny it. Or, sorry, asked why we would deny it. You said, I don't know. Now we're telling you why we deny that. With your explanation, or sorry, your example about can we determine the shape of an object that's casting shadows on it, your beach ball and your fucking chopping board? Said, yeah, but we'd have to understand something about the path of light, wouldn't we? Now we're bringing up the contradictions within the model again, because both of these models are proof of the fucking model.
Okay,
Within
so
the model,
let's assume.
there's
Okay,
stark
so let's assume.
contradictions.
Okay, so let's assume that light emanates from the source in all directions, like we understand the sun to behave. Then, if you had the chopping board and the basketball, you'd be able to determine the shape of the objects, right?
Hypothetically.
Great. So, any experiment done on Earth that either comports or fails to comport with that would give you some answers, give you some first-hand experimental answers, right? Is that true?
Yeah, keep going. Yep.
That is true. Okay. So that means that it's possible. So you would be open to experimental evidence based on shadows cast on the Earth at say like a simultaneous instance.
Possibly.
Okay. Couldn't we just design this experiment and actually just do it? Like
has it been being as the Earth is already a ball?
Sorry, what?
Wait, wait. I'm curious. Can we do what?
Well, Jedi seems to agree that if we assume that
just shut up.
Do you remember when
Forget what
Kosho
he agrees
requested
with.
everyone do an
Forget what he
experiment?
agrees with. This is what you've been trying to get to for an hour. Spit it out. What do you suppose the method is? I would like to hear it.
Wait, why did you just?
It can't be triangulation, right? Like using trig with the celestial bodies. Could it?
Okay. I don't know what that interruption is, what the purpose of that is, but let's just say that. So if you accept that all of these things are true,
I'm not accepting shit. I'm just
no.
trying to hear what you want as a methodology for
I'm not talking
knowledge inquiry.
I'm not
Well,
talking
I mean, no, dude. I mean, you're gonna get muted if you don't address, because I'm not being rude, and I'm just saying.
That's
I
not true.
just
You're
want to hear the.
overtalking me.
I said I want to hear the method, and then you said, "Well, Jedi agreed." I don't care what. Just tell it. Yo, do you have a method? Yes
I
or
was
no?
in the middle of just talking
It's the
through
same
what the
method,
method might
Elijah.
be.
Measuring the length of a shadow.
Yeah. So
I'm trying to
we
figure
have.
out.
So if we had two obelisks of the same size, we put them on two different, vastly different parts of the Earth at the same time and within the same conditions, wouldn't we observe what we might expect to see on the surface of a beach ball rather than a cutting board, or at least, or the inverse? So, but that we could do that like literally tomorrow. I mean, I'm not going to do it tomorrow, but one could just do that tomorrow. Because it sounds like you're in England, right? You probably get sunlight at least 8 times a year.
Brilliant.
Okay. Can't that just be done? Like flat Earth or round Earth? Has that been
And
done?
what
been
be
done
done
many times.
No, but in flat Earth circles,
Stop,
I guess is
stop.
what I'm asking.
Can what be done? Because all you said was this. All you said was this. You're in England. I'm in. I don't know where you're from, but I'm in America. Can't you just put a stick in the ground that is perfectly, vertical? And can't I just put a stick in the ground that is perfectly vertical? Okay, what is that supposed to tell us?
A stick will be 1 meter height, 2 meter height, 10 meter height, 100 meter height.
Sure. Whatever. whatever stick you prefer. What I'm just saying is, we would expect
Okay.
certain behaviors on a flat Earth that we wouldn't observe on a round Earth. And
Well,
you guys seem to
no,
accept
I
that,
would
right?
just like to know the method. Your method can't just be.
Okay, I'm going to repeat the method just so we're clear. Okay, so
What is the method?
we both take identical obelisks or posts or whatever kind of structure that just sticks straight up in the air at a simultaneous instance on opposite parts of the Earth, say in the UK and in the United States. We place these obelisks plumb level and true on the surface of the Earth, and we measure the directions of their shadows in relation to the pole and
The
north.
directions of their shadows?
Yeah.
Why would you do that?
So the relation between the shadow and north, and
I don't know if you can do that.
Can't you? Why can't you?
Because if you had like two people, like say, forget the obelisk, say that the two obelisks, you replace them with two observers and look directly at, a star. You may not be looking in the same location spatially, 3D wise.
But we're not
Which is
using
why
we're-
you can't use trigonometry on the celestial bodies.
Okay, but I'm not invoking a celestial body.
I know, but you're talking about like shadows and if they, equate to like what would like how would that work with trying to figure out like what in their relation to north? Where's north in relation to you for two different observers? Is it going to be
Okay,
in the
north is
same?
maybe
Is it going to
maybe I'm
be? Is it going to be in the same 3D location? Is
yeah
that the
maybe I'm
question we're
confused.
trying to?
Maybe I'm confused about your point of view. I'm assuming that even though you have a flat Earth, the North Pole is a real place that can be physically pointed to. So the round Earthers have a north, and flat Earthers have a north, right?
Well, we kind of just use a compass, but is it a
Great.
particular?
I'll take a compass. Yeah.
But is it a
Let's use a
particular?
compass.
Is it a particular specific? Here is the actual. Here's the actual point that north is. I don't think so. Doesn't it move around and all that?
Okay, well, there's different concepts. So there's magnetic north, which does shift, I think, slightly year by year. There's geographic north, which is just the center of all geography. There's, I think there's true north, which is something else. Anyways, listen, if you accept a compass, I'll take a compass. Let's just do magnetic north for that day. That's
We're doing
fine.
a compass. A compass is like it. Like it has the angle of shadows like on a plane.
A compass has the angle of shadows on a plane. Okay.
Yeah,
What's your
I
point?
mean, not a compass, but like a sundial. Like, well, the compass is pointing to north, but then what?
Uh-huh. Well, so if the surface is flat,
Across the
we would
plane,
expect
right?
we would expect certain behavior that wouldn't be present if it was round.
I don't get it. Like a
I'm sure
compass
you
for
don't.
everyone who's no a compass for everyone who's holding it. For them, it's going to point north. Okay, but I mean,
Yes, very good. Nothing
on
gets
the
past you.
compass, yes. But what's your point?
Oh my god. I don't think. Well, when I designed this experiment earlier, you didn't seem to follow it, so I don't. I'm not surprised that you're
Well,
confused now.
because you're not saying anything. You said you put two sticks in the ground.
I think
Okay,
Jedi. I think
you
Jedi
measure
knows.
you measure
Jedi knows what I'm getting at. Jedi knows what I'm
you
getting at.
measure the direct you figure out the direction to north, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Jedi, you know what I'm talking about, right? Are you on board or what?
Dude, Iram, what would that prove? What are you talking about, dude? That's what
I'm tr-
Elijah's asking. Like, well,
Well,
what's the
the behavior of shadows on a curved surface would look different than of what we'd expect on a flat surface.
I don't get that. I don't know what you mean. You haven't
I don't
explained.
understand that.
You
Yeah.
haven't.
Okay, well, I mean, you guys didn't accept that. You could tell what's the nature of a surface by looking at the shadows cast by posts, but Jedi did. So Jedi was at least halfway on board, and then I designed this goofy experiment off the top of my head. But you guys were never under the impression that you could determine anything about a surface if you control the light source and the shadows cast upon it. So I don't know what to tell you if you don't have buy-in from that point.
I mean, well, what about the shadows? Or what about them?
The length.
Because I know you're not about. I know you're not
Hiram,
about.
just say the lengths.
I know you're not about. Okay, so what do the lengths? What in relation to what? Is it going to be a longitude?
Isn't it the length of the shadow cast compared to the length of the posts?
Okay.
Yeah, great.
So I don't get what your quote unquote experiment or observation would
Can you
do.
guys visualize things in your head? Like, I'm not even talking. Let's like take this out of the context of the Earth and just
No.
imagine.
Like, what do you
Imagine
expect
a
to see with shadows?
imagine a sphere
Hold
and
on. What do
imagine
you
a flat
expect to
plane.
see? Hold on, wait. What do you expect to see the shadows do on a flat surface, and what do you expect to see the shadows do on a curved surface?
The lengths of the shadows on a curved surface would be different than on a flat surface.
How?
I'd have to. I wonder if I could do this. Oh, I wonder if I could do this in
How
Blender.
would you determine that?
Do you guys ever fuck around with Blender at all?
We're not talking about Blender or Unity or fucking
No,
Photoshop or.
how do you determine that they're going to? We're already going to experience what we're going to experience outside. Like that's a given. Like you're not doing anything new. But what you're saying is we shall interpret a result opposite of what inevitably will happen as incorrect. And I don't know, construct a model, say a flat earth, and say this is what would happen on a flat earth. This is not what we see in reality.
Yeah, it's not really doing anything. Like, yeah, if you put two sticks in the ground, look at the shadows. One person says, "Hey, this is because of a flat Earth," and the other person says, "This is because of a curved Earth." How do you know who's telling the truth when we both only have one experience, right? Of measuring those. Like, there's only one truth to that experiment, which is what the shadows will do. And it's just like, how does that help determine one or the other? Like you said, like it doesn't. So what is the point of the experiment or whatever?
Right. So you guys never even had buy-in on the the fact that the topology of a surface can be determined in this way. You don't think that that's possible. Is that right? What's your name?
I don't think it's possible.
Okay. Well then, yes, this experiment is going to be lost on you.
Well, I think it already assumes a flat plane. That's the problem.
That's fine to assume that. Listen, that's fine. Assume that all you like.
I mean, because how will the shadows appear on what? Because you say take a flat earth, take a globe Earth. You're going to take a globe that was built off of elevation angles. Like this is why like we're at such a great expanse between us and what we're talking about. But I know how a globe is created. You seem to think that whatever result you get is going to be because it's a sphere. But
No, I'm not even presuming the result.
What?
Hold on, I'm not even presuming the result. I'm just saying that this is just an experiment that could be
No,
done.
but what are you not saying? You're not giving specifics as to how the epistemology is laid. You haven't laid it out. You just said the shadows would be different if it were flat versus if it were globe. I'm not.
So
why don't you just go ahead and stop? Don't stop talking. Keep talking until you explain that.
So if you assume that there's a post in the ground at one part of the Earth, it casts a shadow on a sunny day, and there's a angle created between the tip of the shadow and the tip of the object casting the shadow. So there's a right angle there. At the same time, over in jolly old England,
fuck this conspiracy
someone
shit.
doing the same experiment with like a 1-for-1 copy of the same post. if it's on a flat surface, ought to cast the exact same shadow at the exact same angle. But on a round surface, it'd be quite different. The lengths of the shadow and the angle created between the shadow and the post would be different. And that's true if you just look at a basketball or if you just look at a
angle. I'm sorry, the angle to what?
The tip of the shadow cast on the ground to the vertex, like the tallest point of the post casting the shadow.
Sun's gonna give different
What
angles.
do you? But I don't understand why on a flat plane there would be the same angles. What are the posts in the same exact spot? Like what? I don't get it. In relation to what? Like you're saying the shadow, like, but clearly it's the light source. Let's keep it real. Like that's
the light source. Let's keep it real. Sure.
Mm-hmm.
What are you talking about? What do you mean?
So I'm trying to figure out like
causing
why
the
the hell.
shadows,
What
right?
do you mean with the with? What do you mean you would expect the shadow to be the same if the angle to the if the angle is the same? The angle to what? The shadow in the post?
Yes. So draw an
Okay,
imaginary
so
line between the tip of the shadow to the top of the post, and then the post in relation to the ground is just the 90 degrees of the triangle. So the hypotenuse is the
90
imaginary
degrees
line
of
you draw
wait,
between
90
the
degrees of
shadow
what?
and the tip of the post.
90 degrees of 90 degrees from I guess the end of the shadow to the base of the post and the top of the post.
The base of the post. Okay,
Yeah,
I don't know why.
the base of the post, the obelisk, right? That's straight up in the air, 90 degrees, right? Okay,
Yes.
then it's casting a shadow. Boom. Tip of the obelisk to the base of the shadow, how far the shadow goes, right? Now, from the bottom of the post, the bottom of the obelisk to the tip of the shadow, what is that? What would you say that would be? Would you say that would be a straight line? Because it's an angle?
From the bottom of the post to the tip of the shadow?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it'd be straight.
Okay.
Okay, great.
All right. Those are angles.
Uh-huh.
But I still want to understand like what do you mean on a flat earth you would expect a light to I mean not a light but the shadow to be the same angle.
Well, on a flat
Like
plane, the relationship between the light hitting both posts would be the same.
oh, so it is about the light.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I mean that's one part of it. I mean it's
Okay.
kind of necessary to cast a shadow.
You know what? Do you have a diagram?
Do I have a diagram? Sure.
Yeah. Send it.
Wait, I'm doing all this off the top of my head. What are you talking about?
Oh, yeah, because you're right. I mean I have a very great imagination. I can see things, but I'm trying to figure out how. I just need to see what you're saying.
You need me to like open MS Paint?
A diagram. I don't care how you do it.
Okay.
Sure, open up MS Paint. Go ahead. I'm with you, Elijah, on the confusion because I'm like, how would this, like, what are you expecting to see differently? Like, because all we can do is put sticks in the ground, all of us, measure the shadows, right, in relation to the light. Like, I don't understand, like, the angles of the shadows in itself, that sentence, the angle of the shadow, it has to be straight. You can't have curved angles.
Well, you have the stars that are so far. Like the only thing that would make sense is that they're so far that they'll be at different in on the diagram. They'll be at different angles to the sky, but they'll say on the curved surface of the Earth, since light is parallel, it doesn't matter where it is spatially in the sky because it'll still come from this one particular angle.
If
And
it
it's
is
like,
parallel.
that's a crazy backwards way of what I was saying. except with the flat plane, though.
I mean, it's so confusing going through these like. It just doesn't make
I
like
know it's
sundials
tough.
work.
I know.
You know sundials work. You know that.
Which point?
I'm just saying sundials work. It's like they're measuring
Okay.
angles
Okay.
of shadows.
What is your point by saying sundials work?
If sundials work, that means you have to. If you're measuring the shadow of the angle, right, or the angle of the shadow, in relation to tell what time it is. That's it. That's 90 degrees. It's a 90-degree right angle triangle every time. It just, and depending on how short that right angle triangle is, it determines what time it is. So for that to work, right, the angle of the shadow is flat every time.
The angle of the shadow is flat.
It's flat every time. Otherwise, it wouldn't work.
You do understand that with just the observation of how fucking sundials works, it ruins the assertion that the Earth is that curved surface that you keep asserting.
Right. Like literally, just thinking about it. Yeah.
I disappeared for 20 minutes. You're still talking about this, but I'm really glad you brought up sundials because, yeah, sundials would ruin your assertion that the light will be doing something different on the curved surface.
This is what I'm saying. Like, yeah, like, would it be done on a flat Earth or a globe? Or it's like you have an angle, fam. Like what?
You have an
Like
angle.
doesn't?
I don't know what I don't know what you mean by that.
Oh God.
Well,
I'm
you have an angle that's directly related to the plane of the Earth.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
I mean,
there you go. It's that simple.
Okay, so you accept that.
Otherwise, a
So
sundial wouldn't work.
you would
Dude.
just say you would just say it's a tangent point. Like it's just a plane at the one particular area I'm standing at. Sure, I could use a plane, but the ground that I'm standing on is curved. Yeah, I mean, I know what you think, but I just don't like how you justify it. I don't know.
But that's not what's going on there at all.
Like,
You don't know what he's thinking. You don't even have an understanding of
I'm
like
waiting for the diagram.
geometry
I'm
he's
trying.
talking about. No, and that's fine. So, but don't say you know what he's saying when you don't, right? Like
Oh, you don't know what he's saying either.
the
Then
geometry. Oh
I
no,
don't
no, no,
know
no!
what
I do know what he's
what
saying.
his
I'm
point is.
familiar with the geometry and the
I don't know what his
proportionality of the
point.
shadow to the height of an object, and that it changes, according to the latitude, not the longitude. That the shadows are longer, when one time of the year, and the sun
But
moves
you get
across the sky
latitudes
in
from
different
elevation
angles
angles as well.
across the
So
time, like the
yeah,
time of the year.
elevation
The days are
angles.
longer during the summer
Well,
and
Yeah.
shorter during the winter, and
Elevation
summer
angles with
is like
flat baselines. Yeah.
summer
yeah.
is winter in the southern
I mean,
hemisphere.
just
You
think
know what I
about
mean?
how a sundial
Stuff
works.
Yeah,
happens.
this is just like a Channel 13 reading Rainbow rendition of like why the
Oh,
Earth is a
so you
globe.
don't
Yeah.
think that it's summer? You don't think it's summer? No, I'm not. I don't. I'm not making the case that the Earth is a
No, that's
globe.
Hold
what
on.
I'm
what I'm
saying that
saying
this
is
is the
if you
geometry of
really
the
think
shadows that
if
he's
you really
talking
think
about.
that at
That
one
like
o'clock in
shadows
the morning
vary, and like
you
you
need
don't
to tell a
understand the
grown
basic
man that
geometry
when
on how
it's
that might.
winter, it's summer somewhere else, and when it's summer somewhere else, it's winter here. That's what I thought was weird. It's like, yeah, you don't need to tell me that. I know that.
It's
We're not even talking about
it's
that right
winter in the
now. We're
southern
talking about
hemisphere.
let's talk about a sundial. Just let's keep it simple on a sundial here, okay? How would you know it's noon on a sundial? Right? You would know it's noon because the sun's directly above, the shadow being not even there, right? That's noon. And then you would have 1 o'clock. Oh, the shadow gets a little bit longer. 2 o'clock. Oh, it's a little bit longer. 3 o'clock. Oh, it's a little bit longer. That's why sundials work. But it's because the angle of the shadow is you have to assume it's flat because it is flat. That's the 90-degree elevate. That's why I picture it in my mind. I see why sundials work. Like I get it. Like I see it. I don't know how you guys don't see this. Am I crazy? Am I crazy? Sundials work, right? We can
I
agree
won't say the
sundials work.
sundial didn't work.
Just wrong. What you have in your mind is incorrect.
So sundials don't work?
I don't think a
Yes,
sundial
it doesn't work on 90-degree angles. That's not the nature of sundials.
Sundials is not exactly relevant to anything that I'm saying.
Okay, hold on. Let's rewind. Do sundials work?
What? You're talking about a device to tell time. I never brought up time.
Sundials work?
Yes, I think they do.
Sundials work. Great. How do they work on a curved surface?
All right, you ready for my MS
They
Paint?
don't work on a curved surface. That's my point.
There you go. They don't work on a curved surface. Therefore, plane.
They don't.
I mean, there you go. How about that?
But they work because the sun is making a 15-degree arc per hour above it.
Awesome. So that's the path
Because
of
the sun is
now.
moving.
The sun moves across
the
the
sun
sky.
the sun has to be making an arc. Yeah.
That's the sun then.
Are we?
Sorry, very quickly. I thought the Earth was spinning underneath the sun. You just said the sun moves across the sky at 15 degrees an hour. Proof of nothing, because we can have both situations. Either the Earth is moving or the sun's moving, you idiot.
That's right. Yeah, it's called relative motion. There's a word.
Okay, so
I put my little drawing in there. Do you see what I'm talking about? How the shadows would behave differently on.
Guys, no, a sundial is to track the movement of the sun. Sundial.
I don't know what these guys know at this point, obviously.
Ooh. Hiram,
No, I mean really, like there's
diagram's
nothing
not
that
good, man.
like there's no appeal
Wait,
to
what?
the obvious.
No, like literally,
Your
that's what it
diagram's
does.
not good. Sorry.
Wait, sorry. What? Say that again.
Your diagram is not good.
Well, it's motherfucking MS Paint, so I don't know what's.
I know,
What do you want me to do?
but
You have to
it doesn't get
understand,
across your point.
Oh no! See how the shadows
No.
are different.
I know, but it doesn't get across your point.
That diagram. No offense, bro, but that's ridiculous.
I think it works perfectly. I think it actually drives the point home perfectly well.
Oh, it does it? Oh, I'm a believer now.
Well, I got something I want to talk about. Actually, kind of related to the sun. So I took some photographs of the sun at different parts of the day. So I took one right at noon and took a picture of the sun right in the morning, like 6 o'clock. And I zoomed in really close to the sun, so there wasn't much of the like specular effects. And what I noticed is that the size of the sun remains pretty much the same throughout the day. And
Wow, I don't know what you're smoking.
what do you mean? So have you taken pictures of the sun yourself?
Yeah, this is an observation that has been done countless amounts of times. I'm just going to point a few things out to you. You're making this observation throughout the day in your local location. If you were to change the location, change the humidity of the air and change the altitude, you will notice in different conditions, like a desert, for example, the sun can disappear into a small, tiny pinprick before it even reaches the horizon, depending on the atmospheric conditions and where you are. So a desert, for example, I can give you those observations if
So
you
you're
wish.
wait. So you're saying with a 10x with like a 10x zoom lens that you can't take the picture of a sun when it's setting?
It's like you didn't even hear a word that come out of my mouth.
No, I'm just trying to understand what you're saying. That you said that because of the atmosphere in the desert that it makes the sun appear like a pinprick. I'm hearing everything you're saying.
Good. So in different locations, the sun will appear to change in its angular size. Sometimes it does. Sometimes it doesn't. What's the problem
Depending on
here?
where you are. No.
Wait. Okay, but I said
but if sunset is caused by perspective,
Not just depending on where you are. It's also depending on the time of the year.
if sunset is caused by if sunset's caused by the perspective, why would it vary? Like, why would it sometimes not change size? Why would it sometimes change size?
Still, so Flat Earth Jedi, the point that I was saying is that I used the 10x lens to remove these specular effects. Like, just a normal 10x lens. And like I said, the size of the sun remained the same in both of my observations.
Both. So 2 observations, just 2. What I
Okay,
would suggest
right. No, and I'm saying that this is a simple
point to make you understand the point. if you were, for example, to make lots of observations in different locations across the Earth at different times of the year from different altitudes, right? You would get maybe something different.
Okay, so that's what I'm hoping that more flat earthers would do, is that they take zoomed in pictures of the sun, preferably a 10x zoom or something like that, and to take them at different points of the day. And as far as I understand, the size of the sun never changes in the sky. That's why, like, something like a 10x zoom is important, because it reduces the specular effects of the sun
I'll
in
show
the
you.
photographs.
Show you a video right now with the solar filter on and the size change. It's a sun fade out video, by the
That doesn't seem to be a solar filter. Let me double check that image.
Oh, not on
that
this one.
video.
I'll show you one with the solar filter right now. Give me a second.
Okay, yeah, because the one you're showing doesn't seem to have a solar filter at all.
I didn't post anything yet.
Oh, okay. Well, bring me a dream. Sorry, bring me a dream posted a video, and it does not have a solar filter in that video.
No, but it is in Africa, right? Africa near the equator, which is where you would really see the effect of the sun looking like it's getting way smaller as it starts to its descent towards the horizon. Now, if you were in like Ireland or Greenland or somewhere near the north, right, you would not notice the size like it wouldn't be that detrimental in terms of like you wouldn't be able to.
Not even in winter. I would expect that in winter, if you're in Ireland on the flat Earth, that you would still see the sun very far away.
Whoa. What did you say? Repeat that about what you would expect on a flat Earth.
In Ireland, in winter, you would expect the sun to, go very far off into the distance on the horizon.
Look in the chat.
All right, yeah.
I have no idea what they would expect to see. Like, I don't understand a flat earther's opinion on the relationship of the sun to the flat Earth.
They believe that
I would
the
need to
Earth is a
understand.
disc. They believe
Well, let
that the
them
Earth is a
say it.
disc.
No,
and
they don't. Let them say it.
rotates.
Let them say it. They're
It-
already disagreeing with you, and like they're the flat earthers, so I'd like to hear it from them.
What do you mean? The flat Earth belief is well understood and has been well explicated over the years.
You
It's
don't
not something
understand it at
new.
all. So you're the last
Actually,
person who should be saying
no,
that. You
I
just
actually
tried
So
to
why
speak for
are
us and
flat
completely
earthers
failed
telling
on
you you're
sentence
wrong
number
on
one.
their beliefs? Like, I don't care about your opinion of their beliefs.
Okay,
But
so you guys.
I would like to
so
hear
you
a
don't
flat
believe
earther's
that the
opinion
Earth-
on a flat Earth belief.
So you don't believe that the Earth is a
Call
disc
me
and that the
crazy.
sun goes in
No,
a
who told you?
circle
Which flat
over
earther told you
the
that? Which flat earther told you it's a disc? Who?
or a plane? With a massive ice wall. Right?
No,
And that
ice
the
wall
sun
isn't really important.
and that the sun rotates in a circle around this disc of the Earth. I'm not saying that the disc is suspended in space or whatever. That's
there's no disc.
supposedly a
Keep saying
psyop.
disc.
Well, there's the disc of the Earth, of the explored Earth inside of the
nobody's
ice,
saying
inside
disc.
of the ice wall.
A disc is a particular shape, and nobody's making that shape claim that I know.
Yes, there's a puddle or a pond-shaped disc-shaped pond inside of an
You're
ice
really
wall.
trying to insert this word disc for us, but you're the only one doing that, not us.
You can understand discs can be thick. The disc can have indentations inside of them.
I'm not claiming the
I've
shape
already
of
told
a
you it's a
disc.
specific shape claim. And
Okay,
nobody's
so
making
fine.
that but you for us.
A plane with a disc-shaped indentation. Is that better?
Well, you're still trying to push this disc thing.
No, I mean, look. I mean, how else
Are
would you
you
describe it? That
dense?
there being some kind of indentation, a circular indentation inside of an ice sheet or an ice plane. Like, how would you describe that more properly?
The argument is that water is level and horizontal when at rest, and 71% of the Earth is said to be covered in water. Therefore, it cannot be a ball.
disengaging.
And balls
So
do
now
not
you're just
have 71% flat surfaces.
so now you're just
That's the
completely
argument.
disengaging.
It's not about ice
No,
balls.
that's
from the
pretty. It's
discussion.
pretty accurate what you just said.
Yeah,
because
the
no
straw
one's
manning
claiming
and
the
stuff.
shape, bro.
Look, I'm not
disengaging. I'm giving you the claim. Like
Look,
a
no,
guy
no,
asked what our claim was, and you tried to answer for us, right? And you keep trying to push this straw man claim onto us that I'm telling you is not actually our claim.
What straw man?
Why is he still voiced? Why is he still voiced? I'm asking in a flat Earth channel what the flat Earth belief is on the sun, and this guy keeps representing 10 people, 20 people. Why is he still voiced?
Yeah, good question.
But I would, but regardless whether he's voice or not, like as long as he's quiet, I just want to hear, like honestly, what if Flat Earth believes about the relationship between the sun, so that I can understand, like geometrically, what I would expect to see.
The
Not to
sun moves
prove anything.
around. The sun moves around the Earth.
In a circle, like I was saying.
It's interesting when you say
I don't
expect to
know about
see.
that. I don't know about
Sorry.
that, but I don't know about that. But y'all go off.
So is there not agreement?
Sorry, it's when you say expect to see, we all see the sun does what it does. So we all see that then. We're not going to expect to see anything different other than what we observe the
Well,
sun to
no,
do.
no, no, no. Of course we expect. I expect the sun. It's nighttime here right now, sir. I expect the sun's going to come up tomorrow. Okay, and like
Okay.
I have a geometric model in my head, which may be wrong or may be right, and like I have reasons to expect that. I expect the days to get longer in December because of the geometric model that I have in my head. Is that yes?
Gotcha.
I am a glober. It is like if it is a sphere spinning on an axis around the sun, that in fact the days would be longer in the northern hemisphere during this, during the summer months, right? So that's
Yeah.
what I would expect to see, and then I do see it. So now I'm fine with some evidence to the contrary. In fact, that's what I'm asking for. But it would have to
Yeah.
make sense geometrically, right? That's
Okay.
reasonable, no?
Yeah, no, you are correct. It's just when you say what I would expect to see on a flat Earth, we all see what the sun does, right? We don't expect anything apart from
Yeah.
what the sun already does.
I mean, clearly, I'm not gonna. When I ask you, how you believe the sun interacts with the Earth, right? I haven't been presented with the case for a flat Earth. I've been presented with many cases for the round Earth, and like the things I
Okay.
see like coincide with what I would expect to see, right? Mathematically,
Okay.
like geometrically. Okay,
Okay.
so that's fine. That doesn't mean the Earth is round. That's just like there's a reasonable path for me to get there. So I just want to
Awesome.
understand. Like I have no
You
idea
want
how the sun behaves around a flat Earth that could produce
so
the same thing. Longer days
you
in the
want
winter,
another
summer, for
you want
instance.
another explanation. Yeah? You want
I,
another explanation, not a ball Earth model, but a possibility of what the Earth could be in relationship to the sun with regards to, say, day cycles and seasonal cycles, right?
Right. Yeah. And
Or,
that's it. I mean, like I know I see. It's not even like what I would expect to see. I do see,
right.
right? And I consistently see. The same way I know the sun's coming up tomorrow, I do see. I had to move. So I lived on a lake that faced directly south. It was wide open,
That's
okay?
fine.
And I had to move my computer like during the year because the glare would come in at different points because of the angle of
Gotcha.
incidence from the sun, right? So
Gotcha. Now, I'm going to give you an example, though I couldn't prove the example. All right. I'll give you an
sure,
idea of what possibly could be happening. Okay.
sure,
It's not
sure.
my claim. I'm just going to give you another example. So, for example, some people suggest, not me completely, but some people suggest that north is the central point and the Earth radiates out from that, like our person suggested, the circle of the Earth, right? Now, if we're going to be talking about seasonal cycles, do you understand or do you know what the Tropic of Capricorn and Tropic of Cancer are?
Yes.
Awesome
I
stuff. So if the Earth is if the Earth is stationary and the sun is indeed the thing that is moving, over the period of the year, it will go between these two tropics, the Tropic of Cancer and Tropic of Capricorn. When the
Okay.
sun circles the north Tropic of Cancer, this is why because of the proximity of the light source, that's why we have summer in the northern hemisphere, and where in the south the sun is further away, it's winter there. 6 months later, when it crosses over the equator and starts to circle the Tropic of Capricorn, it's summer in the south and winter in the north. Now, that's
Okay.
one model.
And that's fine, and that's and that would also produce, so like now I hope you understand, like that, like if that were the case I would expect to see what we see, and that's fine. Yeah, cool.
No problem, my friend.
Problem is trying to
Yeah,
say that
but
respectfully to.
the problem with that
Oh,
is
go ahead,
that's a
Alicia.
flat plane model. Yeah. That's a flat plane model with the celestial sphere in which the lights move above you, a non-rotating stationary plane. I even posted something in the chat that is loosely related, but definitely related to the premise.
You see, problem is like geocentrism works totally fine, always has. You know, there's really no justification for the heliocentric model other than for control and to basically pollute your worldview. It's my personal opinion.
Hello.
Yo,
What's up, boys?
talking about the nature of Earth. What's up?
Not shit. Just picked up some drugs. Hop in, see what's going on.
Base.
Yeah, kind of based, I guess.
You have a question?
Do I?
Mm-hmm.
About what? The Earth, flat Earth?
Well, if you don't have a question, do you mind if I ask you one?
Sure. Go ahead.
Do you believe you're on a spinning ball in the vacuum of space?
Oh, bro.
He jumps into a flat Earth server and has a faint exasperation when asked about the fucking topic of the server.
I know, but no, I mean, I'm laughing at myself. But yeah, I do. I do believe we live on a spherical planet.
Why is that?
Can't you like
Well,
prove it with 2 sticks and shit?
Well, see, I don't have to go through a whole tangent, but I think I have enough time or an easier time convincing the Earth is round than Earth being flat.
So that appeal to consensus, it's easier for people to understand.
No, that's not the case. Doesn't mean that because everybody agrees doesn't mean like you're following sheep. I mean, of course, that could be on different things, like the vaccine. We could say something like that that ties to it, but not in this situation. I mean, just due to the fact that I still, I've talked to a lot of you guys over the past couple days. I still cannot get a definitive answer about the dome because nobody can give me one. Right, because you guys go back and forth and you argue on the dome.
Okay,
Or like you're
well,
just not set on the dome, or like,
here,
you know what
let's
I mean?
simplify it. Let's simplify it. All right. Do you agree that there's air pressure?
Yeah, we did this last night. Yeah, I agree.
Okay. And
I've got to answer this. Why do you think that people kind of don't want to necessarily claim dome?
I'm not sure. Well, I mean, I just feel like dome would be the easier way to describe something
Yeah.
holding it.
So
You
two
know?
things. That invokes shape. Now, no one can clarify shape of dome. So an arc across the sky, right, or a like upside down
Right.
bowl, right?
Like
So
that's
no
not
one
the
can
thing,
actually.
though. Like,
Sorry.
why is shape like? I get it. Like you try and steer away from shape because flat Earth, but I mean, doesn't mean that like it can't be a dome,
is
No,
flat
that's
to
right.
shape?
It can't be a dome.
huh?
It can't. Yeah, it can be either way. The second point. Sorry, Beasticles, man. The
Sorry, no,
second
go
point
ahead,
to
brother.
this. And you're fine. The second point to this is when people bring up
It's a flat
firmament
plane.
or dome, that brings into like a kind of biblical cosmological idea. And then all of a sudden, as soon as anybody says firmament or dome, invoking the firmament, then we're already off and give people the opportunity to start building straw men or or saying that we're using a religious argument. So we're kind of trying to avoid that, I think.
I see.
Now, I don't necessarily mind answering that question, but like I said, dome
You
invokes
kind of just
shape.
did though.
You understand though, right?
Right. Yeah, I get it.
Good.
But well then we. Well, I guess I did answer the other guy's question as well. But I mean, I'm on board with a lot of the ideas and stuff about NASA lying and shit like that. But still, for some reason, I mean, I've been coming back here just because I'm curious. It's been like 3 days in a row now, and I think I've heard
Taking
all of
is
the arguments you guys do. but it still hasn't really convinced me yet. So,
We're not here to
but
convince you, bro.
no, I know. I'm just trying to just try to see
You're
how
not
you guys think for a while.
convinced.
You know,
You won't be convinced until you do something like
what do you mean,
out
like
in
a
the real
science
world.
experiment?
No, like an observation of something that, first of all, you have to have an expectation, something that would be directly, something that would falsify what you
Right,
held as a standard.
right, like
And
have an
so,
experience or something. Like people who see ghosts and believe in ghosts, they believe in it because they had an experience or something. And like you're saying, I won't ever truly believe it unless something in my daily ritual doesn't make sense if the Earth was a globe, but I can't think of anything personally.
or you could wait for the next eclipse. We'll be around for that. Or
Yo, quick
you
question. What
could
about
for you could wait for a comet. Um,
What's with the
you
comet? I
could
mean,
wait.
I've seen comets fall from the sky.
the light experiment though?
Yeah, we're gonna have to. I mean, we're because again, like
What is that?
Comet Neowise, for example, like Comet Neowise was 63 million miles away, supposedly.
What
With a tail as long as 1 million miles, supposedly.
Right.
What
But the diameter was, I think, 3 miles wide. And so, given the dimensions of this thing, how the fuck would
3
we be
miles
able to
wide?
do that? Yeah, 3 miles wide,
what about the
63 million miles away. Like that's
Well,
just
wouldn't it
people
break down
at your
though?
back.
Wouldn't it?
what
Wouldn't
about
it not break down? Are you saying 3 miles wide when it got to Earth? That makes sense.
No, no, 3 miles wide
what
in
about the
diameter with
what
Comet
about
Neowise. It was 63 million miles away. That's like me seeing a piece of my hair 10 blocks away.
Oh, you're
And
saying
that's
they
a better
observed it.
ratio than 90, I mean 63 million miles and 3 fucking miles in diameter. Come on,
Yeah, I never knew that. That's kind of silly.
yo yo?
I
What
saw
about the
5 here, but even so, yeah,
Yeah, it's
I don't
wild.
know. We see.
quick question to the room? What about that light experiment video though? How do you explain that?
Yeah,
Which
very
one?
vague.
No,
Which
how do
one?
you
I
explain
posted
that
it.
the
I
sun?
posted it in
How do you
chat.
explain that the sun doesn't? How do you explain that the sun didn't set in the video that
Dude,
Homeboy posted
that video just
with
like
the
is
solar
such bad
filter?
quality. That's like a Bigfoot video. That's how I
What?
explain that one.
It's a
Like,
Bigfoot
like,
video.
like I'm,
That's your answer.
Bad
like, yeah,
quality.
that's like a Bigfoot sighting,
So
dude. That's the worst quality. Like
okay.
Think the
I could
sun?
have
Hey,
done
come
that
on.
on my Pentium back in 1992. I could
It's
have
all a
rendered that,
conspiracy. That's
right?
the answer.
You know, no, no,
Hold,
no, no,
hold
no,
up,
no,
hold up,
no.
hold
I
up.
would want to see more photos, right? So the thing is that like the flat Earth claim
Bro,
has generally been,
bro,
in
that's
my
what the sun
experience,
does,
that like
man.
all of
Like,
the NASA images are faked
are you on
and a
crack right
conspiracy.
now?
So to
Chill out,
trust in
bro.
this little silly Bigfoot video is really
Yo,
kind of
man. Can we?
hypocritical.
Hey, Kennedy, I want
Yeah.
to go back to your question. All right.
Someone
Okay.
put too much sugar in the
So
coffee.
what
I'm
you
done,
know
mate.
what it was
Cheers.
for me? The thought experiment, right? Not even a thought experiment, just like an observation. So you know about the globe model and how we're supposed to be moving through space, right? And all these different movements we're supposed to be that are
Right.
supposed to be occurring.
We're supposed to be like turning into, or like
We're supposed to be
over a
spinning at
long period
1,000
of
miles per hour, right? 1,000 miles per
into
hour.
something. Right. We're supposed to
And
be
then we're
spinning
also supposed
into
to
like a
be
black hole, like a huge black hole.
right. We're supposed to be spinning at 1,000 miles per hour. That's one movement. Then we're also supposed to be spinning 67,000 miles per hour. That's another movement. That's around the sun. Then the sun is supposed to be going around the Milky Way, around the black hole at 666,000 miles per hour, right? All these movements,
Ooh,
right?
spooky.
And all these
Spooky
movements, right?
numbers.
Yet we see the same fucking stars in the
Wait, hold on, wait.
same
I don't
spots
mean to
in the
interrupt,
sky
but
at
what
all.
was the number that you said about the sun? 666?
Yeah, it's not like it's
Isn't
on
that
purpose
crazy?
or anything,
I
or
know,
like,
but like, listen
or like
though.
the 93 million
Hold,
miles away,
right.
93
Hold on,
Club
I'm
or
gonna bring
anything,
something up. Just
No,
like
I get you. I got what you're
the
saying.
sun and like old scripture and stuff like that. The enlightened one that was Lucifer, which is weird. I don't know if you tie that
It's the
together.
heliocentric model. We don't want to go too deep into that
I know. I just thought a
aspect, but
coincidence.
you can. But
I
just think
just
of it. Just
coincidence.
think of it logically, real quick though. We see the same constellations, right, in the sky, depending on where you are, at the same times of year in, year out, over and over and over again, right? Yet we're doing all these fucking movements. Does that
Right.
how does that connect with you? You know what I mean? How does it doesn't connect with my observable reality and the way they're describing it? That's just one thing
I
for
think you
me.
don't have a perception of like how
I mean,
far these objects are.
yeah, they're
Yeah.
like,
That's what they
How far
always say. It's
far
just
and
so
fast.
far
so
Yeah,
like,
away
well,
we can't tell it.
hold
they
on.
might be right. They can
Yeah.
maybe you should
Well,
think
see, this
about
is
that.
the thing, though. This is the thing why this whole argument is like really infuriating because nobody fucking really knows. I guess if you don't trust the science, how can I trust anybody on YouTube? Like, not saying that anybody is smarter than anyone, but in reality, if you look at it from my perspective, both could be wrong. We all could be wrong. Earth might not be flat. The Earth,
Certainly, yes.
like the equations that they use to calculate certain things have been proven wrong. These are theories. I mean, this is just all a big thought experiment for me, and I guess it is. I don't want to believe. I can't lash my belief onto the Earth being flat, but also I can come to the conclusion that I understand where you guys come from, that the Earth is not round. I mean, but at the
You have
end
to
of the
start
day,
from
we don't know.
unlearning, bro. Cause like it's
Well, listen, I
unlearning.
do. Like that's how I got out of. Like I don't even believe in right and left anymore. I used to be really big into politics. Used to be really left leaning, and I mean, I'm pretty educated in
That's
that
good, bro.
aspect. Politics. I never
It's
really
good. You're
threw.
thinking for yourself. You're not appealing to
Right,
authority or relying on someone
right. No,
else's
I get
authority.
that.
Here's the
Then,
biggest difference between flat Earth and globe Earth, right? One, you can falsify. The other, you can't. One you can go out and see things for yourselves, right? The other, you have to be an astronaut. You have to be in space. You have to take their word for it.
well, I mean, you could work to become an astronaut.
You
I
get
mean,
what I
it's not
mean,
like,
though. One's gate kept. The other's
yeah,
not.
but I mean, we don't have the technology for everybody to just go up in space right now.
Yeah, but how do
What
you
if
know
what if
space
that's the
exists?
case? Well, I
How do
mean,
you
what are
know?
we
How do you
doing
know
then?
space
Why is
exists?
Elon Musk trying to go to Mars and stuff? I mean, what do you think is going to happen like 200 years from now? Do you think we're going to branch out of the Earth, or do you think like we're never going to go
But you're
anywhere?
you're
Like, what
making
about
all these
satellites?
assumptions, bro. You're making
I'm just
all
saying,
these
like, Starlink
assumptions.
is real, right? That's
What is
floating.
real?
Starlink.
Listen, listen.
Well, hold
You can go
on.
into
I
the
mean,
Listen, they
no,
got him,
wait,
bro.
wait.
Let's admit it. They got him, bro. They got him. It's too late for him.
for who?
I don't know what this
Elon?
guy's talking about. But just hear me out,
What do you
Kennedy.
mean? How do you not know what I'm saying, bro? It's very obvious. They got this other brother.
Oh,
He's defaulting to stuff like Starlink are real. Come on now.
Starlink is. Do you even know what that is?
No,
I
I
know
no,
what
know what it
Starlink.
is, brother.
I
We
mean, it's
know you
pretty.
believe in a globe Earth. We get it. You believe in a globe Earth. We
I
get
mean,
it.
that would work if the Earth was flat either. I don't understand.
Well, then it's a moot point. Why'd you bring
Well,
it
it
up?
just explained exactly my
To
point.
try and talk
He
about a
just
globe
argued with
Earth.
me when because he just doesn't know, and he's like, "Oh, globe Earth," but he's so stupid it actually worked in his
Thinking
favor.
if Starlink can work on either or, why even bring it up?
There's no point. That
Exactly the
exactly.
point.
That's why I said when he said, I said
That's
they got
exactly
him.
the point. Because he just
No, but
argues. Because he
so
thought
let's
he didn't even know
no
what
no.
Starlink was.
Who
No,
didn't know what Starlink was?
Whoever the black dude.
Everyone in this chat knows what Starlink is, bro. The point is, you brought up an irrelevant point because the other guy was saying something to you. He literally complimented you on saying, "Hey, look,
The
you're thinking for
conversation was going a
yourself,"
lot smoother before
and
you
then
just
you
chimed in
were.
and said nothing.
I know. It probably
Listen,
was,
listen.
brother.
Here's the frustration, right? The frustration for all of us is
He's
number one.
programmed.
Well, it's number one is deprogramming. You have to understand that if you grew up, right, if you were 5 years old, you went to the beach and you just, trusted your senses, right? You look over at the beach, you look over at the ocean, you see a flat level, horizontal view, you don't feel like you're moving.
Yeah,
You
but
had to be,
that's a lot to do with
you
the
had to be,
sun too.
hold on,
The sun.
Well, let me finish my point. My point is you have to be told the heliocentric model for
That's
you
not
to
true though.
believe it.
If you look at it, like
If you were 5
I'm
years
sure.
old and you didn't know anything about planets, right? You didn't know shit about the stars, shit about planets, shit about the sun, right? Why the fuck would you automatically assume just naturally that you're spinning 1,000 miles per hour? You know what I mean? And that we're on a ball. No one would assume that ever in their right mind ever. They had to be told that shit.
Yo,
That's the
my
point.
friend came to visit me out here, right? And like I've been like slowly, like earlier, I had her listen in, and when I pointed out, I was like, "Look, you keep thinking that I have an ideology, and I'm just giving you a description of what I see with nothing extra. But I guarantee you, when you describe things from the perspective of a globe, you'll have to infer some things. So, for example, I see things move in the sky, but
Yep.
from the point of view of where we used to all come from, actually, I see things moving in the sky because I'm actually moving on a sphere, blah, blah, blah. And she said, you know what? I never thought of that, like ever. Like I just see the stuff moving. That's just what it is. I never picture myself moving, and that's like nobody thinks about that. I was like, yeah, I know. Another thing we were talking about was she somewhere from in the West Indies. She's like expecting to see something like 100 miles away. Not expecting to see it, but she said, "Well, I know that Cuba is that way." In that direction. She's like, but I just thought the Earth was like super massive. Like 100 miles is nothing. Like I didn't think that there would be enough curvature between me and 100 miles. Like so, I just assumed 100 miles into the distance that okay, Cuba is in that direction. It's just too small for me to see. And I said, well, goddamn. Well, she was like, I never like, cause she was like, why are you saying that? I was like, because if the ground is curving away from you, then you would expect this. And she was like, nah, I never thought about that like ever.
Right. Right.
She's
It's something you have
Earth,
to be told.
yeah. She's
It's
grown.
crazy.
She's like 30 years old, and she thinks it's a globe.
Yeah. It's wild. And the thing is, bro, no one like Kennedy. Have you ever thought
What's up?
about the implications if we were telling you the truth?
Well, hold on. I was gonna tell you about when you sit at the beach. I never got to. I just want to bring this up because the reason of that, if you're sitting at the beach and you look at the ocean, you don't see curvature. That's due to ray refraction. I mean,
Yeah,
pretty
but no one
simple.
knows what the fuck you just said at 5 years old. What are you talking about?
Well, you tell your kid that. I mean, you
Yeah,
tell
that's
them it's
something you
science.
have to be told.
Well, what about ray refraction? I mean, you could literally demonstrate it with them with, a piece of glass and light
But
and how light bends and stuff like that.
Them, you have to tell them.
I'm pretty sure that you do learn that in school.
Dude, that sounds
Ray
like
Ban,
atheist mumbo jumbo.
I also needed to be told that a triangle's angles add
but
up to
check this
180
out. Ray
degrees.
Bending,
I had a lot of
yo,
stuff to learn when I was 5 years old.
I mean, we learned
this
about
fuck.
rainbows in like what, fucking like
Hold
fifth
on,
grade,
before we
fourth
get to
grade.
back to, before we get to rainbows, back to the other thing though. You know that the rays and all of that.
Well,
He
that
did
goes with the
that.
rainbows.
He did that over a flat Earth, and then had to input calculations for a globe after the fact. So his observations were purely assuming the Earth was a plane. This
Well, you
is
could do
Andrew
that.
Thomas Young.
Well, right,
So
but you
I'm
could
not
also
ray bending and the rays and stuff that you're talking about, like all of that
right.
data is collected off of a flat plane and
There's
then mathematically put on a
no,
sphere. But
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 the
all
the measurement came from a flat plane. So I don't know why you guys even think that's a
no. I mean, he's done it. I mean, because when it comes to stuff like that, they do it multiple in different ways. They test different ways. He's done it flat. He's also done it with the
but
curvature and all of that. I mean,
like
this
I
is
said,
you can't do
otherwise
it one or the
has
otherwise
it
other.
anybody else. Otherwise, anyone else would come up to the podium and be like, "Hey, this doesn't work on a curve or something." Like he would have been shut down. You could look it up. There's a PDF. I'm pretty sure.
You're breaking up,
Like,
by the way.
Me? Am I breaking up?
Yeah, I was driving through Montana on a long road, and the peak of the mountain came up to the bottom of the mountain over now to 2 hours drive.
Look, hold on. There's a PDF you can look. You can look up the effect of Earth's curvature and refraction on the measuration of vertical photographs. It's a whole PDF, and it'll go ahead and show you, like, even the. I'll link it. What?
You are breaking up a bit, Elijah.
Still?
Yeah, a little
No,
bit.
you're fine.
Here, I'll link this though, just so you can take a peek.
Is he coming in fine for you, Jedi? It's kind of like cutting in and out a bit.
You seemed really strong for me there, mate.
That's weird.
Like Mark has the profile picture of ray refraction. It's pretty funny.
So I drove down the road. I couldn't see the bottom of the mountain. Okay. What's the point?
What? You drove down the road?
Yeah, some guy said he drove down a road in Montana, and he saw a mountain for 2 hours, and he could see the top of it, and then he could see all of it, but he couldn't see the bottom of it. Is he still here?
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm here. What do you think that means?
What do we think that means? I don't know. You
That
seem to.
it proves curvature, yeah.
Well, what you would be claiming is physical obstruction. I can't see the bottom of that mountain because the curve of the Earth is in the way, right?
Well, that's one explanation, isn't it?
Well, yeah, it is plausible. You would expect not to be able to see the bottom of things if the surface of the Earth was curved. You are correct, but you do know, for example, that on a known flat surface, things can appear to disappear from the bottom up if you are very low to that surface, right? Or did you not know that?
Oh, I do know that, but a big ass mountain with snow peaks.
Yeah. So something that is very far away but has a big angular size, and you want a car that is very low to the surface. So you can make things disappear from the bottom up on a known flat surface. This would just be the ratio.
Not a massive mountain, mate.
No, listen, no problem. Fucking hell. Comes in here, makes an assertion, wants to understand why, starts giving them an explanation why, and starts talking for it. Brilliant.
Yeah, no, you're right. I'm wrong. It's all good.
No problem. Would you like me to give you an example?
Examples can be given from both sides. No matter what I say, you won't believe it. I just stated something. You want to believe it or not, I really don't care.
No, it's not a problem because I observed my friend. I observed the same phenomenon.
My balls say that I don't care what you believe. I don't believe. I believe.
My ball.
Here comes the right of Reverend Elijah. Well done, my friend.
Hold on, let me just say this. I think a reason why, I think I get it now. Like the reason why when it comes to flat Earth and the whole, you might have said this earlier, but maybe I just didn't get it. But like the whole reason why you get it out of like the whole dome argument is because you can't say that it's a dome. Because if you say it's a dome, there still is like a circular aspect to that. Right.
Who's claiming it's a dome?
It's
unverifiable. Well, but I'm saying you don't know, but it
No,
could
you
be
keep
then.
saying you. You keep asserting that someone on our side is saying it's a dome. No one's saying
Yeah, I think
that.
it's the guy who just spoke.
Someone on your side is saying it's a dome. It may not be you, but I've heard plenty of flat earthers.
I mean,
It's called
I'm one of you
controlled
guys.
It's called
It's not.
obfuscation.
But then what is
called,
it then? What do you
Good.
believe
It's called
in?
straw
Good. I'm glad
manning,
that you're
bro.
being victimized. Yes.
What do you
Good.
what do you believe in then? What is it that's keeping that atmosphere and like, huh?
Sometimes people like to make assertions. You know, I've got an idea. I think it's a dome. Now, in that sentence, I said, I think. It's a speculation. Some people will speculate it is a dome. When we're
Right.
on, say, when we're being really critical, and most of us from 24/7 are really critical, we understand that we can't actually verify that claim. So people like to come up with lots of speculations, but this one will be unverifiable. Yeah, people like to say it, but they definitely can't
What
verify it.
What do you personally believe? It is. Do you think
For me,
like yeah, for you?
for me, yeah,
That's
I would go with that biblical cosmology, but then again, that's because
The
I'm
dome.
Christian.
Right. I see
Firmament,
that. I mean,
whatever
I
you
could
want
see
to
that.
call it. There has to be
not
a
biblical,
barrier.
not
There ha-
biblical
Well, there
cosmology.
is though, but that's
That
where you're not wrong. There is a barrier between like
there is a
space and
barrier.
Earth.
Well, then you're not. Then you don't believe in the globe model.
No, that's not.
I
I'm
mean,
saying a barrier, as in like the atmosphere itself
I'll-
is used as a barrier.
I don't mind being annoying.
What are you going to say, Eli?
I don't know. I just wanted to talk about nonsense, and I realized how relieving it is when you don't have to actually say anything that means anything. So long as other people are talking too, it's kind of therapeutic. I see why they do it.
It is pretty therapeutic, honestly. It's a really good thought. I mean, it's really good just to learn how to debate any subject at any time. It's good for the brain. A little brain exercise never hurt anyone. I know people that
Yeah,
can't
well,
debate at all and they just lose. They just look stupid.
see, but it's not a debate though. That's the problem. It's not up for debate.
What, the flat Earth, or just
No, the fact there's a claim that the horizon is geometric. You're in here talking about basically how that claim can't be the case. Well, then there's a problem then. I mean, that means there's no way to prove that we live on a globe. And for some people, prove means something entirely different than what it means for me. Like,
thing is if you come from my side and I can't trust anything, then I wouldn't be able to prove my point in the first place. So I already know I'm in a losing battle
I mean, why would you adopt that philosophy?
because there's no way of putting any type of evidence towards flat earthers that they could actually agree upon. Even if a flat earther that they
Big
probably
assertion.
watched they watched a lot that somehow just
All right,
put out some information that was
jump in.
critically like damaging for flat earth, they would say that they were a shill or bought up by like NASA or something.
I'll ask you something, and it won't have to do again with flat Earth, so that'll be a Debbie Downer, but it'll once again prove that obviously the sky isn't what they claim, at least in relation to the sun and the moon. So we have the phases of like during the month, right?
Seasons.
No, the phases of the moon during the month.
Yeah.
Okay, particularly the waxing gibbous portion of it where it's chasing the sun during the day. The sun goes down and then the moon goes down sometime after.
Right.
Right. So there are times like at, say, in the summertime, 2 a.m., 3 a.m. even, where the moon is just leaving my sky and the sun is an hour away. Like geographically, it's over uh the United Arab Immigrants at 3 o'clock in the morning from my time here in New York City. But the point is, geometrically speaking, it would be on this side of the globe.
Right, but
And
you know that
so
like the quarters, there's like quarters as well. Like there's phases and there's also quarters.
when I said the GP is somewhere over the UAE, that's what I meant.
Well, this is.
Ground
I mean, when you
positioning over the
Mm,
UAE.
I can't even do it. I'm gonna have to do it for Beasticles another time because I was doing it for him because he never heard me talk about this. But you're no help. You're not. You don't
okay,
even know.
Can you draw
I
a
don't.
picture?
draw a picture of reality, I described to you what time of the month.
You described to
So,
me what you saw in the sky. You want to draw a
well, we
picture
all
of that? We'll start there.
we all see the same thing. We all see a waxing gibbous with the
Nope.
moon is in the daytime.
You know, people
Well,
like use their whole life and study the
I don't.
moon,
I
right?
never saw the moon chase the sun. You'll have to draw that for me.
Like, there's people that dedicate their
Okay,
life to
so
like
clearly you're
studying
not focused
the
on
moon
this.
and
So,
stuff like that, and then I'm supposed to believe you.
I have a question for Kendi, and there's a
Poor Elijah. Sorry, man.
I have a
Yeah.
question for Kendi.
What's up?
All right, so here's my question: If the Earth was round, right, then why does Mario travel in a straight line, an underwater world, instead of in a curve?
Well, maybe China knows something we don't.
Oh man, fucking Chinese.
And do you guys believe? Oh, I guess not. That's a stupid question. Never mind.
Can't believe somebody interrupted to talk about fucking Mario.
I mean, Mario's pretty cool.
Why not, mate?
And my bad, Elijah.
What are you
I
guys
didn't mean
thinking?
to
Like,
interrupt.
speaking
I
of
was
like,
just trying to
speaking of
restate
like,
what you said.
no,
all.
like like in movies and stuff like that, how they like quote
okay,
unquote like poke the bear
just
on like the moon landing. What do you guys think of that?
what?
Like in the Minions movie, remember they like went up on the set and they were like faking the moon landing.
And you know what I'm saying? He's not even aware right now.
What do you think about that? Do you think they're making fun of you though? Like in the Minions movie, you know what I'm talking about? Like they're like for some reason on the minion
What's
or
the
on
Coriolis
like
effect?
on the what?
Define the Coriolis effect.
When
Coriolis effect.
when you're in one reference frame, a non-rotating reference, non-rotating. I mean, you're on a non-inertial reference frame, looking
Mass.
at what appears to be something that's going in a straight line, diverging from that straight path. That's what the Coriolis effect would be. You observing that. So, for instance, you're on a
Posted.
roundabout. Somebody throws a ball. It looks like it's in a curve. It's like it's taking a curved path to you on the rotating merry-go-round, but it's actually going straight. So that's what the effect is.
No, it's in curved. It moves in a curved direction because of the Earth's rotation. That's the Coriolis effect.
Yeah, okay, but
I just looked it up.
that's nice, but
All right, well you were wrong.
His try-hard definition is has more weight than the one you looked up.
Yeah,
As air moves away from the
the Earth's
mid-latitudes,
rotation didn't really stick with me that well.
as air moves away from the mid-latitudes towards the poles and towards the equator, it doesn't move in a straight line relative to the Earth's surface. Rather, it moves in a slightly curved direction as a result of the Earth's rotation. This phenomenon is called the Coriolis effect.
Interesting.
Explain the Earth's rotation for me.
yeah, the Coriolis effect is an apparent thing. It's not an
It's a
actual.
phenomenon, right?
Not an.
But it happens.
It's
What
not
you're
an
explaining.
actual
Hold
thing.
on.
Is that right?
Hold on. It requires two reference frames, and the one that you're referring to where it would appear to curve is in the inertial reference frame.
You'll also
So
notice that
it's supposed to be traveling in a straight line, like so, not an actually curved path.
This guy's lost in the sauce. Sorry.
Well, I mean, he just Googled it for the first time ever, so he's an expert already.
Exactly.
I'm pretty much an
Oh yeah,
expert.
he's a Google expert. Forgot.
two definitions of the
I mean,
Coriolis
the
effect.
person that said the first answer was wrong, so.
No, he wasn't wrong at all. He just didn't understand
He
it.
said a straight line. It's a curved line.
No,
but it's a
it's
slightly
an
curved
object
direction.
traveling, and it would be traveling in a straight line, but it would appear to take a curved path because you're in a rotating reference frame.
Right, but
That's
it
what
moves
it
in.
is.
It says slightly curved direction. I literally said that.
Hold on.
No, it
Whoever
doesn't
just
No,
said that,
you.
whoever just
slightly
said that, say that one more
curved.
time
It
for him.
doesn't.
Say that one more time for him.
Yeah, it doesn't actually curve. It just appears to because you are rotating, or you're in a reference frame. That is.
We are. So you don't. Yeah, that's because you believe the Earth is flat and the Earth doesn't rotate.
No,
that's
that's
pretty
literally
much
what
what the law just
Coriolis
said,
effect
though.
is.
That's literally like what the definition is,
That's what it
and
is.
and the definition follows the actual experience.
And this is a convolution of terms with regards to the Coriolis effect of the Earth. That will be the Coriolis force. So what Elijah and Flatsy have said are completely true. The Coriolis effect is an observed deflection as you, on the rotating reference frame, observe the path appear to deflect even though the path of the object is straight. For example, you're on a merry-go-round, you've got two friends that stand on either side of the merry-go-round, and they've got a ball. They throw the ball between them. We understand the path of the ball is straight, but as you move on the rotating reference frame, you observe the ball appear to deflect. When you brought up the definition of Coriolis effect, you must understand that is a convolution of terms because the path of the winds are actually deflecting. An actual deflection, not an observation of an apparent deflection where the path is actually straight.
I see.
It is, and that deflection itself is the effect. Now you can
You
the
actually just pulled up this
observation
thing.
of that is not the effect. The
You just
observation of that is the observation of the
whoever said
effect.
the merry-go-round thing. You're looking on the internet too. I just saw it.
The observation would be the effect. The
No, the
causation,
observation
the
would be the
cause.
observation of the effect.
A ball thrown between two friends
When
on a
you're observing,
merry-go-round will appear to them
Your flat Earth
to
friend
take a
agreed
curved
and
path.
said it is the Coriolis force. That is synonymous with the Coriolis effect.
okay, well, the Coriolis force is just input as the cause is the effect and the effect is the cause, which is circular reasoning. So when it comes to just an effect, an observation, that would be the effect. You would want to know what causes that effect. So that's where you would come up with a cause to what you're observing.
Okay, but that's just not the effect. That's the cause, and that's fine. I'm literally not trying to like get into semantics, right? But true or false, the Coriolis, like it's just like round Earth doesn't exist in your world view. That's okay. But you don't get to change the round Earth isn't the observation of a round Earth. It is the premise that the Earth is actually round. Well, the Coriolis effect, true or false, is the actual deflection, not the observation of that deflection. Now, you can say that this isn't actually happening, and we only think that it's happening because we observe it, and that's fine. But that doesn't change the fact that that's an observation and not the effect itself.
You do understand also, my friend, as the question that was asked by a friend who gave the citation in the first instance, read down further down the page, and then gave the description or the definition of what I explained. So these are two different things. One's the apparent deflection as you move. The other one is because the winds have changed our direction and have a circular path because of the force of the earth underneath moving the air above.
That's right.
So there's two definitions for this.
No.
Yes, as just cited by our friend no less than 2
I'm like
minutes.
crazy, and I like use the dictionary for definitions. And there's only one listed, so now
He's
you
just
may
brought up another
misuse
one.
it.
Sorry, do you want me to describe it again?
Sure,
We
go.
get,
Feel free. Don't let
awesome.
me
So
stop you.
no problem. We'll get on our merry-go-round. We will rotate. We've got two friends. They've got a
From the
ball that
picture,
they throw
maybe.
between them. They throw the ball between them, and the path of the ball is actually straight. As we rotate on the rotating reference frame, when we observe the ball, it appears to deflect, though the path of the ball is actually straight. Coriolis effect.
Look, I threw the picture. I put the picture of what he was basically describing in the chat. Not the titties, but I'd rather look at the titties, to be honest.
Now the question is, where is the Coriolis effect observed in nature?
Isn't that observed in fucking hurricanes? I could be wrong. I don't
No, yeah, exactly. So when we use these two definitions, one's an apparent deflection, one is an actual physical that winds are changing in direction. If we were to use my definition, the merry-go-round, for example, the rotating Earth, that example would mean that everything that in the sky that was travelling straight like an airplane would appear to deflect from our position on the rotating reference frame. There would be a difference in flight times from east to west and west to east, for example. If an airplane was flying towards the east, the airport would be going away from them. If the airplane was flying west, the airport would be coming towards them.
Right. But that's not what's observed.
What is claimed here is that the only thing that can change the path of winds north and south of the equator is the rotation of the Earth. There are other phenomena that nobody
Observed.
likes to point out.
Well, what would be observed? Would be I was gonna say what I just said. That's observed.
Yes, but what isn't mentioned are winds that go in the opposite direction opposed to this model, anticyclones, for example. Now, it's just asserted that because we're on a ball that spins, that the ball that spins causes winds to deflect north and south of the equator in this predictable pattern. But when we point out winds that don't do this, that go in the opposite direction, then no one ever wants to fucking talk about it. This would
I've
be the
never even heard of.
Coriolis.
Well,
I've
I
never heard
want
of
to
that.
I
Honestly,
want to talk about it, but
it's a
like
phenomenon.
if
Apparently, it's
there's
only
a
affected in a certain
tendency
region.
if there's a tendency for winds, so like if 80% of the winds are deflected, and then there's winds that aren't, I could, I
So
could say
this,
that wouldn't
But
debunk
what about the
the
winds that go in the
effect, right?
opposite direction, like he's saying?
it's saying
Right.
anticyclones
So
are.
so it would be a tendency, right? So like winds, are, certainly caused by weather systems, whatever we all know what, like the complexity there. I don't want to get into it. It's not relevant. But the point is that like if 80% of the winds do deflect one way in the southern hemisphere and 80% in the northern hemisphere the other way, then like there could still exist winds because it's a tendency, not a guarantee that winds are going to deflect in a particular direction, right?
I mean, when it comes down to this, just if you just got to keep it simple. I mean, if you're in a helicopter, you're hovering, right? The Earth's spinning. Why doesn't the ground just move below you, and then you just land as soon as it's done spinning? Oh, and then you should be in a different spot,
I didn't know this.
right?
On Jupiter, the huge storm. Apparently, the Great Red Spot is an
Going back
anticyclonic
to
storm.
Jupiter.
I'm just saying
Why are we going to Jupiter?
because he said
Just think,
anticyclone, so I was curious.
just think about helicopters for a second, for real, or drones, right? If the Earth is spinning, why isn't the ground below the helicopter or the drone spin, right? And then you land in a different spot if you just kept it hovering. But you don't. It doesn't happen because the Earth's not spinning. It's not moving.
Sorry, what was your question again?
If you have a helicopter and you hover from where you took off, right? Right. You take off in the helicopter, you go about 10 feet in the air, you don't move, you just hover. The Earth is spinning below you, right?
I thought it was already moving though. Like inertia is that? Am I wrong then?
Hold on, just let him get his question out. Let him get his question out.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Because here's the thing, it's just like, okay, you said inertia, right? Well, now that
Well,
you're
just can you
independent,
finish the question?
but
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
trying.
sorry. I didn't mean to derail.
Just look, you're in a
So you said
helicopter.
if
You're
you
10.
if you have a
Okay, am I
helicopter
gonna
and you
am I
hover
gonna
from
am I gonna finish? Just real quick.
yeah. So just to recap, you said if you have a helicopter and you hover from where you take it off and you continue.
So if it's rotating, right? Then I land the helicopter. I haven't moved. Shouldn't it be in a different spot?
No.
No, why?
Inertia. I mean, if we were going against that, we'd have to go against like Newton's first law, but I don't think you guys agree on that. So then I wouldn't know. Like I'd have to sit down and really fucking mathematically go through everything, wipe everything.
Just think about it, right? You can't have one or the other. It's like
No,
some
but
people say, no, you
it
know what they say? They say that, oh, the Earth's
it's
atmosphere and the ground is They're moving in
Dude,
unison.
it's inertia though.
No, but
I mean,
that's
it's
the thing.
explained.
You say there's inertia, right? So you say you
Be-
wouldn't notice the
So
spin,
after like
right?
something like
You
say,
wouldn't notice it. We wouldn't notice that we're spinning.
well,
So
hold
that means
on.
it's not spinning.
Well, after it would lift off the helicopter from the
Yeah, so
from
this
its
guy doesn't
spot.
really know what he's talking about, but it's
Me?
conservation of momentum, right? So when you lift off
You
in a
never letting me
helicopter and
finish.
hover,
I don't know
you
what I'm talking about.
retain
All right.
the initial linear velocity of the point on Earth's surface where you took off, right? This is due to the principle of conservation of momentum. Like, this guy doesn't really know what he's talking about, but that's the answer to your question. I don't know if you're like
Yeah.
a D plus like graduate, and
I don't know.
like
I just think
you're
you
raising
interrupt.
good questions that were like answered like 1,000 years ago. It's
Well,
fine.
you know, let me.
Well, no, I just answered the question for him, so I just want him to respond to that. The problem with flat earthers, right, is they raise questions that are good questions, and most people just don't have the education to answer them. So like you kind of just feel stupid because you can't answer them. But the reality is that these questions have been answered for millennia, right? And this guy, there's a reason why this guy's dead silent when I asked him to respond to that, because he actually doesn't know what he's talking about. He's a high school grad that doesn't that was like a D minus, right? He barely skimmed by.
Oh, you have
But
to
if
be
you would have paid
right.
attention,
I'm
these
also in
answered.
section 8, and I need
Well, answer the
EBT.
question
Like, fuck
before you move
you,
on. Hold
dude.
on, answer the question.
Why
Answer the
why you
question.
gotta assert those things?
Well,
No,
are you gonna
stop it.
respond to what I said?
What do you? I
Yes.
don't. What's your question?
Well, it wasn't a question. Are you gonna respond to what I said?
It wasn't a question, right? So
Well,
Yeah, it
am
was
I
an
gonna
just said.
respond to your insult?
Are we doing no takesy
No.
backsies? Are we
Why?
not doing takesy
Listen,
backsies?
No, because
listen.
I'm trying to ask a question here, right?
When
I
you're still on
answered
the
it.
ground, the helicopter is already moving at the same velocity as Earth's surface. So of course
Right.
it's not going to look like
Okay.
you're fucking
Well,
moving.
let's just say that. Let's just say you're
Wait.
moving at the same velocity. As soon as you take off,
It
now you are not
retains its
moving at the
initial
same.
velocity.
Really?
What is that of the Earth's surface of what you just
You
took
guys
off
have just leveled down to like a
Hold
like
on.
a
Let me
semi
hear
IQ
Let me hear
argument.
flat water crisis.
Conservation of momentum then.
Yeah.
So the helicopter doesn't appear to deviate due to conservation of momentum.
Right.
Okay, so
And
there's no Coriolis. Okay, so there's no Coriolis effect.
Right. So as the Earth continues to rotate underneath you,
so there's no
point on the
Coriolis
Earth's
effect.
surface you took off moved
So there's no Coriolis effect then.
spot relative to the starting point.
Okay, bye. Who's the other guy who wants to talk about it? So there's no Coriolis effect then, because you're conserving momentum, and the whole purpose of this conversation was to say that there is Coriolis effect, Earth-based Coriolis, right?
We already talked about that.
Yeah, but now you're saying that it retains its momentum, so there is no observed Coriolis effect.
Your friend disagreed with you, or there were two different versions of that.
No, well, that's what it is. If you're saying that there's no apparent deflection because of conservation momentum or whatever you want to say, then there's no apparent deflection, thus there's no Coriolis.
I mean, that's not. I wouldn't say
Right.
that to the fact
No,
of.
that makes sense. That makes
So
sense because
is there a deflection then? Because when you go to conservation of momentum, what you're trying to tell me is that there isn't. So is there then?
that's the look. I'm a layman, but basically, if what you're saying is because of inertia, right? I'm moving the same speed of the Earth when I'm in the helicopter at takeoff, and I take off, right? Because the conservation of momentum, like you were saying, there is no apparent deflection, therefore no Coriolis, right?
It's sort of like this. You guys say
I'm just on the
Coriolis
internet.
effect, and then we go, okay, so then how come a helicopter doesn't appear to deviate
I'm
under
talking
the
to flat
of
earthers.
the
It's
Earth?
cool. Go back to bed.
Right, and then you say, then we ask, okay, how come the helicopter doesn't appear to deviate? And they go, oh, conservation momentum. Oh, so it doesn't appear to deviate. So there is no Coriolis. So which one is it?
Right.
I'm just on the internet. Okay. Yeah.
He's busy with his wife.
You're hot micing. You're hot micing, bro.
Shit. I'm sorry.
So,
My girlfriend's getting mad at me because I'm debating fucking flat earthers.
Awesome. So we understand the problem or the contradiction. Does the Earth display Coriolis? Conservation of momentum. So if that's the case, then no Coriolis. Which one do you want?
Right. can at least understand that with my D+. Thank you very much. All right. Ha ha ha. Motherfucker. Say that to me in my face
Hey,
again.
I
and
didn't. I didn't say that.
No, I know, but I'm just saying. So rude.
The two can
It is
coexist,
rude.
where there
It
is
is
some
rude.
deflection and conservation of momentum.
Okay, so what's
and
the deflection then?
one overpowers the other.
Where do you observe
I'm
the deflection?
yeah.
Because
Not
Kendi's
interested. Not interested,
kind of
dude. I'm
telling
just
me
saying
that.
that one doesn't. Like, it's not
So
mutually
you're not
exclusive.
interested in telling me
That's
where
it.
it's actually observed? Because Kendi's kind of telling me it's not with conservation of momentum. So is it or isn't it?
I don't think it was
Are
Kenny.
you talking to me? I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm fucking.
when I say I wasn't interested, I meant I wasn't interested. I don't know why you would continue. Like,
Okay, well,
like when I say something, believe me. Okay, so like I haven't lied to you yet, so you should maybe take me at my word until I do,
I'm
or
not
until you
saying
have
you're lying.
reason to suspect that I am lying. But the
I'm not
fact
saying you
is
are.
that I'm only making the point, and it is an important point, that we don't fall into a trap where they are mutually exclusive. The two can coincide. That's it.
Well, they are. Well, actually, sorry, I shouldn't have said that.
What are you
Because
talking about?
what do you mean is
Deflection
mutually
and
exclusive?
conservation of momentum can't coexist in the same world of physics? That's fucking insane, dude.
Well,
I'll
the way
deflect you
that
when
he's
just
yeah,
as
okay,
an example, if I
settle
smacked
down,
you, that would
settle down,
deflect your face. But yet,
settle down, settle down. When he says that there's Coriolis, we ask, okay, where do we observe that? Then he goes, oh, well, we don't observe it because of conservation of momentum. So then there is no Coriolis. So one argument kind of cancels the other here, right?
No, I mean, I feel like the Coriolis effect still stands.
yeah, I'm addressing it to him too. I'm not taking sides. That's why I'm saying
No.
it's not mutually exclusive. Like, that's the
No, I
fallacy
know.
that this argument has fallen down into,
Well,
fallen prey to.
the point is though is where is the Coriolis though? As soon as we ask that, we get conservation of momentum, thus canceling the claim of Coriolis. It's like an excuse,
Right.
so we don't actually see it because this happens instead. So then the whole thing just becomes
Well, it doesn't
moot. There never
cancel
was
it
any
out.
Coriolis to talk about.
It
And,
does.
right,
When
and
you
then somebody strawman and said that there's no
but when
conservation
you
of
ask,
momentum.
the
No,
question
well, I
you
mean that would
ask is
require
where do you
a
observe
non-inertial and inertial.
Coriolis effect? Yeah.
Look, both of those effects would require non-inertial and inertial reference frames, and you don't really have either in either case. With the flat Earth, we're just saying it's stationary, so it's inertial. The Atmo and the Earth would be inertial. With the globe, they're saying that the whole thing spins. The globe and the atmosphere spins together, so that whole thing is non-inertial. You don't have the two reference frames required for either scenario anyway.
Right. Right. It's like if it's so big, right? If it's so big and we can't even notice the spin, then there is no spin. It's like the same thing. It's like you're moving so fast, you don't look like you're moving. You know what I mean? So you're not moving. You can't really tell either or. That's basically the point. It's like you can't have your cake and eat it too. It's like, okay, if there is observed Coriolis, then we should see it. You know, the fact that we don't see it because of conservation of energy or conservation of momentum, right? Then that's it. Then we don't see the Coriolis effect. So you can't have both. Like I get that. What's not to get?
Well, it's just that it's self-defeating for them to say conservation of momentum after claiming Coriolis, because the only reason they have to say conservation of momentum is because we don't actually see the Coriolis they claimed. That's all. It's not necessarily that you like both couldn't exist. It's just that, yeah.
Yep.
Right. I don't feel like I'm moving. I don't feel like I'm spinning. Snipers don't take into Coriolis when they take their shots. Never do. It's ridiculous.
Oh, they
Planes
missed
would
most
have
of their
to
shots.
land on moving runways essentially if they were going from south to north and north to south, depending on the deflection of this Coriolis. And it's like that's not the case. Flight times would be all wackadoo depending on which direction you're going, east to west or west to east. You know, it's just none of that happens though. So I don't know. It's up to you guys. You guys can believe the story that we're moving, spinning 1,000 miles per hour. I'm not there.
Noted.
Oh, that went silent then, didn't it?
No.
People start making comments about their education, and these questions have been answered from Manelian, then, well, flat earthers just don't understand, apparently. Spent
I guess
5 hours
not.
in the server explaining things like fucking triangles and the scientific method, and apparently we don't understand anything. It's interesting. We end up having to explain your own model to you so you know which punches to throw when and how.
Okay, explain to me what a free body diagram is.
A free body diagram. Oh, and there he goes. Bunch of fucking hyenas.
Explain to me the three body problem.
The guy's gone.
Yeah.
I don't know.
People seem to have a real emotional attachment to this ball that I've never seen.
They really do. Like, my ball. Don't take it away from me.
I think it's because we've all been to space. We have achieved these things. Therefore, I, in this argument, not me, but somebody else who claims we
Oh,
have
what do
been
you
to heaven,
want
have got
about,
some kind of
dude?
achievement.
Just shut up.
You haven't done fuck
You're
all.
just
All
complaining
you've
about
done is
Globers now.
repeated a
Like, if
fucking
you want to engage in a
All
debate,
you've done
then
is
do that.
repeated a story
You
that you
know,
can't verify.
all you do, oh, these people are so stupid. Believe anything people tell them. Wow, let me tell ya.
Let's go then.
Bring
Let's
it.
go then.
Ooh, round one.
Let's go.
Fight.
Let's go then. Give me scientific evidence of gravity. Give me an experiment that proves this.
The fuck does that have to do with a round Earth? You tell me there's no gravity in a flat Earth?
Give me a direction. Sorry, give me a direct measurement of the R value. Give me a direct. Being as we were talking about Coriolis, that would be
Listen,
the Earth
number one,
spinning.
I'm not a
So give me
one-trick
a
pony
direct
like you. Like,
measurement.
oh, to explain the three body. Okay, why don't you explain the seizing of means of production in communism, dude? Like, yeah, right? Like, yeah, like you're a one-trick pony, dude. You live here. You live here in one debate all fucking day,
One trick.
24/7, right? And then you just shit
Awesome.
on
So
people who
one
are
trick.
on the opposing side. It's like a religion.
Yeah,
So if
yeah, yeah,
anybody's holding
yeah.
on
Yeah,
to their little
yeah.
their
Get it
little
out.
model, it's you, bud.
Get it out. Well done. Brilliant. One trick pony was going to go through about 5 or 6 different fucking arguments for you to see which one you wanted to fucking talk about, you idiot. One trick fucking pony my ass.
And he's
See ya.
gone.
He's very upset.
By the
So
way,
upset.
Jedi, all you have to do is ask for one single viable hypothesis. They don't even have to give you the experiment. Just the viable hypothesis for gravity.
Yeah, I know. But then I have
Where
to
is the
sit there for half
hypothesis?
an hour.
Sorry, go ahead.
Go on, mate. No, you're fine. Go on. You don't
I
speak
was just
often. I
gonna
want to
say
hear you.
sorry. Where's the hypothesis in the Principia or in special and general relativity? Where are any of these hypotheses?
You might have noticed this though, Flatsy. What actually happens is we have to define what a fucking hypothesis is in the first place, whilst everybody screams and shouts and says, "Nah, that's not a hypothesis." So we have to tell them what it is for hours before they can even suggest that they could give us one.
Oh,
And like
yeah.
you said, you're not gonna fucking find one.
Yeah, this Scott guy in the chat is driving me insane. I'm about to get off here, but it was fun hanging out
He
while I
is a
was here.
wild character, Flatsy.
Oh yeah, I can tell. Wildly
I
throwing
think
his
he's a
project.
masochist. I honestly do. Truly.
His time's been limited anyway. I've had enough
Oh yeah,
complaints about him today, so I wonder if he's actually going to be here within the next 24 hours.
Well, I'm gonna go probably get some rest. My D
same.
plus brain needs to rest. I want to get the C plus tomorrow. Nah, I'll catch y'all. Always a pleasure.
Bring
Always
it back,
learning
buddy.
something new here.
See you later, mate.
You do
Take care.
beasticles.
Later, guys.
Have a good night, buddy.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna get off here too, but it was fun while it lasted. I can't take as much of it as you guys can. So I know
Well, you're an
Beastical
amateur
says
role player. These guys have been role playing for years, right?
you are a joke, buddy.
Take care,
But you guys
Flatsy,
have a
mate.
good night. Yeah. Much love.
See you later, sister. God, sounds like education time as well. So somebody in the chat is. Let's go. I'm gonna fucking scroll up again. Huh. I'm going to read this out because this is hilarious. I shall wait for the following. Provide a single scientific experiment with the dependent and independent variable that proves the flat Earth. Fuck me. You understand that science only deals with cause and effect, that independent and dependent variable, for example. The dependent variable will be the phenomena, the independent variable would be the cause of the phenomena. You would understand if you knew what science was, that science would not be the tool that you would use to demonstrate the shape of an object. To demonstrate and prove the shape of an object, you look at it and measure it, not a question for science. Brilliant. Well done.
Yeah, they're just over talking. Why's everybody mute? On.
So back to demonstrating that these people that claim the Earth is a ball claim that we don't understand what science is or deny science without actually understanding what science is. Like I said earlier, we have to demonstrate to you what a hypothesis is, what it's used for, and how it's applicable in the physical and natural world. And then people like to come along and say, well, give me a scientific experiment that proves the shape of the Earth it being flat. The thing would be this, and I like asking this question to people who think they know what they're talking about. Give me a scientific experiment that proves the shape of the Earth. You would understand this is a malformed, irrelevant question. Science would not be the tool you would use for this. So, I'd suggest you unmute yourself and speak and say that you understand. Or you're going to keep flaunting around this ridiculous fucking argument. Because I'm now going to suggest you don't even know what you're talking about. You don't know what science is and how it's applicable or not applicable in the case.
I just realized that clown blocked me.
Oh, did he now? Brilliant.
I tried to respond in the chat and he's got me blocked.
Brilliant stuff, man. Just la la la, put your hands over your ears, just shout a lot, and hopefully the flat earthers will go away. So it's really quiet in here. See Vlad's joined us. What's up, Vlad? Timber around if you are. Hello, mate. How are you? Good to see you, mate. There's lots of people in the server. If anybody's got any questions, that'd be fine. We can answer them probably. If you can't, don't be upset. Anybody want to defend that ball, that'd be fine. Don't be upset if you can't.
Does anybody know the song that goes, I got one for the lovers, two for the zen?
Australians have started to creep in. Morning, AJ. Morning, Timbo. Hope you're doing well, brothers.
Yeah, morning, afternoon.
How you doing, buddy? You keeping well?
Yeah, just busy day at work, and then I was out putting a sign up on a wall, and it poured down rain on me, and then it hailed on me.
Oh my goodness me! You get rain and hail in Australia. I thought it was all glorious sunshine, mate.
No, not where I am. Depends what state you're in.
Yeah, of course, man. Of course. I'm only fucking about.
Yeah.
I got told that in England we only have 8 days of sunshine throughout the whole year as well, so maybe a bit sore about that.
Where Timbo is and where I am, you can get every season in one day. Like this morning, it was freezing cold, and I had on jeans and a jumper. And then it got really hot, so I had my jumper off, and then it started pouring down rain, and then it started hailing, and now it's bloody cold again.
My goodness me, man. It's crazy.
I'm out of here soon.
No worries, man. Are you with us there, Timbo, mate? Or you're on mute? Are you busy or whatnot? Must be busy.
He's probably still at work.
Yeah, more than likely, man.
Yeah,
that's fine.
But no, I'm out of where I'm living soon. I'm going to move up to North Queensland. I'm in New South Wales, so I'm going to go way up north. It's going to be hot and humid.
Oh, awesome stuff. When you moving, mate?
I'm hoping January. I've just got to sell a few more things where I am. I'm trying to sell my business, and I got another block of land I got to sell here. I've sold one. I got one more to go, and then as soon as that's all tidied up, I'm out.
Oh, good stuff, man. Into bigger and better things, yeah.
Yeah, hopefully not working as much. I've done pretty well out of my situation here, so I should be able to invest in. I don't know what to invest in at the moment. Nothing's looking great at the moment, but maybe property rentals or something, and try not to work as much.
That's the dream, man. I wish you all the best for that, for sure. Is there anybody in here that's got any flat earth related subjects that they want to speak about with me and AJ or any other flat earthers that are in the room? It's been quite an eventful evening. A few conversations, quite a few arguments, lots of schooling people what they think is happening in the world. So yeah, it's been fun.
I jumped in here. It was pretty quiet. All the Globers have given up.
Yeah, we kind of slayed them all down. A couple of emotional reactions and meltdowns and lots of shouting and running away. Yeah, basically what happened, man.
Yeah, righto. Yeah. I didn't get a chance to listen in today.
See, Crit's in. What's up, Crit? Hope you're doing well, mate. Might have fallen asleep by now.
So is it early in the morning for you? Have you been up all night, Jedi?
Yeah, my body clock is all over the place at the moment, mate. So yeah, it's just turned 8 o'clock this morning. I've been up since about 1 o'clock this morning. I went to bed at about, I don't know, 8 o'clock. I was absolutely exhausted, but I only got about 5 hours sleep and I was bolt awake again.
Yeah, I have a few of those dramas too because I worked night shifts for over 20 years, and I really struggle to sleep at night. I sit out here in the lounge room, and my wife's in bed, and I sit out here till 2, 3 in the morning, and then I got to get up at 7 in the morning for work, and I'm just wrecked. But then I get home and I can't sleep again.
Oh goodness, man, that's not good for you.
No, and then probably once a month I'll just have a big crash and I'll sleep for a couple of days and then I'll go again. But it's I think it's all the night shift I did for 20, 25 years. I used to do 12 hours a night, 7 nights a week.
Wow, really? Bloody hell, man.
Yeah, joys of owning your own business, eh?
Yeah, I guess, man. But Gordon Bennett, 11 days a week, 12 hours. Bloody hell.
Oh, it was worse when I first started. The probably 7 years. I reckon I was working 20 hours a day. Sometimes I wouldn't go home for 2 or 3 days.
Wow.
We were just that busy. I just said, I didn't say no to anything. Any work we got in, I'd just say, yep, we can do it. We can do it. It was all security work, so it was nighttime stuff, daytime stuff. We'd say, yep, we can do it. And if there was no one to do it, I'd go and do it until I found someone to do it.
Mic check, mic check.
Yeah, Mike's kind of all right.
Mic check.
Yeah, you good?
Cheers, mate. I was muted yesterday, so I'm back on now. Thanks.
Yeah, no worries, man. Hope you're doing well one day.
Sorry, mate.
I hope you're doing well, my friend.
Yeah, I'm good, mate. Yeah, how are you doing today?
Yeah, not too bad, man. Not too bad. It was lots of fun with you in the server yesterday, man. I really enjoyed that.
Yeah, it's good banter, mate. Yeah, but I think you do really well, Jedi. I mean, considering the repetitiveness of what we're telling these guys about gas pressure and no evidence of gravity and all the other stuff, and then you go through it all very patiently with them, and then you just circle jerk back round again, and you've got to go through it all again. Then another numpty jumps in with the same questions, so it can become very tedious. But yeah, I just jump in to do a little bit and give you a breather sometimes. But yeah, I think you're awesome, great, bro. Thanks.
Oh, bless your heart, man. Thank you for that compliment. I've had a few compliments recently, a couple of DMs and stuff. So I appreciate the love that everyone's given me. I really, really do.
Yeah, no, I got to agree there with One Deck. You explained things really well. You're onto it, man. And the other day, after I heard the gas pressure argument for about the 5th time, I just had to hang up and get out. I couldn't hear it again.
Yeah,
I think you're
it
a
does.
prick.
Fuck off, you cunt. How you doing, Timbo, mate? You doing well?
Good. Just knocked off, so thought I'd check in, see what's going on.
Did you have good weather there today, or what? Were you working in the rain and hail like me?
Nah, mate, we've had sun for 3 weeks. Been beautiful.
We had sun, and as soon as I set my scaffold up and drilled the first hole in the wall, it started raining, and then it started bloody hailing.
Got to get away from those mountains, mate.
I know.
Back down the coast.
Oh, I couldn't believe it, man. I was so... And cold as shit.
Oh, we've been around above 20s. Been really nice.
Yeah, 15 here today at the moment, so not great, but it's okay. But the rain didn't help. The rain was cold.
Yeah, I think your plan sounds good, mate.
Yep. Buy rental properties and go fishing out the reef and take some long observations over water.
Well, does the light go straight or does the light bend?
Well,
how did that conversation finish up, Jedi?
In an emotional explosion where people just denied what we were talking about and just fucked off onto something else, mate. I like this new one. I really do like it. It's really good. It's really good. So, I don't know if you heard, AJ, but whatever. In comparison to different types of models, Aristosthenes, the path of light is parallel. Okay, awesome. Let's go to the model that we're given for lunar and solar eclipses. The light path is not parallel, it's divergent and convergent in this instance. So you can either have one, you can't have both. They don't like it. They really don't like it. But yeah, Timbo, it didn't really end in any type of concession and somebody turning around and going, oh, fucking hell, bloody hell. It's just an emotional
Of course
explosion.
not.
Yeah, because they can't cope with it.
Well, I think that,
Well, it's
Super Monkey Ball, Malfactum, Morn, a lot of these guys in here now, they've been in here for about 2 weeks every day. They're in here more than me. And if they haven't got it yet, I don't know.
well, they must be sitting there just saying. Well, they must find the conversation interesting. Otherwise, you wouldn't be in here.
Well, that's true because, yeah, if I don't find something interesting even in here, I'll just get out and go and do something else.
Yeah.
I think a lot of them though. Well, some of them are just coming in to, purposely just be annoying. Like we said, we're trying to explain to them things, but they'll pretend they're listening, then they'll just throw something absolutely stupid in there. And I think they just purposely, some of them are just purposely wasting our time. But if it's live and they're being heard, then it's just highlight.
Yeah, right, man. Yeah. Other people are hearing it and hearing how dumb they sound. Then other people will look into it and go, okay, well, that doesn't make sense to me. What that Glober just said. Why is this flat earther making more sense than the globe guy? I
Yeah,
thought flat earthers were retards.
Yeah, that's the good part. I think that's where Jedi is good. I sometimes get a little bit frustrated, and
Yeah.
I do come across a little bit shouty sometimes. I'm trying to control that, but
Yeah, I'm the same, man. Sometimes I got to
We're,
check myself and shut up.
we're the dumb ones, yet every conversation we have to explain their own model to them, even to the extent that yesterday it was the what was it yesterday? The candle dish experiment.
Oh, the
yeah,
candle dish. That's the one.
the candle dish. Yeah, I remember that. It was like the guy later on though, where I was just having a few bits of banter with Jedi, and he actually admitted and understood it was the where you kept taking the lid off the box of gas. He admitted that yeah, if you take if you open the container, the gas will fill the available space. So right, so now you know what we're saying. You're admitting that's what happens, but then when you describe a globe Earth system, well, it doesn't count on that now. This is a different thing. You know what I mean? He's just like, yeah, I understand what you're saying, and we can demonstrate it, but that doesn't work on the globe Earth. That
Yeah.
doesn't account for that.
That's why they got to keep begging the question because apparently it's the only instance where it happens. So they've got no choice but to beg the question.
Some fucking hypothetical 20-mile fucking container this guy kept giving me. Started off about 100 foot tall, just kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And I just kept taking the lid off, asking him what would happen. He was like, well, yeah, the gas will come out. Yeah. You're not wrong.
There is actually a like a gas model at a university that you can bring up on your screen on the internet where you've got a box and you can fill it up with air. There's a pump on the side, and then you can see the particles in the box bouncing around, and then you can apply heat to it and see them move quicker. And if you put too many in, the top of the box busts open, or if there's too much heat, the top of the box busts open and they all flow out. It's pretty cool, but every time I've posted it, none of them want to look at it.
Of course not. We've come down to this, simplify it like this, because he was talking about, all right, it's a ball and we have gas pressure, therefore gravity attracts gas. Gas has mass because it's attracted to the ball. Like, fuck, man, listen to yourself. You don't know it's a ball, and you're only saying gas has mass because it's attracted to the ball by gravity. You don't have gravity. Like, what's going on?
Only the observation of gas doing anything, apart from
Yeah.
what gas always does. Brilliant.
But it has to have mass because it's staying on the ball and creating an atmosphere.
Yeah, and that's why I think it's good. I always try and get them back eventually to let's talk about how the Earth is measured, because otherwise you are jumping. I mean, it's good to talk about these things, but at the end of the day, I just try and get back to who measured the fucking globe. When did they measure it? What equipment did they use to measure the drop over the distance? Let's talk about that, because we can debunk anything they say on that. And until you've got that globe proven, we're not moving on to anything else. Sticking with that one. Yep. I just camp out on that, me, all day long.
I'm getting fed up with people saying that you can measure the interior angles of a triangle if one of those lines is curved. Yeah, you can. No, you can't. But you can. You can't. No, you can't.
Yeah, of course you can. You just, yeah. Just send a line across the tangent. And wherever it intersects with the right angle of your triangle, that's where your angle is.
There's a new Messenger Facebook group I got invited to with flat Earth debates in there, and it's the stupidity in there is insane. So I dropped a link to the other 24/7 server today and said, "Listen, stop talking shit in here and come and speak in person." But no one even acknowledged me or the link. They kept coming. They're garbage.
Typing arguments. I can't do them.
Oh, it's bad.
Could be in an argument for a month, you know, just waiting for a reply.
Yeah, and then around in circles 6 times over the same subject.
Yeah. But gas has mass.
Brilliant. Semi gas attracting gas.
Better than the fucking candle dish experiment.
Well, I had a guy yesterday, and I was just asking him for proof of the measurement of the curved drop over distance, and that's irrelevant anyway. The way you can prove the Earth is a globe is because the sun disappears and rainbows.
Rainbows.
Yeah, because they're obviously, yeah, that's the shape of the Earth.
I've had heaps. I've had that fruit is round, so therefore the Earth is round because fruit's perfect, and I'm like, oh yeah, so what about bananas? Or what about, whatever I could think of that was a weird shape? And they're like, nope, oranges are round. I've had people tell me that the Earth's round because my head's round. Oh man, doesn't stop the stupidity. But these people again will sit there seriously and argue because they have nothing else.
It is like when you get into the rumble tumble of it, and they are fighting for it, aren't they? I mean, they're hanging on by the fingernails. The lengths they go into and the things they're coming out with and the lies. I mean, they're
weird.
just hanging on by the last fingernails before they drop into the abyss of wherever they're going to go. It's shocking to hear sometimes. I sometimes listen and think, God, what is up with these people?
Yeah. Well, I remember arguing for about 2 hours about so the black swan, right? So and then someone went, no, but it's not one. How do you know it's 1 foot off the that guy Yakubian or whatever his fucking name is? How do you know it's not 1 foot off the? And arguing that. So he measured it. So I said, it's in the video. He measured it. Yeah, but what's the median sea level? I went, it doesn't fucking matter. Water's flat. If you measured it 1 foot off the water, the water is flat. So that's your sea level at the time. Oh no, but the tides? It's got to be a median tide. But at the time, it was this tide. No, you can't do that. So I looked up the tide range of where it was. I said, all right, have it at high tide then. Whatever. No, you can't have it at high tide. It's got to be a median. I said, okay, well, the difference here is 7 meters, so take 3.5 meters then.
Isn't he the same one that I heard saying, what about deviations under the water where the water drops off steeply?
I don't know, man. You'd know if it's that guy's voice. You go, but whatever. Oh my God.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Every time he talks, I want to break through the internet and throttle him.
He has to be the most annoying person on the internet.
He's got more of an upward inflection in anything that he says than any Australian that I've ever heard.
Oh, yeah, even I find it annoying, and I hear it every day. It's worse than Professor Dave.
But hey, look, we've all been around this argument long enough to understand that one of the reasons that we understand the Earth is flat and stationary is by listening to these idiots who try and defend this ball. They can't, and they say stupidest bloody things.
Like that guy today about the scientific method. He was trying and pushing for you guys to agree that astronomy was a science. Astronomy follows the scientific method or something. I couldn't even work out what he was arguing about.
Oh, mate, I don't know. I really don't.
Thing is, like, I don't hear many of them. I mean, we're sort of explaining how how it's not a globe that we're living on, and we can provide you with evidence of that. We can talk about the gas pressure containment. We can show you photographic evidence of your so-called physical horizon not being where it should be. We can tell them the Earth is observed flat and measured flat, and how celestial navigation can prove that. So we can go through all that. You don't hear one of these people come, do you live on a globe, and this is how I'm going to prove it to you. You don't hear anything, do you? There's nothing.
No, you don't. You look up in the sky.
At anything else but the Earth.
Well, I mean, that's how it came about, really, wasn't it? Was it Pythagoras? Because the moon appeared spherical, therefore the Earth must be spherical. So that's probably where it did start. And they're still on with that.
Well, yeah. You know, some bloke measured some shadows 2,500 years ago, so it must be a globe.
Well, that's what happened, wasn't it? Pythagoras looked at the moon and thought, that does look spherical, so I reckon the Earth's spherical. And then Eratosthenes thought, well, if the Earth was spherical, how would we measure it?
Oh, that's if Eratosthenes even exist.
Well, exactly.
It's pretty crazy that they all deny the Bible when there's a written down account, yet they accept Eratosthenes, who was around the same time, and there's not even any documentation on him.
I mean, if the Earth was a globe, right? Say it was a globe, right? You'd want to be, and it was flying through space. You'd want to be keeping your eye on it, wouldn't you? Sort of thing. You'd want to know if it's, is it growing in size? Is it staying the same shape? You know, how do they measure it now? As I asked them, and I think I get, what's the answer we get for that? Geodetic fucking surveys or something.
Yeah.
Some bullshit measuring fucking angles and straight lines. Anyway.
This is interesting. I did a thing on that Chat GPT a while ago, and I don't really like it, but I was messing around with it, and I was asking about surveying questions, and I said to it, does geodetic surveying assume a flat Earth in the beginning before the preliminary measurements? And it actually said yes. It said
it has
yes.
to, because it's got 3 line of sight measurements.
That's right. And now if you try to do it, it will not tell you. And no matter whichever way you try to trick it, you cannot get it to say it.
Mm.
It's funny that, and I can't. That's great, but I've had this, but I can't think of what topic it was. What I've mentioned it to people when I've researched, say, I don't know, 8 months ago on something particular that I was looking at, and because you're finding a citation or some information to put forth to somebody, you can find it, and then I've gone back. If I've not saved it and I've gone back to it at a later date, I'm thinking, I can't find this information now. It's altered, or it does not worded the same. It's like, they're monitoring this and changing it as they go.
Yeah, years and years ago when they first started talking about CO2 and climate change, I went back and looked at climate records online that went back, man, so far. I can't remember the time period, but back then there was more CO2 than what we have now. And now you cannot find that data. It doesn't go back, and it definitely doesn't say what I read quite a number of years ago. I think they're changing everyone's history at the moment. It's all getting twisted.
Yeah, that's how they do it probably, and they can do it now with this internet and monitoring people's search results and different topics. So eventually, over years, like the information that we've been using, they're trying to fizzle that out. So it's no longer there to be used as evidence.
Yep, and I believe that's why they want to get rid of all the older people in the nursing homes too, because then they can't pass down that information to the younger generations that they have.
Literally editing reality before our very eyes. If you haven't been around in this subject long enough, you won't notice it. See, Big Roots has joined us. What's up, Big Roots? Hope you're doing well.
Hey, Chris. Not bad. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad, my friend. Thank you very much. Hope you're keeping well. Hope your family's doing good.
Yeah, everybody's well, mate. Everybody's well. Been missing you guys over in the live stream.
We're off fighting the good fight in this server at the moment, man. Slaying down idiots who think they know what they're talking about for shits and fucking giggles at the moment. But yeah, you are right. We really should start appearing back over on the server. Trying to get more people from this server to go over there and have the conversation over there as well. But yeah, 100%.
What
Yeah,
was the
don't worry.
reason? What was the
I was
reason
just
for
going to say there's a number
the
of us.
change? Like, sorry, guys.
No, sorry, One Deck. I was just saying there is a number of us still in and out holding it down, so don't worry too much, guys. You're doing a great job out here.
Are there many people coming into the server, mate? Like new people?
I tell you what it is, mate. If a couple of us gather in there and start a convo, then it builds up. But we got to get it going. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand that, man. Do understand.
But nah, it's fine. You guys are doing a great job over here, so I can't knock you at all, mate. Well done.
I was just saying, sorry to interrupt. I did notice on the 24/7 server what you're talking about. I thought a couple of weeks ago I was going in there and I thought there's nobody here. I didn't know anything had changed. I thought, where's everyone gone? I wasn't seeing anybody, and then I think someone brought it up on. I was on FED having a chat, and one of the guys mentioned it on there that something about a politics site and 24/7 might have moved. Might have been Eli. I can't remember. So then I found it and jumped on and got in here. But what was the reason for this? Is it just to get more people, more Globers sort of going?
Yeah, pretty much. Trying to expand outwards and go onto other servers. You know, Spake is kind of the primary mover for that type of thing. He's been around onto different servers, and he managed to open this room and have control of this room because you can make rooms up in this server. So we kind of camped here for a little while. He did move on to another server, but I don't even know if that room's still open anymore, man. But yeah, primarily it's kind of flat Earth outreach.
Yeah, I think this is probably a little bit more or less of a debate site than a 24/7 site, I suppose.
Yeah.
Do you know what though?
Yeah,
We are getting the odd people come through from you guys. You know, we'll be in the live stream and someone will say, "Oh yeah, someone in the politics sent me over." So it's working.
No, good stuff, man. It's the main reason. As long as that's happening, then that's all good.
I haven't seen Spake anywhere for a few days.
Do you know what, man? I noticed that I was a bit worried. He was kind of going full force and whatnot over here and over on the other server and this, that, and the other, and then all of a sudden seems to have disappeared. So I am wondering. I might send him a DM now.
Yeah, because I was on the other server. I had one conversation in there, and the guy was awesome. I had the conversation with. He went and joined 24/7, the other server, straight away. I sent him the links in my bio, and before I even got off, I checked his name, and he joined it. So he was quite amazed with what I was telling him, and he was taking it all in. He goes, "Man, I've never thought about that. I've got to go join this other server and read the information." And then the next time I went to go find the server, it was gone.
That's pretty much what I did, mate. So after my I had one conversation on that server, and that was fucking with you, and that was awesome. But after that day, mate, I tried to get back in and couldn't even find the room.
Yeah, it's gone. Yeah, that's right. You came in just after or at the end of that conversation, I think.
Oh, okay.
Or maybe you were there for it. I don't know.
I don't think I caught much of it, mate. I jumped in just before you took that guy apart. Remember, he started asking me a couple of questions and whatnot. You remember that guy?
What have I missed?
Oh, yeah.
Did I miss something?
Nah, that was on another server a couple of days ago. The other Flat Earth server that Spake had made in another politics or another room, another politics server.
Oh, okay. I wasn't aware of it.
No, I was only up for a day, and then I don't know what happened.
So this isn't a big deal, Jedi, mate. It's nothing big deal. It's something that got brought up. You know, like the you're talking about the celestial navigation. You know, like they jump on this dip correction, don't they? These globers and the height of eye correction. When basically we're just bringing ourselves down to sea level for the actual altitude. That just to get a true reading. That's what we're doing. But they presume that it's something to do with Earth curve. So what?
Well, remember. Sorry.
No, I was just saying because I don't know where this was brought up. And I remember hearing this on FED, and I don't know if it just relates to the bubble sextant or the sea sextant. And the conversation was, it doesn't matter what your altitude is, the elevation angle won't alter. That's what was said. So that is always been in my mind. That we don't know why that is, but it doesn't matter what your altitude is, how high you are. The elevation angle to the sun will not change. It will be the same.
Mine's the same.
So what this global was saying to me was, well, he brought that up and said, well, if you're saying the height of eye is bringing you down to sea level, I thought the elevation angle would always be the same regarding, it doesn't matter your height. Am I making sense? Has anybody heard of this? And he said, so dip correction must be for Earth curve then, because your elevation angle will always be the same, regardless of your height. So that was not a big deal, but it got brought up in a conversation I was having, and I was just like, it just sort of stalled me a little bit.
I'm asking. I'm asking
Remember one.
ChatGPT, and ChatGPT is saying that they always correct for altitude or height above sea levels in the calculations. The primary reason for this is to correct the difference between the observed celestial angle, altitude, of a celestial body above the horizon. So they're full of shit.
Remember one deck when we were talking to Ruhif, and he said that about the height above sea level. Um,
He's
sorry. Remember
yeah.
when he said that? He said he was saying that it's needed because of the because you're not deducting the height above the your height, your observer height. You're not deducting the height from the equation. You're deducting the angle, but you need the height to know the angle.
Yeah, that's correct, and that's the way I see it. When you're on that ship 11 foot up, you've got your, pretend you've got your arm out. If you take you aim your sextant to the sun, it would be different if you drop down 11 meters then to the sea level. The angle reading would be different. That's what we're trying to get to, that angle at sea level in the rubber ducky life preserver raft.
To bring that angle to zero.
Yeah,
Is it?
so that it would change your angle. Yeah, so at 11 meters, I think the reduction is in. Well, the reduction is always in minutes and seconds. I think it's 5 minutes 3 seconds would be the
That's right.
reduction. But what my point is, and I'll have to bring it up with Tem for somebody, because I'm sure they might have been referring to a bubble sextant. That they claimed a while ago that it doesn't matter about your height, the elevation will remain the same. But then that conflicts with what we're just saying now. So I need to bring that up with them guys over there.
I just
Weren't they?
I just put something in the chat next to here, one deck. Might be interesting.
Aren't they saying that, like, sorry, just quickly, weren't they saying that somebody with a sextant takes the elevation angle from from the sea, but someone in an airplane taking at the same location using a bubble sextant, using the same star, will get the same elevation angle? Isn't that what they were saying?
Yeah, could be something like that. But then some globers are trying to use this as then to say, well, it's nothing to do with the heights above, because that's why we're doing dip for the globe. But I don't know why Ruhif keeps going, well, it's an angle. I said, no, dip correction, it isn't an angle dip correction. It's a correction for your height. But the figure that you'll be removing is just a minutes and seconds deduction from the original angle, elevation angle.
So within the original sextant, not the bubble sextant, but the sextant that's got a horizon mirror, we understand that when we gain altitude above the surface of the Earth, for example, the higher we get, the further the horizon gets away. So we've got a difference with that type of angle, because that will be our reference. When we do this calculation, it must and always will take us down to the surface of the Earth, so we can get a truer angle measurement. That horizon will move with relation to your altitude above the surface of the Earth.
Yeah.
Ruhif also argued that that Tenth and the gang over at FED cherry pick the 90-degree thing, and he said it's not 90 degrees. It's 90 degrees from your zenith, from where you are, not the star's GP. And he was saying, and he showed like a couple of different other like diagrams that depict that type of use of the sextant, and with citations saying this is what is actually happening, right? So he was saying, they're just using incorrect citations. That's not how you do it. What's your argument to that?
These bastardized ideas come after the original development of the sextant, the almanac, and ground positions of stars. So flat Earth model first, bastardized idea to wrap around the ball second. Flat Earth came first.
What do you think of the mechanics and the building of like lighthouses? What do you think of that? Why'd they build them like that?
So higher elevation above the surface of the Earth, so the light will go further across the Earth, right?
Right.
Awesome stuff. That's
Well,
why.
right, but that's showing that because of the fact that it's visible from a greater distance.
Yeah,
You know
yeah,
what I
yeah.
mean?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Showing
So
that there is a like a point to where you can't see the light from the lighthouse due to the curvature, or
so that
it
will
could be it could. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
no, that's fine. That would be the assumption, right? But
All right.
quite a lot of lighthouses were built long before. So the lighthouse at Alexandria, for example, so built a long time before was a ball. But we understand that with altitude above the surface, for example, we can see further, right? So light will propagate further. Quite a few lighthouses in England, notice we've got a little plaque on the side of them. Will tell you how high they are and how far the light will be visible. Now,
Well,
there's quite a lot.
when did we get
Go
from the flat Earth model to like how many years was that? Like from the flat Earth to being more of like the round. How many years ago was that when we started talking about that? Like the
What do
round.
you mean? So if we're talking about when
Wasn't
everybody
that like
started
2,000
to
years ago?
so that could possibly be when the first postulation come around. But if we're talking about when everybody started to hear about it, that would be the education system. That would be about 120, 130 years ago. Still in schools in the early 19th century, for example, they were still teaching a flat Earth, and then slowly over time they reverted that idea from a flat Earth to a globe Earth. So it's really, when we talk about everybody knowing this, about 120, 30 years ago.
Really? That's crazy.
There's a couple of newspaper articles from, say, that particular time period, 120 years ago, whatever, that are talking about.
Was that global or was that just like a niche group though? Like Christians and shit like that? Was that a global thing in
Again,
science?
quite a lot of education came from the church.
Right.
So
No, that's what
that
I'm saying.
yeah. So this idea was kind of pushed on everybody with this kind of fake argument between church and state or church and science. You have to understand that the Vatican held both sides of that argument because most of the scientists were priests at that time,
Right.
kind of always been. So within this educational system that the church kind of had hold of, then yeah, this idea or this fake argument between the two sides was kind of, won between themselves. And then slowly after time, as education became more popular, shall we say, or educational standards or educational institutions were pushed, then yeah, this is where the globe Earth was kind of pushed on the masses, for example. We do have some universities in England that are over 500-600 years old, but they
I
weren't
just
teaching at the 500-600 years ago.
right. I mean, that was just weird to me bringing up. I just brought up lighthouses just because of the fact, like, why they were built. You know.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Long ago, I say long ago, bloody hell, 8 years
Maybe
ago,
that was due
one
to
of
tides. You know what I mean?
well, I don't know, but with the observation of light of light, understand a bit of background noise, whether that is, with the
Yeah, I
observation
can't
of
hear.
lighthouses from mariners at sea, they can actually see clear day night.
I
Ken,
think
So
Ken, I think
that's not
Ken, I
me
think
this
you think
time.
that's right. Man.
No, I sent my
So
woman to bed.
that's fine. The observation of lighthouses kind of were more than the curvature of the Earth. Mariners at sea had documented that I can see this lighthouse that's over 120 miles away. Now, if we're talking at over 120 miles, we must understand if the Earth was curved, that is a 1 mile drop from one point to another. 1 mile. But if mariners at sea are seeing lighthouses from 120 miles away at night, then oof, problem.
Right. So if it's like
I think. Sorry, I think
if
some of these sorry, mate. I think some of these lighthouses have been some of these ones that have been mentioned in older books regarding the proof of not being on a
Here
curved
we go. There's
Earth.
people actually talking, unlike the lauded Globe Earth channel. There's actually people here. What are you guys up to? What are you guys talking
oh
about?
wait, you interrupted this dude. We were talking about
What?
lighthouses. We were
We're just
talking about
talking about
Oh,
lighthouses.
okay.
lighthouses and the
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
debunking the globe Earth.
There
What
you
were you
go.
saying? I thought
Well,
you were
there's like,
going. Hold on. Are you finished what you were saying? I thought
Sasha,
you were
could
going.
you mute, please, mate?
yeah. Let's hear what you're saying. Let's hear it out.
I guess he's done.
That's
My
pretty much
bad.
the point.
Well, what was the point? You got you got a lighthouse, right? You put a laser on it, and then you make it so it doesn't spin around. You shoot it straight in one direction over the desert. Isn't that what they do?
Oh, to prove it?
Lighthouses in
I'm
the
not sure.
sorry.
Who's they?
I
Where's
don't
there a
know.
light?
Who's they?
The
Well, I brought
Jews.
it like, okay,
Kidding.
how is it like, how can you say that like there's like atmospheric lensing over the side of the planet, but the lasers don't like have that atmospheric lensing when they go out like an extended period or whatever. You know what I mean? Like so for example, they say that they got like mirrors on the moon, right? They say, "Oh, there's mirrors on the moon. You could shoot a laser at the moon, and if you aim it just right, you could get a reflection off of that laser or that mirror." But the problem is that I feel like the laser beam would kind of curve due to the gravitational force of the moon and also the Earth.
Wait, that's what
You
flat
know,
earthers are saying? There's a fucking.
no, that's what I'm saying. I have nothing. I
Uh,
don't know.
uh,
Is this a flat Earth channel?
yeah, everyone believes flat earth,
Yeah.
but like me and like a couple other people.
Well, fair enough. But they say the moon's up there, and they say that the moon has a
No, they
mirror on
don't.
it, right?
They don't believe
They
that,
do
dude.
say. Well, they when I say they, like the NASA people, the big bad people, they
Like,
say
I
that
Yeah,
believe
there is
it's
a
up
you
there.
know they were claiming to
right,
bounce
but
stuff off, bounce radio waves off the moon prior to that.
right. Radio waves or even light beams using mirrors that they allegedly set on the surface of the moon. Uh, as you know, you can shine a laser at the moon and allegedly get a reflection from certain spots because of the mirrors that they put up there when they
What
went up there during those Apollo missions that we all saw on the TV. They put mirrors on there, so
what
it's
you
like
got
if
to think
do
about?
the mirrors.
What you got to
But
see, mate? What you got to think? Hey, mate.
if I shoot the laser straight up, it's gonna bend. Like it's gotta bend.
What you've got to think about. Sorry to interrupt you. I'll go in a minute. What you got to think about is um, the moon's in an area called space, the vacuum of space. Now, if they're claiming that they've sent astronauts to that area, yeah,
Yeah.
then the gas that we breathe would also vacate into that area,
What?
Well,
and it doesn't.
what do you think about it being a
There's a lot of
superfluid? Because
fucking motorcycle.
that's what I heard on Crow 777 that it's a superfluid up
So space, the area called space, isn't real. It's fake. It has to be.
There's no, it has
there.
to
No,
Why?
be.
nobody's been to
Why
the
does it
moon.
have?
Wait, hold on. You can't say it has to be because this is all theoretical talk.
Well, I don't know. I mean,
Well,
maybe
nobody
it's
knows. That's the whole point of this. Like, it's a good
No,
science.
it's
It's
not
a good.
speculation. There's the
well
Like, you really.
those Nazi people, those not or the not Nazi, the NASA people. Sorry, I Freudian slip
I mean,
there.
there are a couple of
But
Nazis on there.
those people say that they know. You're
no
gonna call them liars?
the area known as outer space cannot exist. It would be a violation
Well,
of
that's because
entropic
you believe.
law.
But you
No,
believe
not
in
because
the
I
dome
believe. No,
theory.
not because I believe. No, not because I believe in anything. We are breathing gas pressure.
and the requirement for that is a container, not a dome, not
That's
necessarily
the
a dome.
atmosphere. This is everything
Contain,
that. Yeah, atmosphere is
yeah,
our container.
no, the
Right.
atmosphere is the gas, right?
Right, but it contains.
Indeed.
I mean, the Earth still has a pull because gas has mass.
It's stratified. Like, you know, the dense stuff goes to the bottom, and the less dense stuff stays at the top.
Someone else has really got to do this before I jump in and start ripping this all apart. But I've done it about
Well,
10
You've done
real
it
times.
quick,
like
I was watching.
you've done it like 20
Well, real
million
quick.
times.
Yeah.
Oh, real quick. I was watching this whole thing about the sunset, right? And they're kind of like postulating, and I'm not saying that they believe this or I believe this, but they're postulating that as you watch the sunset, you do watch how the sun like goes from like a bright color to like a lesser bright color, like a bluish tone, and you kind of see the same sort of gradient of color when you look at ionized gas. And so what they're saying is that this space is actually helium-4. It's a superfluid helium-4 kind of like membrane basically. And so the sun goes around, it does create that sunset gradient that we see that might
Sounds cool
explain
as
the
hell.
sunset. It sounds cool as fuck, but it's fake as shit as well. But it sounds cool, and I like it a lot. That's why I love Flat Earth, is because it's like it's fake as shit, but it sounds fucking amazing, and I
I
love
mean,
it.
would it be amazing?
But
Like the ice wall? Like what's past that?
yeah, the ice wall is great. Well, the whole thing they go down there, and then there's like they can't decide if there's like a hollow Earth
Oh
or
my lord,
No, they don't
you're
believe.
if there's
mistaken.
No, they don't
or
believe
if it's like
anything
you ever
of the bottom,
well
the
if you ever
core.
well real quick you ever see a
Oh,
movie real quick you ever see a
please
movie called
stop.
Fern Gully? You ever see Fern Gully the movie?
Oh, yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah,
Uh,
yeah.
a long time ago.
so in so remember in Fern Gully, if you remember the movie, there's like the fairy lady, and she's kind of like tapping on like each of the little puddles as she runs along, and that's what the ice wall is. It's like there's an infinite number of like microcosmic Earths outside of the ice wall, spread out over an infinite
Oh,
plane.
good lord,
Oh
please.
Okay, hold on.
yeah.
But
What
what is
you
what
gonna
is past?
tell me?
Well, hold on, wait. He's a believer. I mean, what is past that then?
Yeah,
More
maybe we
Earths.
should ask.
After you go over the
Maybe.
ice wall, there's a
Hold on.
whole other parallel Earth
No,
on the other side.
but other people believe differently. That's what I'm saying. Like people don't
Well,
believe
they
that,
can
and then
suck
people.
my dick.
I'm just saying, like you're
You
talking to
saw
other
something
flat
on
earthers,
TikTok and you just think
I'll
all
beat him.
flat earthers think shit.
I'll beat him
Think
up.
this shit.
but ask him because he's a
No,
flat earther. What does he believe? Like he's
All
right
right,
here.
can
oh, he doesn't believe that. He just expressed the ideas to me. He doesn't
But
believe
why don't you ask him what he believes in then?
because he can't. He took too many acids and can't explain himself
this,
very well.
this is brilliant. You crack on with all your straw man ideas, thinking about what you know, what flat earthers actually say when they postulate possibilities. Go
Yeah,
on,
but that's the thing
crack
though.
on.
It's like all
Well, I
possibilities.
listen to the dudes. I go to the Globe Busters. I watch their podcasts. I watch the podcasts and shit.
See,
Come
the
on.
thing is though, what you just said, not what you just said, but the previous person. It's like all speculation on both sides. Like you say, you talk about globe Earth, how like we don't know, and everything is like theoretical. But we go exactly back to you, and you say the same thing. So
I like
it's just
both.
like a back and forth.
Sorry, my friend. 2 seconds. 2 seconds. Do you remember our conversation about the dome earlier?
Right? Yeah, the dome. Or you don't believe in the dome, right?
No, I do
There's no
remember.
dome.
We had that. Yeah, I
Okay,
remember
What
that.
you
about
do.
a firmament? Is it a
What would
dome or is it a firmament? Because like a dome is like
He says
man-made,
firmament.
but like a firmament is like what God put up
They believe in the
We have
firmament. I think
containment.
that
We have containment.
there. Yeah,
That's all you need to know.
a
and
lot of
that's
the
what they and that.
Are we going to be able to answer any of these questions, or are you just going to verbal diarrhea through anything that we say? Awesome stuff. So flat earthers will agree on three primary. The earth is flat, stationary, and contained. Everything else would be a speculation because people will have ideas like puddle theory beyond Antarctica. That's just a bloody idea that no one's verified, no one's gone there, taken pictures of it, and come back and given us those images of what's happened.
Well,
right?
flat earther is also a theory, though. So it's all
It
theory.
is. Right.
Hold tight, hold tight.
That's what I'm saying.
No, flat Earth is a direct measurement of the surface of the Earth, and then practical usage of the surface of the Earth, and its requirement to be
Are you
flat
sure
horizontal.
it's really accurate though?
Yeah, positive, 100%. 100%.
What
The
about the
Earth is
laser?
observed.
What about the laser thing? When they had the laser and they went over the salt barrens basins in California.
You've watched
What
an
about
awful
that?
lot of You've watched an awful lot of Netflix documentaries, haven't you? If you're going to be talking about lasers, and
No.
it's really hard, my friend, it's really hard to pin you down on one specific thing because you keep rattling off about other things. Do you want to talk about line of sight military laser technology, targeting systems that go up to a distance of 150 kilometers, for example, from vessels at sea hitting ground-based targets? The requirement for a direct line of sight would be rendered impossible on a curved surface. So we could talk about flat earthers all you want, but I will reference military technology, direct line of sight technology, which demonstrates the surface of the earth is indeed level and not curved, if you want.
So real quick, what you're suggesting that these military people have a technology that shoots a laser out past the curvature of the Earth, but then like the laser like kind of like bends down a little bit
So
to like that's what they would say because I'm not saying that you're saying that, but I'm saying that like they're saying the Earth is
no,
curved, and so you
no,
shoot the laser out to do your direct energy weapon. How
no.
far? How much? Like are they curving it down over the surface of the Earth to hit stuff low to the
So
ground or what?
four pieces of technology are used. I'm going to forsake GP ground positioning systems just for this example. Three pieces of
Sure.
technology are used to target an object at distance. One, infrared camera, so I can see it. Two, radar, so I can get a ping off of it and receive that ping backwards. And then three, the dual or tri-band laser system, dual or tri, which means different colored lasers to account for the refraction within the atmosphere that the laser is passing through. All three of these pieces of technology require a direct line of sight. I can see it, I can get a ping of it, I can target, I can blow it up. The requirement for a flat horizontal baseline is needed for these three pieces of technology to even exist and become applicable.
Do you
If the
agree
surface
that
of the Earth,
Right,
sorry,
but
if
they can like I feel like there's an atmospheric lensing thing that like maybe isn't being addressed, or maybe you're about to address it, and I am impatient.
well, atmospheric lensing,
already brought that up?
I already addressed that within the dual and tri-band lasers at different ends of the spectrum, different colors, which would refract differently through the atmosphere. All right.
So if I shot a laser like straight up into space, and that like the atmosphere would kind of lens it out and like bend it a little bit, right?
Really?
Like
A little bit.
if space exists, if space let's assume space exists, and I got a laser that can go up to again we were talking about the moon. Like if I shot the moon with a laser and they got a mirror on there, and they say, oh, if you shoot the mirror, it's going to reflect back. But if there's atmospheric lensing, which is a horrible problem if you're talking about these ground-based directed energy weapons systems that I think you're talking about, it's a horrible problem for them.
About fucking. I'm
Yeah,
just talking
don't
about
they take
targeting.
that into account, by the way?
That's
Targeting.
what my question is. Do they take it into account? Is kind of my question.
Like
Talking
they
about
must.
targeting. Yeah, but
They
all
have
I'm
to.
But
pointing out.
because they don't believe in flat Earth, like not all the people that work for the military believe in flat Earth, so they would still have to take that into
Look
account.
at look at the thing where the boat comes up and down off the wave, and you can kind of look out. It looks like it's kind of hovering there. I mean, like atmospheric lensing is a thing. It's not.
I brought
I
that
don't
up.
doubt that
I
part.
said arc refraction.
Yeah,
I mean,
refraction is a good word for it. Yeah, I use atmospheric lensing because I feel
the
like the
same.
flat earthers do like that verbiage. I try to use their verbiage.
I can see that.
I got bitched out earlier for using I was talking about orbitals and the idea that the moving stars, because I said, what about the orbital
You can't
nature of
use
the
like
moving
circular.
stars? You can't use those. You gotta
Well,
use
that's why they don't
specific
like.
words so
That's
they get
why they don't say
they
dome.
Yeah,
like a domed
they
earth.
well, but some of them do because they get mad if you don't. It's you got to be. It's like walking on eggshells. It's like talking to my ex-wife. Honestly, that's why I like it.
Hey, hopefully she didn't have no flat earth. You know what I mean? Has
Oh,
some
she's
good round titties.
no, she's dead. She's dead now. But
Shit,
that's
she's
just
in
the
the
way it
flat
goes.
earth.
Yeah, she's in the
She's
flat earth.
she's down there.
But man, she would bitch about all sorts of crazy stuff. And so
Maybe.
I like to get in here,
Sorry to hear
talk
that
about
though.
crazy
That
stuff.
sucks.
I made it up.
Oh, okay.
Just let
That's
you
how you
talk
get.
amongst
That's how.
yourself.
That's the internet for you. Well, this guy is
Right.
like talking about really nothing. He didn't say goddamn thing. He just like, oh, this is what we think. We think what you don't think, and it's like, well, of course you don't think what we think. Otherwise, we would have a discussion with you about
Of course,
what we think,
that's like
so that we can come
put
to
it up.
some sort of consensus. So why don't you take your own ideas and put them aside for a moment and think about like the the larger context of the conversation.
Just
What
one
about
side of
what if it is flat, what's up there and what's
Or
beside
down
us?
there.
Like if I just walk west too far, what's on the other side? I just fall off?
West.
What do you
It's
Yeah,
like
I think
you
the
don't know.
flat earth thing is like a
No,
whole big.
you're for us, Kennedy. Again,
Again, what?
you're just going to answer for us.
No, I
Yeah,
want to hear
you
you
didn't.
say. I want to hear I love this
I was
other
gonna
guy,
say.
but I like the English.
All right.
I want the
No,
English
it's
I
guy
don't
fine.
to
think
He
you
answer.
just
do.
wasn't
I don't
talking,
think you
so.
do want to hear.
Wow.
He's an
Brilliant.
English guy. He can answer too. We're gonna have the English guys answer. What's
I'm into the flat earthers.
what happened if I walk too far west? What's gonna happen to me?
You're going to come back on yourself using the cardinal coordinate system, or you're using the compass to go around north. If you go west in a circle, you're going to come back to where you started, aren't you? Same as if you went east, you're going to go around in a circle and come back to where you started,
But
Not
aren't you?
not
using a
north and
compass though.
south though. But not north
You
and
might.
south though.
There you go. So now you're using the correct word. So if you were to say, if I
No,
went
I asked
south,
it on purpose. I know what I'm asking.
He
good.
didn't bring
So
up a
if you
compass.
went,
You did.
oh, that's
No,
because you said
I know. No, I
west.
did. I did.
So
I brought it
north.
up on purpose. I want to hear.
Good. So you
So
should have said south.
if I go north or south, well, if you go too far north, I mean on a sphere, if you go too far north, you end up south. So it's interchangeable as far as I'm concerned. But you might have a different perspective there.
Yeah. Do you want to hear it, or are you just going to talk through me again?
Sounds
I'm
like
going
you're
to let you
looking
talk
something
for
up.
about 30 seconds, and then I'm going to talk over you.
Wait till he pulls it up.
Oh, I'm a little drunk.
No
I'll
That's
admit
shit.
that much. But I'm interested in hearing what you have to say.
He's gonna pull
Well,
something up. That's why he's taking his time.
come back when you're not drunk. How about that? Then you might be able to
What do you
Oh,
mean?
so
answer.
He's asking good questions.
Well, what happens?
Don't know. Haven't been
Do
yet.
Ice wall? You've never. Oh, you never. Oh, but you've never. How far west have you traveled? How do you know it's not west and south and not east and or how do you know that the Earth ends on like an east and west coordinate and I'm gonna end up back where I'm at, but not on the north and south
Hey,
coordinate?
but what does that have to do with
Like
the
it,
comment you're making? You're like
because if
totally
you
making
really,
a different side You're making
because
like a totally side comment that has nothing to do with what they were
Oh,
talking
now
about.
I
Like
know
you're
why you go by
ridiculous.
crybaby.
Who's
Holy
they? He's the person
fuck.
that was talking. What do you mean they were
I
talking
Fucking
about? He was the
psychotic.
main
You're like
person,
going
and
psycho. You're going south.
you're literally derailing the whole
well,
conversation.
no, that's fine. No, I think that she probably could derail it in a good conversation or a good direction, but if you think about it, if you could sit there and go like, if I just head east, directly east, due east, I'm gonna end up in a circle, right?
If you're using,
That's what he said. That's what he said. I'm gonna go in a circle. I'm gonna end up right back where I'm started. But how is that not true for east and west or for
Listen
north
to
and
the
south as
response.
well? Well, I'm waiting for it.
I've like tried to answer you 5 fucking times, and you keep talking through me. You drunk idiot.
Let's hear it.
No, I'm done with you, man. Somebody else can talk to
Ah,
you.
there it
Oh, you
is.
can't.
There it is. There's
Are
the
you kidding
fucking
me?
cop
Come
out.
on.
I tried to
He
respond
never.
5 times,
He
but I won't
never.
do it 6 now that you know I have the floor.
What?
Fuck you.
Once? Come on. Come on. Once. Come on. I'll shut
But
up.
he's a cunt.
Do you remember
I'll
my
shut up
answer?
and just stop talking. No, I don't. But I want to hear it.
So I haven't been that far south, and then you started asking me about where I've been west.
Oh, that was your answer.
Yeah, yeah.
You
I
haven't been
don't
that
know.
far south.
Yeah, I don't know.
You guys got trust issues.
No, I just
You
haven't
talk
been.
to
Crazy.
somebody who has.
You've
Awesome
never.
stuff.
Well, that one guy went down there and he said that there was aliens. What was his name? That American admiral that went down there, or maybe he was a general. I don't know. He's a
Admiral
naval guy.
Byrd.
Yeah, Admiral Byrd. He said that there's fucking shit down there. And you go,
tell you
you
what.
go, oh, there's nothing down there. I don't fucking know. I've never been there.
No,
But
I'll tell you what. I'll tell
how
you what.
far have you
I'll tell you
walked
what.
west? How can you even tell? How can you tell that? How this is problematic. How can you tell?
Brilliant. That was becoming fucking painful. Fucking painful.
You're not wrong.
I just can't deal with drunk people, man. Really can't. Anybody else? Who was that guy who chimed in?
Oh, that's
Still
not
fucking.
Vita. You can mute me.
That's that Dante Vita. Hello, mate. How you doing?
Chilling.
Good. Are you drunk?
No, I don't drink.
Good.
Are
Thank
you full
goodness
of
for that.
piss
Yeah.
and vinegar tonight or what?
No, I've chilled out.
Oh, good.
So there's lots of people in here that'll answer your questions. If you want to chime in and ask a question, man, that's absolutely fine. Got some Australians in here that have been further south than I have. If you want a conversation with them about what's south.
The last people I want to talk to about fucking flat Earth. The Australians are the ones who started the whole goddamn hyper skepticism. You got nothing else
Really?
to do but to overthink.
Can you reference one of those
And to
Australians?
bitch about America. Aquila, AST, Genesis, yourself, AI. That's 5. Is that enough? A couple New Zealanders too. Not that you guys would approve of them. I won't hold it against you.
I hope you're all doing well. I want to say thank you for the very convincing rhetoric the other day. I was in here the other night, and I thought many people, including Jedi, proposed some fairly strong positions, and definitely gave you some. Well, and I am potentially.
Nice. General's muted. Any discussion happening?
Not from me.
I just had to go away from the mic for 10 minutes. There was some guy on. There was a guy who sounded drunk. I don't know what he was on about. I'll just
There's
come back
always,
anyway.
there's usually.
I don't think he even knows what he was on about.
There's always that one drunk Glover that just believes everything they're told.
I actually working in a restaurant last night. Went to have a look at this guy's fridge for him, and I don't know how it came about. One of the kitchen staff, guy about 38, 40 years old, and I was just talking about the fridge, and then I said something about being busy, and he mentioned something about his head spinning round, and I just I said something about, well, I dropped a comment about the Earth spinning round or something like that. Or I'm glad the Earth doesn't. You don't think the Earth spins round, do you? Just a little haphazard comment. And the guy went, You're not a flat earther, are you?" I said, "I am,
Of
yeah."
all the
I
things to not get involved in at work.
"I know, but I didn't mean to do it, and it came up. But he really reacted like, "What? You're a flat earther?" I said, "Well, yeah, I am, yeah." "What? You think the Earth's flat?" I said, "Well, no, I know it's." I said, "I know it's flat." Anyway, he got into this. I started talking about it, like the gas pressure, and I was just trying to do this job. And he goes, "We've got the atmosphere, we've got the atmosphere." And in the end, I thought, I can't even be asked talking to you, mate. I couldn't be asked going. I thought, right, I was trying to think like we do on here, go through it. But this guy was just a normal guy. But he did mention atmosphere and gravity. So I'm saying, well, what's gravity? Well, you just drop something. So I said, yeah, just get all that helium balloon and let go. And he's looking. Well, he said, well, helium balloons are different. I said, well, you just said everything goes down. He said, but yeah, gas is lighter, it goes up. I said, mate, you don't understand what you're talking about. I said, I don't want to talk to you anymore. And I just ended it. But I think after the day on the phone, doing a little bit with Jedi, and I was talking to other people on text chat, and then last night that happened, I thought, you know what? I can't even be asked talking to these people about it anymore. They're fucking thick. Anyway, just thought I'd share that with you.
Good
No,
story.
it's interesting.
But I did, I did, I didn't call the guy. I mean, he wasn't the actual. He was just one of the members of staff I was in there chatting to. But I said something like, "It's over your head, mate. You obviously don't know. You won't understand because you're not up to understanding." Then he's like, "Well, what are you trying to say? I'm thick." I said, "I'm not saying you're thick, but I'm trying to tell you about gas pressure needs a container, and you're saying the atmosphere is the container." I said, "You're not understanding what I'm talking about, so let's just leave it alone, and we won't talk about it." But it could have exploded, really, because I could see he was getting a little bit. And this guy isn't even in this guy. Well, I presume he's not. I don't really know him that well, but I presume he's not on servers fighting this cause. But he was just a normal guy in a restaurant, but he was getting a little bit like that as well. It must be something that's just embedded in them.
I don't know why people get so upset about this, man. I really don't.
No. I've
I
always
went
said it.
out
If I would, sorry,
for
if I
dinner
would,
with
sorry, mate.
my wife, and the restaurant owner was at our table talking to us. We were having a few drinks, and he was talking about aliens, and I said, sorry, I was saying I was at a restaurant for dinner, and the owner came over to the table, asked us how our night was, and said, "Oh, have you seen all these aliens they've been finding?" And said about, "Man, the Earth's flat. There are no aliens. We need containment for gas pressure." And he was freaking out and told me that we need to go out to the pub one night, but he needs to meet.
I think you cut out there, AJ. Not sure if you're roboting or not.
Oh, did I? Sorry. I got bad reception. Hang on.
Oh no, I caught the end of it though. You said something about he wants to talk to you more about it.
Yeah, that's what I got to.
Yeah, but he said we got to go to the pub and have a chat. He reckons he needs to be more drunk than what he was to have a chat about that. But he did bring up Eratosthenes, and I explained Eratosthenes, and then he continued to tell me how it wouldn't matter if the Earth was flat anyway because aliens and that can teleport through dimensions, and then started telling me like that was. It's funny how flat Earth's stupid, but aliens teleporting through dimensions to get here isn't.
Well, it's the typical globe model, isn't it? I mean, when if the I know we've not got a model, but a flat stationary Earth with the luminaries, is just more logical than a ball of rock flying through a vacuum of space, filled, with water on it, moving at miraculous speeds and spinning round. That's okay. That's not hard to believe that's happening, but oh no, the Earth could not be stationary and in an enclosed system, and there's luminaries that move over us and around us. That's ridiculous. I mean, it's preposterous how they're thinking.
Can I ask a question for Jedi real quick? I don't know if he's still here, or if I'm not coming through clearly.
He is here. He might just be having a bit of a chill out, but one of the other guys might be able to answer it for you, or myself if I can.
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, I was thinking I might do a little bit of a round, just anyone can answer. Because I guess I have a couple of general questions because I'm kind of new to this and I'm just trying to like politely learn more. So one question would be like, this is like an easy one. So, how many people in here believe in direct physical experiments? Like if someone experiments, y'all would all like does an experiment in front of y'all would all generally accept that as like evidence or proof of something, right? And this isn't like a gotcha. I'm literally just like curious.
Yeah, well, that's what we are relying on. Is the flat earthers are looking for the scientific method when we look at our experiments.
Okay, right.
Experiments are repeatable, that if and verifiable and falsifiable. So it means that you could learn how they've done it. You could learn their hypothesis, learn their method, their testing method, and set it up yourself and repeat it. And if you and try and get the same result or a null result, and then work from there.
Okay. And how do y'all feel? And then here's my next question. It'd be something like, how do y'all feel about thought experiments? Do y'all take thought experiments as being evidence or proof of things? And there's no wrong answer.
Absolutely.
I'm just curious.
No, not as evidence. No.
No, that's probably what the globe is, a thought experiment that went too far.
And I'd be curious if Jedi had any position on this. I'm just trying to learn.
Physical
Sorry.
experiments, experiments, yeah, all day long. If I can falsify something and do it myself, that'd be awesome. A thought experiment is going to depend on where the premise comes from. I can go along with some hypothetical thought experiments, but we will have to understand it's a hypothetical situation. It would have to be demonstrated physically to be understood to be true or not, right?
Oh, that's okay. So you would okay. So I think that's something really fruitful and interesting. So you would maybe accept a thought experiment, but only if it is verified through an actual, it's like created or played out or um, actualized through an actual secondary physical experiment.
Yeah. Otherwise, we could be, for example, especially within this type of arena, flat Earth, globe Earth, we're probably going to be begging the question at some point to suggest that something is true. And if we can believe this one thing is true, then we can go on and postulate based on this one thing as true. And within the hypothetical situation, well, we've already admitted that this one thing is already true. Well, we can't beg the question in these situations. So everything has got to be demonstrated to be true in the first instance.
Right. Yeah, that's the difference between like an axiom, like in a mathematical equation, like in mathematics, an axiom is just a set standard, right? That you're working from. But when we're not talking about mathematics, we're talking about the reality we experience. A base axiom, a standard, would be just simply what is self-evident and what we all observe and experience, right?
So like, so you would say that there's sort of like two types of truth, right? There might be, and y'all can correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like maybe would be something like kind of what you're saying. Like, there's this one kind of truth, like a mathematical truth, and then that's going to be almost like definitionally true, and it almost like it's like you don't need to like experience math in the same way to like know if that's true, and that stuff is kind of just like a kind of matter of fact almost. It's just like a matter of fact that like 2 + 2 = 4. But then you might say that there's this other kind of truth, like a fact about the world, like something like, oh, there is a black swan somewhere in Europe, or uh, um, a certain type of flower grows somewhere, or the earth is flat or round. And then these are going to be the types of truths that you need to almost sort of experience to really have
Yeah.
knowledge of.
Yeah.
Is that accurate?
So I'll agree. I'll agree. Maybe this is a bad idea for me to suggest this, but I'll see what happens, and see what happens. I'll agree with you. 2 + 2 = 4, right? But I could turn around to you and say I've got 2 unicorns, and I add those 2 unicorns to another 2 unicorns, and I've got 4 unicorns, right? Does that mean the unicorns exist?
Within the hypothetical, yes.
Well,
Kind of like
yeah,
the
I mean,
idea
there's
of
different ways. Oh, good. There's different ways I could answer this question. So one way I could answer it is um, by defining what existence means. Like, if what you mean by existence is that it's like, I mean, it also depends on what you mean by unicorn as well. Because if what you mean by unicorn is the concept unicorn, of course the concept exists. And if what you mean by like it has like a physical
Yeah.
manifestation, I think that's
Yeah.
also
That's the point I'm getting
well.
at. Because I can do the maths associated with adding unicorns together doesn't mean that I've proven unicorns exist. So this is kind of, and I hope, fucking analogous to the ball model. They say the Earth has got a radius value. So therefore, if I go on and use that math of a radius value r, I can then build a model upon that spherical nature of the radius of the Earth. Just because I can do the maths associated with it doesn't mean that r has been proven in the first instance, right?
Okay, but then what
Well,
if
it
you
depends on what you mean by existence or God.
No, it's fine.
I mean, I would say in some sense. I mean, like that's almost like a kind of interesting thing to say. I mean, maybe I think here's where I'll try to be charitable here, because I don't want to like try to like straw man what you're saying, and I want to try to like be charitable to like the best possible meaning. Perhaps if I were to try to interpret, and correct me if this is a wrong interpretation, if I were to interpret what you're saying as something like, what you mean by exist is really has a physical manifestation.
Yes.
But here's the thing. What you mean by physical representation is something that you experience, right?
Yeah.
So the physicality of it is already, well, I mean, see, this is, I don't know if I could pull this point off, but um, it's already mediated by experience, right?
All right. Let me explain it like this. Do you know what a reification fallacy is?
I may have heard of this back in the day, but if I did, I forgot. Please tell me.
So when we take non-physical things and then reify them into existence. So for example, the idea of space-time. So we understand that the definition of both space and time, non-physical things, space, height, width, length, isn't physical. We understand that time isn't physical. What Einstein did is reified these non-physical things into physical existence and called them a fabric, the fabric of space-time. He then went on and built math on this idea of these non-physical things being physical. So that's a reification fallacy.
Ask, do you have dreams?
Is there anyone alive in here? So what idea is built on what?
Yes, Mask, Jedi, do you have dreams by any chance?
Okay, that's like pretty weird tangent to go down.
I
Yeah.
know it.
Um,
I know this like seems super random, but I'm hopefully gonna be working to like some greater points in the next couple of days, and so I'm kind of trying to do some like background study because I think I may kind of see like the position y'all are coming at. But this is like very interesting, and I honestly I don't think you guys are dumb at all. Like I think this is actually like a very interesting and like subtle thing that's going on here. But anyway, um, do you think your dreams exist, Jedi?
Can I experience them? Yeah, when I go to sleep. But when I wake up, I know that's not physically what has happened.
Right. So you experience a non-physical thing, right?
Yeah, when I'm asleep. Yeah, I can
And
have
you believe that
imaginings.
and so every day when you wake up, is that like are your dreams just like see, I don't know how to like point this out. Maybe some people can like see already
I
kind of the
know what
groundwork
point
of
you're
like what
trying
I'm
to make,
pointing at.
but I don't think it really goes anywhere. You're just gonna try and make some connection between like senses perceived in the real world versus just like relayed senses during dreams or something. But it doesn't really matter.
Well, if we live on this globe that we're told we're lived on, we should be able to physically measure that it's actually a sphere.
Okay.
It's not
Sure.
actually that big. So, you know, what for middle of nowhere, to answer your question, what we believe is what we can really see and what we can really test and measure.
Okay. So for example, let's just take like flight patterns. We have testable distances based upon planes flying at a certain speed from one location to another, followed by, recorded telemetry telling us exactly what path they took, and, GPS tracking, radar,
I
etc.
think maybe you could like when you're dreaming, maybe you're in a computer or something.
Jesus Christ.
And that would explain why when you have dreams everything's flat.
Just drunk hour or something.
But that would go into like, do you have a chip in your brain? I have no idea.
Maybe it's just a bad dream, Jedi.
Yeah, right.
So does that fit your
What was that? Taking a
criteria,
flight
Jedi?
and knowing that they take a certain flight path that can be tracked with GPS. Is that what
Among
you're?
various other things such as, radar, uh, their own recorded telemetry, radio, communication timing, etc. Yeah.
Alright.
So basically, if you take that data and you use that, and you can also include, boats and on it as well. If you then take all that data to try to map like the distance between locations onto a flat plane, it doesn't function.
Yeah.
There's
Doesn't.
no flat plane you could arrange the countries to where the flight times and, boat travel times would make any sense.
Well, that would just be an assumption. That would be
No, it's not an assumption.
that.
You physically cannot do it.
Why not?
If you lay the countries onto a flat plane based on the measurements that we have recorded of how, what size the countries are and then how far the countries are in relation to each other, it is impossible to overlay that on a flat plane to scale. You cannot do it.
Well, first of all, I would say that there are no accurate maps, and any navigation is done from a flat map that is an unwrapped globe that shows distorted countries.
Yeah.
So if we're talking about navigation at sea, for example, then you're measuring elevation angles to celestial bodies. Yeah?
What?
If you're doing celestial navigation at sea, you would be using elevation angles, yeah, to celestial bodies.
Well, astrologers literally invented the sextant.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're measuring elevation angles to celestial bodies, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
And that is one form. I mean, there's also just other ways to track their location.
Okay, so
For example, I mean, radar communication with some other base that's being radar off them.
so radars go over
using some form of GPS.
are radars line of sight, or do radars wrap around curves?
What? That's not the question I'm, or the reason
Well,
I'm
that's the
proposing.
question I'm asking. You're claiming radars. Are radars a direct line of sight, or do radars wrap around curves?
Yes, they do to a degree.
So sorry, just to be clear, when you send a radar ping from an installation, let's use the Jindalee Northern Australia radar installation. You do understand this is a ground-based radar situation where they get pings off vessels at sea. You will understand that when we use radar, that's two traversals over the surface of the Earth, one for the radar to hit the object and then a traversal back. Are you suggesting that that's going round the curvature twice? The distance of the Jindalee radar installation is a radius of 450 miles. It's over 38,000 kilometres within a circle. So this is a direct line of sight piece of technology over the horizon, if you will, but they're not bouncing off the ionosphere. It's a direct line of sight piece of equipment from a ground-based installation. I'll give you the altitude on cliffs and shit, but at a distance of 450 miles to get pings off of vessels at sea. Direct line of sight technology, my friend.
I mean, you can claim that, but if you
I
were
can
then
give you the fucking
to,
reference if you want.
like, okay,
If you want, mate.
can I
Brilliant.
explain this to you? It's very simple.
But then
You
you're
can,
just making a claim. So how about FE Jedi just drops a citation for you and game over?
it's not game
We
over.
don't need to hear your.
I,
We don't need to hear what you think it is.
what? You're
We
I think
don't
bringing
as
up
need to.
well,
something
guys.
that
We
is
don't need to hear how
completely
you think it works. When FE Jedi has
tangential to
made
the
it
point
very
I am
clear
making.
and can drop a citation for you.
You're making an argument about radar and how
No,
it
you made the
performs.
argument about
What?
radar, and now you're being
No, I didn't
corrected
make
by
an
FE
argument about
Jedi.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah, you did make an argument, and FE Jedi corrected you. So if you're going to keep talking over everyone, I'm going to mute you.
The other thing the guy mentioned was like flights and distances. Now, you know, what you will find is that if we did live on a spinning globe, flight times would alter dramatically to and from places. Yeah, 4 hour flight to a certain place will become coming back would be a 1 hour flight because of Earth spin underneath
No,
the aircraft. Flight
no,
times do not alter due to
no,
Earth
because
spin.
this is just basic inertia. The movement of the Earth is already imparted upon the plane and everything
So
on
you
it.
don't have a Coriolis effect then.
What?
Do you know what Coriolis is?
To a degree, but I'm telling you, like you can bring up all of these like tangential effects, which is totally fine. That's a separate debate though. I'm purely talking about distance traveled. Okay? So for
Yep.
example, the distance traveled between like northern like the northern part of northern continents versus the southern part of southern continents.
Well,
Even
actually,
if
you brought up multiple topics. The
So-
first one was the distances, saying that it was impossible that those distances could exist in any way on a flat
Yes.
Earth. Now, that's just an assumption, and that's not true.
No, it is mathematically demonstrably true.
No. And
If
then the
you-
second claim that you made is that radar proves it because it bends around the curve. And the other one was GPS because we can track these planes or these boats or whatever's navigating via GPS or radar. Now, FE Jedi has just corrected the radar, yeah? And I tried to talk about navigation at sea, but it got off topic. But they're using elevation angles at sea, they're using flat maps. So the points that you're bringing up are irrelevant.
So no, actually that is completely false. So
What's
whether
an
or not,
angle?
can you let me speak?
Well,
Jesus
what's
Christ!
define
You
an
just got
angle?
mad at me for supposedly talking over you, and then
Well,
you're just immediately
define an
talking
angle
over
then.
me
Just don't say
as
no
soon
and
as I'm
hand
trying
wave it.
to address your points.
What? Define an angle. Don't just say no and hand wave it off. Define an angle.
I'm about to dive into why these points are tangential, okay? And why answering whether, like specifics of whether or not they would function on a flat or a globe Earth doesn't matter. Even if I follow your presumption and say like, yeah, okay, so let's assume that all of these tools function as you say they do. I'll
No,
just
define
accept
an
the
angle. It's not what
presupposition.
I say they do.
No,
No, you're straw manning me because it's not what I say they do. It's what they do. Define an angle, please.
Okay, it's what you are telling me that they do. That's why I'm saying you.
No. Define an angle, please. I don't want to mute you, but please define an angle.
Why do I need to define an angle? What proposition have I
Well,
made?
we're talking about
elevation angle.
navigation. You brought up navigation at sea. You said yes, that we're using elevation angles to celestial bodies. So can you please then define what an angle is?
From what it's like two line segments meeting, and then the radius between them.
Maybe two straight lines, yeah?
Like an angle. Yeah, sure, two straight. I mean, you can. I'm not sure if you can have an angle between two round lines.
Specifically an elevation angle. What about that? Can you define that?
Again, I'm already telling you I am willing to accept the premise that all of these things must be lies, okay? Let's just say that they all function flat, okay?
The thing is, mate, you're begging the
Yes.
question of a globe, right? You're begging the question of a globe.
I'm not
Now, we
begging the
need
question of a
evidence.
globe. I'm
You
not
are.
even
You're
making a positive
presupposing
argument
a
towards
globe.
the globe right now.
Listen to me. Listen to me. We're after physical evidence of Earth curve measurement. Before you start talking about this won't work on that one on the bloody grid system, right? You're saying we live on a globe. How do you know that? How has it been
I
measured?
haven't said that.
So we don't live on a globe then.
All I am doing is I'm starting from a neutral stance, okay? I haven't said anything definite about the Earth being round or the Earth being flat or whatever shape. All I am demonstrating is that even let's accept that radar functions as a flat, point of view. Just there's no curvature, nothing. Okay, if we take these measurements, which if we
What
use
measurements?
these tools, well, like
What
if we use
measurements?
radar to measure distance, if we use
What measurements?
like
What
the
measurements are you
distance.
talking about?
Okay, if we ping a boat off of like the coast of the U.S. as
Yep.
it's
How'd you
traveling
measure
up and
that?
down it using radar,
Yeah.
and the
What are you
time
What are you
between
determining from that?
the distance between the ship and the the radar
Are you
signal
drunk as well?
producer must be. No, I just drank some soda.
Okay.
Between the boat
So
and
you're
the
measuring
thing producing the
distance.
signal must be a certain
You're
distance that
measuring.
stays consistent.
You're measuring distance because of the land, correct?
Yeah. So
Yep. So what were you talking about the south? You were saying the continents in the south won't work on a flat map.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Relative to ones in the north, yeah.
How do you know that?
Well, because we can demonstrably travel from one location to another in the south.
Correct.
It travels by a certain distance, right?
How do you know the distance?
Fuel like consumed based
me an
on like
example.
output of what? So I mean, you can.
Can I have an
test how-
example of two places in the south that you know the distance from?
I guess what's the southern that one country, Argentina?
Sorry if I ruined anyone's fun there.
You're cool, man. I don't think it was going anywhere. It was just going to go around in circles, I think.
Yeah, and it started that way as well.
I think do that. So you obviously come on who I don't know, who were worthwhile of the conversation and the points, and they're taking a little bit on board and coming back with a little bit, to us. But you couldn't do that for hours and hours. You just obviously, you've got him worked out after. Well, immediately we had him worked out, but you've got to put it to an end at some point. I don't know if it's a time thing or a 3 strikes and you're out thing, but it'll
I
drain
was
you that
just
all
getting
day.
annoyed when I was just getting annoyed when he kept on saying, like Jedi put a citation in here for radar, and he says, "Oh well, that's your belief. That's your belief," and just ignores anything that's put there, and just strawmans that's our belief, or that's what we're claiming. It's not what we're claiming.
Yeah.
There is magnetic declination. Magnetic declination is not our claim, but he kept turning it back to our claim, and I was just getting the shits.
Yeah, definitely. There'll be another one in soon.
Like, well, they could do it this way, and because I've been given the distances already that are on the globe, therefore that's how they must have done it, and I am correct, and it works on a globe, but not on a flat earth.
But I'm not claiming a globe.
Right. And one deck asks him for the flat Earth map that he tested it on, that he used it, that he compared it with the measurements, so-called measurements. He's like, I don't have one. It's like, well, show us the one that didn't work on. I don't. All of them. It doesn't work on all of them. Like what?
Make a flat Earth map from the information I got off of Google. I'm not fucking surprised.
Right. It's funny. Can't remember the name of the YouTuber. Years ago, a few years ago, he was showing how like you go to Google Earth and you'd pinpoint a certain spot, like in one country, like South America, and then you drag your line across to another continent, right, in a specific direction, and then pin it there, right, and say distance or whatever, right, and then you'd start from the point where you ended, right, and you go back in the exact same fashion, right, in the same direction, and you wouldn't end up back where you started.
Brilliant. Brilliant. I don't know if this phenomena is still true, but I've heard something very kind of similar. The scaling between different continents on the Earth on Google Maps, you'll hover above, say, the same altitude, let's say over North America, and you'll have a scale. This is whatever scale it is, and then you'll go to say Africa or whatever, and the scaling will change, even though that the altitude of your observation point is still the same. How the fuck? We understand what scale is in regards to a map, yeah, 100 to 1 or 1,000 to 1 or 250 to 1 or whatever.
Right.
Scale will change in the bottom corner even though you haven't changed your altitude. How's that possible?
Interesting. That is interesting. It's almost like that, like
It's
because
almost
they
like
need
they're
it to be
fucking
right. Yeah.
Got to jump out for about half an hour. I'll be back soon. I'll speak to you in a bit.
No worries, man.
Laters.
Also, I recently saw a short. Someone was trying to uh, draw. Like you go on Google Earth and you can draw like you can start off similar to what I was describing before, but you can go from point to point around a continent, and then it'll like give you in straight lines like distances around that particular piece of land that you're outlining with straight lines at points. You connect them all up, and then you go and try and do it with Antarctica, and it ends up looking like a crescent. It just won't comprehend what you're trying to do. It makes this funny crescent shape which cuts through the middle and stuff. It's weird. And I think the same happens for the north too, for the Arctic region. You try and draw like an octagon, you know, at the top of the pole, and then it won't do it. You'll let go and it'll just go all deformed and form this weird crescent shape. But pretty much anywhere else in between those two places, you can do it. It'll let you. folks later. We go.
Timbo, you there? Oh, Crit, you there, Crit?
AJ, I got a question.
Yeah, go.
What's the average speed limit in Australia?
On the highways, it's 100, and then around most towns, it's 60. And if you're in a built-up area, like a back street or a suburb, it's 50. Kilometres an hour, of course.
Yeah, yeah. With 103 being like 65 miles per hour, and 55 being 90.
Yeah, it's about 63 or something like that, miles an hour.
That's not too bad.
Yeah, the only difference here is when I was in the US, I was in Colorado, and they were pretty lenient on whether you were over that speed. They seemed to give you about 10% as long as you're going with the flow of the traffic. But here, if you're over, like 3Ks, 2Ks over, you'll get done.
Yeah. I know in Florida, they'll let you go 80 in a 70.
Yeah.
I remember my mom complaining about that. Like, if I don't drive the speed limit, I'm going to get run the fuck over. But then, like, you go to Georgia, which is the next state north, and if you're if you're 10 over, it's a hit or miss. But like five over, you can cruise. They won't bother you.
I used to pass cops going 100 down 75 in Florida, and they wouldn't even blink an eye. They just they just didn't pull me over ever, or anybody.
Did you wave?
Yeah.
Did you wave? You've got to wave to get them to get their attention. You've got to
One
wave as
one
you go
time,
past them.
one time, one came up right behind me. I was going like 90, and he pulled up right behind me, like right on my ass. Basically, I'm like, oh fuck, here it goes. And then he pulled off into the median to go talk to other cop buddy. I was like, what the what?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
I
had one the
remember
other
going
week.
south. I remember
Everyone,
going south on 75, and I was doing 85 with a state trooper, and it was me and like
Yeah,
15
I
or
believe.
20 other cars.
well,
Yeah, there's this one. Yeah, go ahead.
I got done not too long ago. I was driving out of Canberra, our capital city here, and everyone here on the overtaking lanes, man, they're on the highway. They're doing 80 k's an hour, 75 k's an hour. They hit the overtaking lanes, and all of a sudden they're doing 100 or 105. So I had another car behind me. I got to an overtaking lane on the highway, and I thought, you know what, fuck it, I'm going. So I just got round the bend, and the cop came out and got me at 109, I think it was, in the 100-kilometre zone. The guy behind me, they let him go because they didn't get him with the radar gun. And I think they took 3 points and about, what was the fine, Em? Don't know, probably about $300 or something for that, for 9 Ks over. In the overtaking lane, trying to get someone who's doing 80 that keeps speeding up to 100 in the stupid lanes.
Yeah, I love speed. Well, before because I didn't get pulled over. I don't give a fuck. Yes. So only on 75. I can't say about anywhere else. But 75, you can go 100. I don't think they care. I used to have a blast doing that shit in my Camaro, fucking flying past everybody for like 110. Good time.
I traveled from Houston, Texas to Fort Myers, Florida in about
Oh,
18 hours.
I
And
just lived. I just moved back from Fort Myers.
2 hours.
I just moved back to Texas from Fort Myers. I lived in Texas, then I moved to Fort Myers for a year, and I just moved back.
Yeah, I grew up in Fort Myers.
For real? Let's see. I don't remember some of the roads. I live off. Oh my gosh, it's not Magnolia. It's what is the fucking name of that? I don't know. I'd have to get on Google Maps to remember. You'd probably know it though, if you grew up there. Let me see if I can find it. Mm,
I grew up in Myers, right on the river, across from groups closer to Bonita and Estero.
you say again?
I grew up near Bonita and Estero, close
Oh, you're cutting it super
towards
bad.
Cape.
Oh, Cape Coral. Yeah, is that what you were saying?
Yeah, I grew up south of that,
Oh,
Estero
okay.
and Bonita.
Oh, but yeah, that's close to. I mean, I was just north of Bonita. I was basically in Bonita. I was at not Summerland. It's Gladiolus Drive, right? I live Gladiolus, yeah.
Yeah,
So yeah, it's right off Gladiolus. It's called what is it? I'm looking for it right now. Oh wait, here it is. Here it is. It is Nada Lane. Yeah.
I was near Daniels Parkway.
Okay, yeah, I know where that is. South of Cape Coral.
Back to visit my dad recently, and they really updated that Daniels intersection with I-75. It's got a lot more stuff there now. I remember it used to have nothing. It was just trees and turnpike, but now there's like this big shopping
Like
center there.
all of Southwest Florida has merged into one big city, basically. Like you can't tell the difference between like you're in Tampa all the way down to Naples. It just seems like one giant city. Honestly, they've all merged together. Almost. I mean, I guess there is like a spot here and there that hasn't, but it's not that much.
I think north of Cape Coral, it's still pretty much trees.
Yeah, it is. Between Fort Myers and Punta Gorda, like that's pretty barren or rural anyway. But it's not that big of a gap either. I mean, it's like a 10-minute drive maybe from when you're leaving Fort Myers and entering Punta Gorda. So it's granted you're going 80 miles an hour, but
yeah.
are you a flat earther?
Yeah. Florida's the flattest state in the United States.
You said Florida's the flattest state?
Objectively. Yeah. I think Kansas was like 8 or 9 or something. Texas was like the 5th flattest state. Bunch of universities went out and took their measurements with the theodolite systems, and what they measured was a slope because they had to an equation to make it fit on a ball. Amount of topography.
You say you know, physicists say there's a flat, if we live in a flat universe. I always jokingly tell people that you can't have a sphere in a flat universe. Therefore, the Earth is flat. Which of course I'm not a flat.
I didn't understand you. You sound like you're far away.
My earpiece is
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I think I have somebody muted. No, maybe not.
hear a flat earther?
Here.
You a flat earther, Kiko?
Yeah.
Oh, you're a creationist and you're a flat earth mod. Ah, so you must be a flat earther, right?
Well, yeah, you just asked me if I was, and I said yes.
Oh, I couldn't hear
So
you.
yes.
Your audio's kind of broken on my end.
Yeah, it happens.
Oh, good. So you're a creationist too? How old do you think that the universe is?
2000.
3,000? And you're
No, I
just kind
said
of
a
looking at
few.
a few thousand? Okay.
Yeah.
So there are stars that are many light years away, and they've gotten here, right? The light has?
Yeah. Sure.
Okay. And they're more than thousands of light years away. They're like millions of light years away, even further sometimes, right?
According to the theory of the globe, yes, they are like thousands of light years away.
Well, we know that they're thousands of light years away, right? We've got really
Yeah,
good
according to the
visibility then.
story.
Well, we can just do that by like taking a picture with the telescope at 2 different positions, right?
Yeah, so all you did was just look at it. You don't know
Uh-huh.
what the distance is. You just looked at
Do
it.
you know what parallax is?
Oh no, please tell me what parallax is.
You don't know what parallax is?
No, I don't know what parallax is. Tell me.
Okay. Sure. So, if you are standing in one spot and then you move over 10 feet to the left, it'll look like the other stuff in front of you is in a different position. Like, have you ever played
Yeah.
Super Mario?
Yeah.
You know how the stuff that's the closest to the screen scrolls faster than the stuff that's very far away?
Oh, kind of like the lines on the road and the trees off in the distance.
Uh-huh.
All right, cool.
Yeah, that's parallax. So if you take a picture of an object in 2 different positions, the amount that object has moved relative to how much you've moved can be used to calculate the distance of that object. That's how your eyes work. That's how depth perception works, and that's how 3D glasses make things look further away or closer up.
Yeah. Well,
Uh-huh.
couldn't it just be that we have an angular size of these lights in the sky, and then there's an unknown distance in between the two? But if we have a value of like its size or its distance, we can then use math to try and figure the distance or the size,
Nope,
and
that's
then just
mathematically
keep the
impossible.
ratio the same, and then change it. And
Nope,
then we
that's
could say,
mathematically
yeah, that
impossible.
parallax right there, because the belt of Orion changes in width, so those stars are actually in different positions, and they're getting much farther apart, and then they get much closer together, and that's parallax.
That's parallax. That last part is parallax. All that other shit you said is just mathematically impossible.
It is possible. All I need is my
Nope.
angular size, and
What
then
do you
I
think
can make
angular
whatever
size
the fuck
is?
I want up. I don't know what their size is.
What do you think angular size is?
The amount of view that I see and how much it takes up of that view.
Yeah. So why do you think that you moving position would change the angular size?
It doesn't change angular size. Angular size stays the same. The
Then
distance
why would
between them
parallax occur?
changes. Because they look like they're getting closer and farther apart.
Yep, because they are getting closer and further apart relative to where you're standing.
Damn, it's like we agree or something.
Damn, no we don't. What?
The only thing that we disagree is cosmology.
Yeah, I feel like the flat earthers are just like maybe too stupid to get arguments like these. Look, no arguments that involve math will be used from here on out, okay? It's too complicated.
Oh.
So
instead of
if I
talking to
ask
me
you,
about the Earth, which is the conversation, we talk about the
uh-huh,
stars and argue about what we think the stars are.
because you're a
Something we've
creationist, the
never been to,
conversation is,
something we've never experienced, something we'll
yeah, the
never go and
conversation
be
is
able to
never about the
experience.
earth. I don't know what you're talking about.
But we can
The
stand
conversation
here
about
and
creationism?
look at the horizon and see where the horizon is and try to measure the distance to the horizon, and there would
Jesus, you
be
just keep
our
going, don't
distance
you?
to the geometric shape.
Where's like the Energizer Bunny? Look, did you hear me correct you?
Keeps
Our
going and
conversation
going
began with
and
me asking
going.
you, you're a flat earther and a creationist? And then we just talked about
Yeah.
creationism? Yeah, so you understand why it's not just about the earth?
Oh, damn. Why?
Yeah, because you're talking about creationism, about the universe.
I'm not talking about creationism. We was talking about stars, bro.
We were talking about creationism.
Yeah, and then we got launched onto stars, and we went talking about stars.
You stupid or something? Did you
No.
pass high school? Like, I'm unironically. Did you like graduate high school?
Yeah.
With what? What was your GPA?
It was fair.
No, it's not a GPA. Do
What
you know
was
what
your
a GPA
GPA?
is? I was dodging the
Grade
question.
point average.
Yeah, what was it? Yeah, I didn't think.
So instead of talking
I
about
didn't think you want to
Earth,
say that, but
we'll
it's
talk about
fine.
stars, and then we'll go from stars to my
You don't want to
background.
talk about anything. We were talking about creationism.
We were
You
talking
said
about
we're not.
stars,
You're very slow
and
and
now
stupid.
we're talking about me.
You're confused deeply. We're talking about you because of how confused you are.
So my grade point average is about the stars, or is it about me? Which is it? Because I'm confused now.
Are
Because
you okay?
I think you're confused.
You're confused. Why'd you do that? You
I
gotta
didn't
get
do that.
upset. Well, somebody did. Somebody's server muted. I have no idea if you did it or not. Alright, but like,
Oh
so
shit.
because arguments involving math are like just they're gonna go to your wheelhouse. Maybe we'll make it nice and simple for you. So, do you know what induction is?
What's induction?
You don't know what induction is?
I just asked
Damn,
what's
we're gonna
induction.
have to start. I'm just asking if you don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. What's induction?
Jesus. Look, is there anything you know?
I mean, no. You can teach me all you want.
Yeah, but I can't, right? Because to teach somebody some proposition, you've got to start out with something they know, and if you know nothing, damn, I can't get anywhere with you. There's like nothing you believe.
Yeah, but I
You're
mean, we were
empty-headed.
just talking about stars, and we disagreed on what the stars were. So I let you tell me about the stars, and now you want to bring up something else. So I want to know what you know. So please teach me.
Yeah, go. Look, I can't teach you unless we have a shared understanding of some real basics. So we have to figure
Which
that
is
out first.
what we
What are the
need to
real
do,
basics?
is share our understanding. I'm
Yeah.
asking you
Are
what
you?
it is because
Are
you
you
asked
okay?
me what it is.
Is
Yeah,
something
I'm
wrong with your
fine.
brain? I'm telling
No.
you, before I can give you any information, I've got to figure out what information's in your head. And it seems like it's completely empty. Because you don't know what induction is, or what parallax is. Now, parallax, I get not knowing that. But induction? I feel like most people learn that in high school.
Yeah, but what is it?
I feel like most people learn it, so maybe we'll have to start with something even more basic. Do you know
All
what
right, let's do it.
truth means?
Yeah,
What does it mean for something to be true?
it's not false.
What does it mean for something to be false?
It's not true.
So I guess you don't know.
Nope.
You don't? Okay.
Teach me.
Unfortunately, I can't. Right? That's ground zero. If you don't even know what it means for something to be true, can't get you anywhere.
Hmm. How do I find truth?
Look, I don't think you can. I think that some people are just locked off from it. Do you know what
So it's
do you know what
like one of
proposition?
those, I'm not 100% sure I'm on Discord things, or is it like something else?
I don't even know what you're asking.
Are you on Discord? Are you 100% sure you're on Discord right now?
I'm on Discord.
100%?
Like a 99.99999 something percent. High confidence.
Yeah. But not 100.
Nope.
Well, I'm done.
You are dumb. I agree. How do you go through life without a caretaker? Or do you have a caretaker?
How do you go through life not being 100% sure of anything?
Well, I didn't say that. There are plenty of things I'm 100% sure of.
But you're not 100% sure you're on Discord right now. So then how do
That's
you
one thing.
discern
You
whether
said
you're
anything.
100% on anything?
Using the same means I used to come to the conclusion that I'm almost entirely sure I'm on Discord, but not entirely sure exactly. Like,
Are
here's
you
an example of a
100%
thing.
sure you're on Earth?
I'm about the same amount sure I am on Earth as that I am on Discord, just more so on Earth.
Are you 100% sure you are you right now?
Am I 100% sure I am I? As long as I mean
Yeah,
something, then yes.
100% you're you,
Yep.
not something else.
Yep.
Do you have 10 fingers?
Not sure.
You're not sure? Shit.
99.99999% sure I've got 10 fingers. I look down, I see 10 fingers. Here's the things I'm 100%
Not
sure on.
100% sure.
The law of non-contradiction. The law of identity.
Oh.
The law of excluded middle. Those are things I'm 100% sure on.
So you're 100% sure on logic, but you're not 100% sure you have 10 fingers?
Correct.
Fuck.
It's pretty easy to understand why.
Why is that?
You wouldn't get it. It's easy, but you're one of those kids who, like, you need something to be on very easy. Because your brain's soup. Because your caretaker boiled it too long or something.
Oh, shit.
Yeah,
Brain
shit.
stew. That sounds like a Green Day song.
You're a little slow.
I'm a little slow. Well,
No, I
at
said
least
something
I'm
different.
100% sure that I've got 10 fingers. I'm
No,
100%
you're not.
sure that I am me, and I'm 100% sure that I'm on Earth right now.
No,
I'm
you're
100%
not.
sure that I'm on Discord having a conversation with you, but I'm
No,
not
you're
100%
not.
sure how you're not 100% sure on any of that.
You're definitely not that either.
Enjoy your morning.
No, really, though, how do you go through life without a caretaker? Like, honestly, dog, you're like retarded or something. Whoa. I'm right back. Grizzly Gorilla, are you here? Bro is not here. Certifiably not here.
The Earth is not flat. I win. I win.
niggers.
Niggers. Niggers. Niggers. Niggers.
Is everyone muted in here? No. How do you guys explain the seasons again? The questions are funny. You're all like, woman speaking. Uh-oh. What's this? Nobody better be adding me. Oh, I see. What's up, Dr. Flat? Yeah, that's fine. Whatever. I don't care. I just saw that the room was smaller than usual.
Everyone here is muted. So, you guys must be having a ravishing conversation here. Damn, why the fuck's Discord?
We are now.
Oh, what? Okay, what's up?
So we are having a ravishing conversation now.
All right, sweet. So like the Bible says that the earth is like a tabletop, right? So like of course it's like it's a table, it's flat. Bible says so, it must be true.
Well, there's a guy in here who says that the Bible says that the earth is a globe. You're gonna have to take it up with him.
I mean, maybe it does because the Bible is so fucking incomprehensible and it contradicts itself like on basically every principle and point and morality that it demonstrates. In every instance, basically every instance, anything that you can look at into the Bible, you could probably find a contradiction for it. So like maybe somewhere in the Bible it says the globe. I don't think it does. I've read through the Quran. I've read through the Bible. I haven't seen any. From what I've seen, it claims that the Earth is it's a flat disc that rests on pillars like a table. That's what the Bible claims. It's like the
Yeah.
Bible must.
I don't really put much stock into what the Bible says about Earth.
Yeah, I mean you shouldn't. The Bible is like provably false. It's self-defeating. It self-refutes itself, given its contradictions.
So contradictions are a big deal for you then.
Yes.
Okay, so like when I ask which direction is down on a globe, and people say, well, down could be up, that would be a problem for you, right? Because it's a contradiction.
No, because there's no contradiction. Down is the direction that points towards whatever the gravitational force is pointing towards. So whatever part of a globe that you're on, there's going to be gravitational force that pushes you down, which down in this context would be like towards the center of mass of the planet. So like if you're moving in any direction, you're not moving down, but you're always going to be pushed downwards by gravity. So like there's I don't know, there's not a contradiction there.
So it's not a problem for you, right?
No, of course not, because there's no contradiction.
So up being not up is not a contradiction for you.
Well, up would be what goes against gravitational force, right? So anything that is traveling in the opposite direction of where the force of gravity is pushing it towards, that is up. Up and down is like perspective. Like we measure it like from our point of view. Like they're not literal things that exist. Like obviously things exist in different areas than other things, and from our perspective, we like view it as up, above, or left, or right, or whatever. But like up and down, like in order to have those um axes in the first place, you kind of need like a perspective to view it as it being up or down. Because if you just flip yourself, then what is up could be down. So it's if we're gonna really actually like ontologically define what down is and what down describes, then the closest we can get to that is the the force the direction of force of gravity is down, and the opposite force that goes upwards is up.
What if I just say up is towards the sky?
Well, the sky is away from the center of the earth, of the center of the gravitational force. So
Okay.
so it is up. It doesn't like you can be on any side of the globe. You can be in Australia, or you can be in the United States. The sky is still going to be up because the sky is the opposite direction of where your gravitational force is pulling you. So it's still up.
Well, I've had ball people tell me that Earth doesn't curve up or down because it's all perspective. What are your thoughts on that?
It's not curved at all.
That it doesn't curve
stupid.
up.
Yeah.
That it doesn't curve up or down because it's all perspective. And then at that point,
Well,
I tell
curve.
them, well, I think that flat earthers would agree with you that Earth doesn't curve up or down.
I think you're too fixated on like the ontological truths of what up or down is. Like what up or down is isn't relevant on this scale. Like the point is that the Earth is curved in a
Well,
spherical. way because that's like the natural way that grab like when there's a shit ton of mass and all of it is being pushed into each other due to its bending of the space and time continuum, the natural formation is going to be. I mean, I don't know. I guess this is hilarious for you. It's gonna naturally come. It's like if you take Play-Doh and you squish it, you compress it from all possible sides. If you manage to squish it from all possible sides perfectly, it's gonna be a sphere. This is like how gravity
Well,
works.
if you wanted to measure
If you
curvature,
take a flat piece of paper and you crumple it down, if you
w-
crumple it perfectly, the closest thing it's gonna
well, how would you
come to is
measure? How would you measure curvature if it's all
okay.
perspective? I mean,
Well,
wouldn't it have to
if you're
curve in a
if
certain direction?
well, no, you can measure curvature. Whether the curvature is up or down is irrelevant. Like I think I remember talking to you, and I think I remember getting a pretty bad headache after talking to you because this is just so fucking stupid. Like up or
It is
down is
stupid.
irrelevant, and no, you're just really dumb. Like
Oh,
yeah, you can say it's curving in any direction whatsoever. It's still curving. It curves and is. We can say that the shape that it curves within it curves like in a spherical shape. Whether that's I guess you can say that it's down maybe because the curvature of the Earth is shaped because of the gravitational force that is causing it to compress into that shape and curve in that direction. So like yeah, I'm like if you really give that much of a shit, like you can say you can say it curves downward. I don't know. It's just like this is like just retarded. Like it doesn't matter
it doesn't
because
sound like you give a shit because
down
there's
and
no
up
straight
don't
answer
really
here.
exist. Down and up.
Oh great, good. So I think flat earthers would agree with you that Earth doesn't curve up or down. Very good.
Okay, but I guess the difference is that it curves.
Can
Yeah,
you
but you
show me
don't.
that?
But
Sorry,
yeah,
can
yeah.
you show me that
Can-
curve? Without giving me an image from NASA, can you show me that curve, please?
Without an image from NASA, can I show you that curve?
Yeah.
Well, I haven't taken any planes that go like high enough or rockets, so I can't. Like, if I'm going to use any evidence to provide like any evidence that I would provide you, you're going to deny as like being a
I
conspiracy
love
deep
this.
state
Sorry.
like Jewish conspiracy, whatever the fuck you think it is.
Boom,
So like
boom. My friend,
there's no point in
my
even
friend,
trying.
my friend, without the ad hominem attacks, without this out saying that it's retarded or you're just going to deny it, I'd
It
like
is
you
just
to.
retarded.
Awesome
You
stuff.
can be you can call me retarded too. Like I'm not civil.
No,
We don't have
I'm
to be
not going
civil.
to. I'm not, mate. Stop talking just for a second so somebody else can say something. I'm not going to
No.
call you retarded unless you demonstrate yourself to be so, right?
Okay. All right. Fair
Good
enough.
stuff.
Fair enough.
No
Fair
worries,
enough.
mate. So you can't show me curvature, right? That's what you're literally admitting to me.
No, I can. I mean, we have like there was a we have like even like on a less grand scale, right? Like we've sent lasers through pools, right? Like so we've built out fuck. I think I've talked about this on this chat before. It's vague on my memory, so you're gonna have to bear with me here. But basically, like there's like rectangular pools that are built, and there's like lasers that are shot through them, and like they're meant to measure like the like atomic flatness of the Earth, and like even like in smaller scales that you can measure like curvature in the Earth
this is great.
without even going that high and going up to a bigger scale.
Okay, so shooting lasers through water demonstrates curvature of the Earth.
Right, because it's the closest to like atomic measurement that we're getting, like or even
Would you
subatomic
agree?
measurement.
Would you agree that when you pass light through a medium, it might bend somewhat in some direction?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, there
Cool.
could be
So
there could
how,
be
would- how,
fuck ups
how,
in it.
how, how would this be demonstrating a measurement of the surface curvature of the Earth?
Well, it's like it's methodology. So like you can make predictions and you can do it over and over and over again and like come to the same conclusions like perpetually. So like yes, light will bend. Light is always going to bend like slightly in any direction because all mass like has its own gravity and that will kind of uh, uh interfere with the path of the photon. So like even in instances where there's like not like a planet or a black hole, like even just mass in general will have some, even if it's like completely like unrecognizable and it's so insignificant. Like there's going to be in there's going to be influence on the direction of the photon just because of all the mass around it. Sure, but like the what justifies this theory is that we can make predictions off of it and we can test it multiple times over and over and over and over and over again and come to the same conclusions and like predict conclusions.
Okay, so if I've got a laser and I've got a target 25 miles apart and I shoot the laser over a body of water and hit the target, shouldn't there be curvature of the Earth in the way?
Can you repeat that one more time? I'm sorry.
I've got a laser and I've got a target both 6 feet above the surface of the water and I shoot that laser over that water and hit the target. Shouldn't there be curvature of the Earth in the way?
Uh, I very like an unrecognizably small amount of curvature. Sure, yeah.
Okay, so for a 6-foot
Like
observer, the physical my friend, for a 6-foot observer, the physical geometric horizon should be 2.9 miles away. We'll say 3 miles away just to keep it very, very simple. So 3 miles away should be curvature of the Earth. At a distance of 25 miles, the laser should pass over the top of the target at a distance of 96 feet.
wait, wasn't this test already tried? Like there was these flat earthers that shined a flashlight through a hole in a wall and like they built another hole in the wall and like it actually went above like they proved themselves wrong. It was like a meme.
Laser, they used a torch, they shined it through, sorry, they shined it. They shined it through some holes, and because of the dispersal of the light went over and also below the target. Obviously, because of the dispersal of light. So, not proof of anything, mate. What I'm asking you
I
is,
think that's like massive cope, dude. That's like massive cope.
hold on, hold on. I'm only at the moment giving you a distance of 25 miles. We're going to be getting further with distance. We're going to be talking about 150 kilometers a minute, just under 100 miles. But, being as we're going to start on a small distance, I wondered what you'd say just to a small distance. And already you just said flat earthers. All right, tell you what, let's take the flat
So like
earthers out of it.
is everything
Hold
is
on,
everything
mate.
that is everything that
Dude,
we see in the atmosphere uh
dude,
like
dude, thank you.
not accurate?
It, I'm just going to point out different laser tests by different people, and then I'm going to be using military applicable technology, laser sight targeting up to a distance of 150 kilometers. We can see the target, or they can see the target with an infrared camera. They then get a radar ping off of that target to be sure of its distance, and then they target him with dual and tri-band lasers. Dual and tri-band, 2 to 3 different color lasers to take account for the refraction. The point is, all three of these pieces of equipment, the infrared sight, the radar, and the laser targeting systems, require a direct line of sight to function in the first place. You understand that I'm using a distance of 150 kilometers and to call it 100 miles. 100 miles would mean between point A and point B. Point A, the targeting ship. Point B, the target. Point B would have descended over a mile of the curvature of the Earth. All three of these pieces of equipment rely on the direct line of sight to target the target in question.
Wait,
And
isn't
then
that why we usually use satellites to locate things and where everything is?
hold on. So already in
We
satellite,
require evolution.
dude, hush. I haven't mentioned satellites. We can talk about GPS in a minute, but the 3 points of technology that I've mentioned require a direct line of sight to be even functioning at this distance in the first place. I only
Right, that's the
mentioned
thing that I'm bringing up. I'm bringing up evolution, like
elevation,
evolution. Yeah, elevation.
elevation. Yeah, of
Sorry.
course. So, of course, this is why I brought up the laser test of 25 miles, where the targeting system, the laser, was 6 foot, because I wanted you to tell me how far away the geometric horizon was. You seem to be you seem to retort to me
Oh
that
well, I don't know. I don't know the like. I
you
don't
said
know the direct.
the curvature would be minuscule. I demonstrated that you obviously
Right,
don't know
right,
what.
right. So my claim is that that like there's measurable curvature that's at the atomic level that we've tested with these laser tests. From
Okay.
what we can see, like if we look far enough at a ship, the distance is going to be way larger from when we see the ship on the horizon and when we see the ship kind of like go beneath the horizon as it passes through the curvature.
Right,
Like
so we're
that's
gonna
going to be way further. That's going to be like a way further distance.
looks like we're gonna have to go step by step. So what's infrared cameras?
Wait, can you repeat that? I'm sorry. I'm an
What's an
Americanite.
infrared camera?
Oh, it's a
I
what type
mentioned
of camera?
dude, I mentioned 3 pieces of equipment. You've just not spoken about it. So we're gonna go step by step through each one. What's an infrared camera?
So an infrared camera is like it detects heat signals. I think. I
All
might be
right. No,
mistaken.
yeah, you are. Yeah, you are very much mistaken. Maybe you can quickly Google it.
I might be mistaken it for like a different kind of like the snake eye viewed kind of camera.
Yeah, basically it just sees things in the infrared spectrum, right?
Where she like it views it off of its radiation. No,
It's just
like the
basically
energy that it's radiating off of.
in the infrared spectrum, right?
Okay, so okay, give me exactly what. So the infrared cameras are detecting
No.
um, boats that
Tech,
are like that it shouldn't be detecting because it's
yeah,
so far.
yeah.
It would be
So,
over the curve. So
so first point of instance, infrared camera. We look through this piece of technology that only sees in the infrared spectrum, and up to a distance of 100 miles away, we see a target. Understand that?
okay, yes, I do understand that.
Awesome stuff. So direct line of sight. There it is. We see it. Yeah.
Uh huh.
Good. Radar. You understand how radar works? Yeah. Radio waves
Yes.
out. Awesome stuff. So direct line of sight technology. You send out a signal from the radar. It goes over to the object in question, bounces off of it, and comes back because of
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
time that it. Yeah. So direct line of
Internet
sight.
pinging, whatever. This is kind of
So,
similar to that.
yeah. So direct line of sight. Do you know what direct line
So
of sight is?
yeah, it would be like a straight line to what you're looking at.
Well done. Brilliant. So spot
Okay.
on. Radar works on this premise as well. Dual and tri-band lasers. Now, we've already
What is?
spoken about
Can you give me the distance again, really quick?
100
And
miles.
for
Yeah, I've done it was in kilometers. I've rounded it down to 100 miles. You understand that if the Earth was a curved surface at a distance of 100 miles, point A would have descended from, sorry, point B would have descended from point A of the distance of the Earth by 1 mile, yeah?
okay,
You
why
understand
we
that?
can? Okay, hold on. Why we could see 500? We couldn't see up to 500 miles away with an infrared camera. Um,
Really?
are they
Thanks.
supposed to? Are they supposed to be long gone beyond the Earth's curve? Whatever.
Yeah,
The
yeah,
the,
yeah.
no,
I mean,
I'm
I
gonna
would
have to
take
fucking.
5 miles,
This is
say
Cora.
500.
I don't really trust Cora that much because Cora has a lot of bad. Like I mean, it's
Yeah,
kind
I'm
of
not.
like public, but I'm gonna look. I'm gonna read it anyways. So you can see get
Yeah,
more information on it.
no worries.
Hold on a second.
So usually in these conversations, we start off with long distance laser test from 10 miles to 25 miles. Some are 6 inches above the surface of the Earth, some are 6 foot above the surface of the Earth. The point is, every time we seem to shoot lasers at targets, we hit them. This is
All right.
really good.
I'm gonna take this answer with a grain of salt because it is Chat GPT, but it's saying
Yeah,
that an infrared camera detects heat, not light, so it can see objects that are not visible to the naked eye. the Earth's curves does not affect the ability of an infrared camera to detect heat, as heat is a form of energy that can travel through the atmosphere. Additionally, infrared cameras can also pick up signals from objects that are far away, such as satellites or even the moon. So, an infrared camera can capture images of objects that are beyond the Earth's curve, as long as they emit heat or infrared radiation. Which actually, that
Awesome.
actually makes sense to me. That makes sense to me.
Yeah.
That makes
So we understand. So yeah, we
yeah.
understand that we use this piece of technology that can see. I'm not going to be quite in your distances, but 100 miles in the case of stuff that I know about. Right.
Mhm.
The radar system to traversals over the surface of the Earth, so a distance of 200 miles in totality, but 100 miles out to the object in question. Then the dual and
Well,
tri-band
the
lasers.
way the way the radar system would work is that like it sends out like it's like a ping system where it sends out like packets and then it receives informations and then transmits the information back into it. So all it takes is for the radar to pick up information of like something on it that is detecting and for it to show up on the map.
Yeah, so it
Right.
hits something and comes back.
Right. So like that
Awesome.
doesn't that like a curvature isn't contradictory to that. It can go around the curve
Oh,
if it's like 10,000 miles around, like if it's on the other, if you have a powerful enough radar, like if the radar can, because we all still exist in the same atmosphere, if it's still like receiving like some kind of signal from like something that exists on a different point of the curve on the Earth, it's still gonna pick up that on the map of the radar. It's gonna still transmit that back to the
I
to,
understand. I
yeah.
understand that you're
Okay.
gonna presuppose that it's going around surface curvature. I've already demonstrated
Well,
that we
well, well,
see.
well. I'm not presupposing curvature. I'm just saying that it's not contradictory to there being a curvature.
Well, the curvature would get in the way, wouldn't it?
No, it wouldn't, because it would still
Wouldn't it?
pick up the information, still pick up the
Why?
signal. So like
Why?
it would the radar would work in a flat Earth or a globe Earth. Like it's not, this isn't proving a contradiction with there being
You un-
curvature, and there, like this is an argument against there being curvature.
you do understand, my friend, that if the surface of the Earth was indeed curves, remember I said that is two traversals across the surface of the Earth, one from the radar to the object and then back again, right? So two traversals over the surface.
Two traversals over the surface.
Yeah, it's going to come back. Ping.
Well, the ping is naturally. I mean, like it's
Sorry, do you
you
understand how
get
radar works?
theoretical physics here. Like
Okay.
it's gonna be naturally
Very simply,
traveling at a
very,
curvature anyways, because
very
that's
simply, explain
that's.
to me how radar works. As simply as you can.
I think we already went through that like multiple times.
Yeah,
Like
that
you
is
send out you
really,
send out a signal.
really confused when I said two traversals, traveling twice over the surface of the Earth. One from the radar to the object and then back again to the receiver. Two traversals over the surface of the Earth. You sounded confused when I said that, so I thought maybe we should dumb it down a bit.
Right. I guess the thing that I'm confused about is like, why does curvature like destroy this concept, like, or this?
Because it's a direct line of sight piece of technology, mate. If the
No, it
surface of
isn't.
the Earth,
It doesn't. It doesn't need a direct sign of light. It just needs to pick up a signal. It
dude,
just needs to
you
detect that.
do understand that these installations are high up in the air to get out of the way of surface topography, right? Hills,
Oh
mountains,
no.
that type of shit. Surface of the Earth that would get in the way. They don't curve, dude.
Well,
Do you understand what?
the reason why we put satellites way up in the sky is because
Oh,
like we can
not
send
on
them into
satellite.
orbit and we don't have to. Yeah,
Not as a
that's the
satellite.
actual reason. Like we keep them orbiting around the atmosphere.
Actual reason. You've
Like
gone to satellite.
we basically have them falling around the Earth perpetually.
Awesome, that's fine. No one's mentioned satellites. I'll remove your space religion in about 10 minutes when we're done with this. All right,
Oh
so
yeah,
we're just talking
space
about what
religion,
is
hail
called.
Satan. I'm sorry. Go on.
Awesome. Problem at all, but you do understand that all three, I haven't got onto the dual and tri-band lasers yet. All three of these pieces of technology require a direct line of sight between the targeting system and the target in question. Direct line of sight, a straight line. You've already Googled or went onto Quora and figured out for everybody what an infrared camera was. You didn't quite like what it said and you skipped past that, but yeah,
No, I read what it said and I said like I admitted like to take it with a grain of salt.
There you go. Grain of
But
salt,
like
skip past.
but what that's but I also said after I read it that I agree with its premise.
Yes.
Like
Which
the infrared
requires
camera
so
detects heat,
the
not light.
premise is so the
It
premise is
detects
direct line of
radiation. And that's what I said at the beginning. The infrared camera it detects kind of like an emission of energy or radiation.
exactly. So
Right. So
first
you don't need a direct line of sight
yeah, you
for
do.
that.
Yes, you do.
No, you don't. Well,
Yes.
that's just not what is being claimed.
Dear me.
Like
Do you know when you look
the scientists are lying.
it's not
Fucking
that. I'm just my goodness me, you can't stop, can you? Chill, man.
no.
It's just a conversation between me
I'm
and
a
you.
little drunk. I'm a little drunk. Just be
Oh, I
patient with
can't
me.
deal with drunk Americans, dude. What the fuck? Somebody else speak to him. Seriously.
Well, you know,
Deal with drunk people.
I'll come back to you when I'm sober. If you don't want to talk to me, I'll just.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to hold a conversation with a drunk person who just wants to open their mouth a lot and not listen, and then cordially and
Well,
cohesive have a
well,
conversation.
maybe one day I'll join the dark side. You know.
Okay. Do you want to talk about the dual and tri-band lasers?
I want to talk about what?
Do you want to talk about the dual, 2, and tri-3 band lasers? Different colored lasers at different end of the spectrum to account for refraction. Just so we can make sure that the target that we see, the target that we've pinged, we target it.
Yeah, that sounds interesting.
Awesome stuff. So these three pieces of technology require a direct line of sight. The dual and tri-band lasers take into account for refraction. That's why we use 3 different types of wavelengths of light to account for refraction. So if you've got 3 lasers at different colors, for example, they're going to refract slightly differently through the atmosphere, aren't they?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
So when we use this technology, we're taking account for the refractive properties that we're looking for the atmosphere, for example, right? It's kind of important to do that because light is going to bend ever so slightly through the atmosphere. This is why we're using infrared cameras, which kind of removes the majority of that atmospheric distortion and is only really concentrating on one wavelength of energy.
I'm sorry. I really don't mean to be like a retard here, but like, can you say what it is again? Because I do kind of like want to look into it as we talk about because these a lot of these are like new topics for me. I'm not like a STEM kid or
The
anything.
point of the matter, all I'm trying to do is just use pieces of technology that are used by the military that require a direct line of sight. Being as these pieces of
Yeah,
technology,
I get the argument. Like these all these different technologies that we use require a direct line of sight, and if there's curvature, then we wouldn't have a direct line of sight. Therefore, the Earth must be flat because we still use these technologies.
I'll tell you what,
That's
for a
like
drunk,
that's like the general
yeah,
argument,
to be fair, for a drunk person, you did repeat that very, very well. So my hat's off to you for that one. You understand the argument then, yeah? We see it, we target it, there it is. What say you to this? Being as this is over the surface of water is demonstrably level. There's no curvature to be accounted for when the military want to blow shit up. The only reason I wanted to talk about this is because you brought up flat
I don't
earthers on
know
some.
about that when they're sending missiles like across
Yeah,
like
there
the
is.
Atlantic Ocean and the Pacific Ocean and shit like that. Like when they're sending rockets across like overseas and shit. I'm pretty sure they have accounting for curvature. I mean,
You're pretty sure.
this
Hopeful. I really hope they take account for curvature.
dude,
No, they don't. When you
Oh,
look
they must.
into it, no,
I pray to
don't.
God that that's the case. Oh, if only. Nah.
Well, yeah. Well, this is kind of the kind of situation you get to when you're honest and you critically think. When you come across a piece of information or technology that requires a direct line of sight, and they admit that they don't account for Earth curvature, then we got a bit
They
of a
do.
problem.
Well, I've just linked
Yeah.
an article from the early 20th century, from like 1918. The title of the article is "Some Considerations on the Ballistics of a Gun of 75-Mile Range," and in that article, the author is accounting for and talking about the curvature of the Earth. So it's a concept which has been incorporated into ballistics for over 100 years, and even short-range weapons like snipers have to take account of the Coriolis force, the centrifugal effect of the Earth's rotation in their targeting.
All right, I'll tell you what. Let's talk about a Coriolis then. Can you define the Coriolis to me, please?
Probably not accurately. I mean, I'm not a physicist. I'm happy to allow physicists to do that for me, though. I don't feel the need to be my own physicist.
I'm
Okay,
not a
so
physicist either, and you're
shall I
probably more
define the
competent than
Coriolis
I
for
am,
you then, so we can
though.
talk about it, or you're just going to
I'm
bring
sorry.
up words that you don't?
I'm sorry. I didn't catch that.
Okay. Would you like me to define Coriolis for you?
I'm happy for you to offer a definition of Coriolis. Yeah. I mean, I'll double check it because I don't trust you. But go ahead.
Okay, no problem. So I'll give you an example. Two separate reference frames, one inertial, one non-inertial. One a rotating reference. Let's call that a merry-go-round. You're on a merry-go-round and you're going round and round. Now you've got two friends. They are throwing a ball between them. The path of the ball is actually straight, but as you rotate on the rotating reference frame, you observe an apparent deflection. Yes?
Okay.
Is that satisfactory for you? Have you got to fuck off and go and ask somebody if that's okay?
I mean, if it's going to depend on what you want to hang on it, right? Like if it's going to mean that the Earth is flat, then I have a problem with it.
Well, it's
Wait
not.
a minute, hold on. I have like one interjection here, and then I'm gonna kind of be quiet for a bit. But like, if we already agree that like light can be bended, like we're in common consensus on that. Like, then even if we can spot something from like something that's around the curvature, wouldn't that just be light that's bending around the curvature of the Earth due to its gravity?
Well, this due to its gravity. What's bending the light? The gravity or the atmosphere, mate?
The gravity bends light.
In that case, it's the atmosphere, man. The effect of gravity is too small to see over
The
these
at, the at,
distances.
the atmosphere is the way it is because of gravity. The atmosphere is a cause.
Yeah, but what we're talking about is refraction, not the bending of space-time.
Okay, but they can be related.
Yeah, but those are two different. Like we can observe refraction theoretically on a flat Earth, right?
Well, but maybe I missed something, and you guys are shifted the topic. But like we were talking about like direct line of sight with uh things, and them being like like so far away that like theoretically they would be beyond curvature and we wouldn't be able to see them. But like I don't know there's first of all like there's evidence that like we're not even we're detecting the heat signals off of them. That's why they're called infrared cameras. So they don't actually need to have a direct line of sight. But even if they do, if
That
it's
is light.
possible, if it's possible for light to bend around gravity, and like the Earth is a massive globe that bends everything around it and its immediate environment around itself, wouldn't light be able to bend around the atmosphere of Earth because of gravity?
The light does bend around the atmosphere, but the effect is really small compared to, for example, the refraction. The effect is almost not noticeable of light bending around the Earth, especially if you're like on Earth. It's almost not noticeable.
Yeah, because the Earth isn't like massive enough, huh?
Right.
Whatever. That was just my input. That's my 2 cents. You guys continue.
So I got a question, Mr. Flat Earther, Mr. Aussie, yeah? Sorry, Jedi, right? Yeah? Can I pose a question, sir?
Sorry, do you think I'm Australian?
I did assume that, but I guess I'm wrong on my accents. Where are you from then?
No, I'm from Britain, mate. I'm from England.
Oh, okay. My
He's
bad,
from,
my
he's from
bad
the
then.
south.
Okay.
He's from the south of England, mate. He's from the south of England, not Australia. Don't
Yeah,
sound like you
okay,
know
I'm
that.
sorry. I thought it was Aussie. Okay, my bad, my bad.
I'm from Australia. He's from the mother country.
Yeah, I get it. Okay.
Australians sound like this, mate.
Yeah, okay, my bad. That was similar to my German, yes, okay. So how come we observe the sun wandering through the south in the northern hemisphere and through the north in the southern hemisphere?
Say what?
How come we observe the sun traveling through the sky through the south when we're in the northern hemisphere, and we observe the opposite, we observe the sun traveling through the north in the southern hemisphere?
Sorry, AJ, can you help me with this, bro? What's he saying? How can we what? Maybe
How
I've been
come, right? So when you look at this sun moving through the sky, right? If you're in the
Yeah, the
northern
sun.
hemisphere, again?
So
Yeah,
what
yeah,
you're
I'm with.
saying is the sun goes south in the southern hemisphere and goes north in the
No,
northern
wrong,
hemisphere.
wrong. Let me explain again. If you live in the southern hemisphere, you will wake up, you will see the sun moving in the following way through the sky. It will go up in the east, travel through north, and then go back down in west. If you're in the northern hemisphere, you will observe the opposite. The sun will come up in east, then travel through the south, and then go down west again. So how come?
Is that because the sun's between me and you, AJ?
Come again, I didn't catch that.
What's that,
Is
sorry?
that because the sun is between me in England and you, AJ, in Australia? You observe the sun
Okay,
north.
so the sun is located, for example, somewhere above the equator, right? That's what it's located.
Well, it would move.
Right? Is that your assumption?
There wouldn't be an equator in a flat Earth world, would there?
Well, there is an equator.
There is such a location as an equator for the flat Earthers. So, okay, so then you can just calculate the distance of the sun, right, from the Earth. You can triangulate the distance.
You could possibly triangulate the distance, but no one knows what the sun is, and might even claim that that actual thing in the sky might not be the actual physical thing.
Right, but we're looking for a theory to describe our world, right?
So, conspiracy.
Sun's not a conspiracy. I'm just pointing out that even with your own model, it's an apparent location, not its physical one.
No,
right. Okay, but you could calculate the you could calculate the apparent position of this mysterious sun object, and you could calculate it to be at somewhere above the equator in the sky, right?
Yep.
So, and then if this apparent sun, okay, then why have you done the calculation before?
Yeah, it seems to be somewhere about 3,000 miles above the surface of the Earth.
3,000 miles. That's interesting. So, and then what path does the sun describe to the sky? So the picture is this, right? You have the flat Earth, right? It's all a surface, right? And then you have the sun hanging 3,000 miles around the equator, like on the same height of the equator, right, above the flat plane, right?
Possibly.
Not possibly. We're looking for a model here, right?
No. Well, no. You're looking for a model.
Yeah, exactly. We're looking for a model to describe reality. You can't describe reality.
Maximum, here is perfect right there. No we. Okay? Whatever you're doing, whatever meth field symposium you're doing about the sun, no thank you. You do you.
So sorry.
If
so
you
I,
want to make a there we go.
Yeah, so I, as a rational human being trying to understand my surroundings, right? I want a model for my world, right? I want to understand how things happen, right? Me.
Well, the issue is that you don't have accurate models for the globe.
Right, so we could try to come up with one, right? We could try to develop
within
one,
the
right?
globe paradigm, you don't have accurate models yourself.
But you want accurate models, right? In the flat Earth paradigm, you want accurate models, right?
No, we just want to measure the Earth that we're standing on, and we can see that it is measurably flat.
Yeah, but you want to measure the sun as well, right? That you can see.
Why would you go into a reification fallacy? Why would I make a model that I know that's wrong and then say, hey, this wrong model is actually not wrong?
You're making the model, so it better be right. You're making the model.
Yeah, the models are wrong.
Maxim.
The globe.
No.
Very quickly,
Jedi
Maxim.
just okay, go ahead.
Maxim, very quickly, could you Google reification fallacy for me and see what
I don't care about reification. We can just talk about normal words. I don't need to Google that.
Okay, it's not a problem. But what we will tell you is the model is not the terrain. Being as we test the terrain, we don't need a model to test the terrain. We just test the terrain. We don't need a
So
model.
you
We
don't.
just test the terrain.
So you don't care where the sun is located.
Not really. It's got nothing to do with the surface of
It's
the
just
Earth.
it's just floating up there. It's just a floating ball, just up there, just floating. You don't care about the sun.
Well, it
It's
can
not.
tell us the time in our current location.
Yeah,
Come again.
it will kind of. It will govern the. He said time. It will give us time. It will also give us life. It will also give us seasons. But it's got nothing to do
Amazing,
with
man.
the
That sounds like a
surface.
great religion. That sounds like a great religion you got there.
You're just saying words now, and you kind of sound like a bit ridiculous. Try and hold the conversation without having little snarky remarks. You might get further.
Okay, I will try. So again, with I am naturally scientifically minded, so I want to know how things work, right? So when I make an observation, like for example the sun traveling through the north in the southern hemisphere and traveling through south in the northern hemisphere, I want to know why that is, right?
That's
So I
because
make assumptions. So I try to like figure out, right?
I've already told you. The sun is between England and Australia. So
All
when
right, okay, so
AJ,
we can go from there. Yeah, we can go
not
from
gonna
there, right?
So, first of all, I'd just like to ask how you studying what the sun might do is science or scientific, if you're scientifically minded.
Is making observations of our natural world and then drawing conclusions from that. Not exactly the scientific process.
not
Oh,
exactly.
so what would be
Okay,
your
let's stop
dependent and
getting fucking
independent
let's stop
variables on the
getting fucking
sun?
ass bandits about the scientific process. How about we just figure out where the fuck the sun is, huh? How about that?
Max,
Is that
Maxim, why are you
the
why
actual
is he getting upset?
location or the apparent location?
Let's go with the apparent one. We know the apparent one is 3,000 miles above the equator, yeah?
Do you want to say that? Yeah, go on then.
Well, we
Not
could
if you want to
assume
say
that
that.
maybe.
No. We're trying to figure out your guys' worldview, right? Through logic and reasoning, right?
Well, we don't have to figure that out. I can give it to you very easily. We
Come then, give it.
step outside. We do not witness any rotation. We do not see any curvature. When we go out and we take measurements for ourselves over large bodies of water, we see no curvature. Your own globe paradigm states that this curvature can't be seen or measured because it's always refracted. So therefore, there is no globe. Science,
So I was
science itself, you talk about being scientific. Gravity is not something that's scientific. The
so I don't
rotation
care about
of the
gravity.
Earth is based purely on philosophical grounds.
No, it's
It's not
not.
on
Let's
science.
go.
So
Let's go
therefore,
off of
it can't be proven.
let's go off of things we can see then, yeah, with our own eyes.
Okay.
Right. So when you're in the northern hemisphere or whatever the fuck you call it, in your flat Earth paradigm, when you're north of the equator, you will witness the sun moving to the south. But that guy didn't address it yet. Okay, so let me explain to him why I'm going on this. Because this is
Well,
a natural phenomenon you can observe, which is not, which is yet to be
first of
explained by
all, you're
your
begging the
paradigm. So please
question.
explain it. Come again.
You're begging the question.
I am not begging any question. I'm
You
telling you
are. You
something that
say
happens in
when
your flat Earth. I'm telling you
no,
something that happens in. Yes, I am.
when you say in the southern hemisphere the sun does
Whatever you
this,
call.
but in the
No, I didn't say
northern
southern hemisphere. I corrected
hemisphere,
myself. I didn't say southern hemisphere. I corrected myself. I said whatever you call the land masses not south of the equator, whatever that might be. It doesn't need to be the southern hemisphere. Whatever that might be.
okay.
Sounds really
Right.
upset. It's really fun. He's getting upset. Go on.
Yeah. Of course I'm upset at you guys. Of course.
Why?
Why?
Why are you so upset, man? Fucking hell.
Whatever, man. Let's get back to the subject. Yeah.
Then maybe calm down a bit. Chill out, dude.
Yeah. I'm calm. I'm calm. All right. Let's continue.
So, when we appear to be able to triangulate the sun, I've given you a number out of my ass that I've been quoted at approximately 3,000 miles to the apparent location of the sun. My question to you and your question to us is going to be, well, how do we prove that to be true?
You don't need to prove that to be true yet. We can just continue with your model, right? We can just continue elaborating on this model, right?
Okay, so
Well,
the sun appears to be. Go on, sorry.
what I would
Okay,
like,
so the sun appears to be 3,000 miles above the equator, yeah?
Yeah, go on for this little example. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, okay, so, and this is just an apparent position or the real position of the sun, or we don't know?
Well, we don't know. We haven't verified it yet, have we?
Okay, right. So, I mean, okay, so then let's go from there, right? Let's assume maybe it is the real position of the sun, yeah? We can just assume that.
That's not rational. That's
But we can
irrational.
go from there, right? I'm just making it know that that's a scientific process. I'm making an assumption and I'm trying to disprove this assumption, right?
No, you're looking at an observation and then telling you your observation is wrong. That is not rational. That's
No,
irrational.
I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm not saying it's wrong yet. I'm just saying, okay, let's assume the world works one way, and then we can find out whether that's actually the case. Let's assume the Earth is flat, and let's see where we go from there. Let's see if
well,
we can
Or it could be
find out whether that's
rational.
true.
let's hang on. Let's go the other way because at the moment the claim that's on the table is that the Earth is a spinning ball.
There's no claim
So,
on the table at the moment. At the
well, there
moment,
is a
we're just
claim
trying
on the
to
table
explain an
because
observation.
at the
No, there's no
moment
claim on the
that
table.
is our
No, there's
current
no claim on the table.
paradigm. Yeah, you would
How
agree
about
that
No,
this?
there's
that's
no
what
claim on the
everyone
table.
believes. That's what we're taught. That's what we're told. That's
No,
the
I don't
current
care.
claim. Yeah. So we're
No, we're
questioning
trying
that
to figure out the
claim.
truth. No,
Hold on.
we're trying to figure out the truth right now.
Hang on. You're going to let me talk, or you're just going to keep talking
Yeah, sure,
over the
continue.
top? Yeah, the current claim on the table, the current paradigm is that we're living on this spinning ball. Yeah. So we're questioning that claim. So the burden of proof doesn't rely on us to prove
It
anything.
absolutely
And
does.
further
Okay,
to
continue,
that,
sorry.
falsification is independent of replacement. If we falsify something, it doesn't need to be replaced. So when we go out and test the claims of this globe, they all come up trumps. They don't work. It all fails, sorry. So in the beginning, what evidence do you have to support the claim that you're living on a spinning ball?
Right, so one piece of evidence would be the sun moving to the north in the south, and the sun moving to the
Yikes.
south in the north. That is one piece of evidence. Please disprove it. I'm
The
claiming this
sun
is one piece
moves.
of evidence. I'm
Okay, let's
claiming,
go
yes,
rational. Let's go full rational, right? You see the
right,
sun move. I
yeah,
see the sun move.
yeah.
If it looks like a duck, it quacks like a duck, acts like a duck, it's probably a duck to be rational. And you're going to say the sun doesn't move. What's really happening is you're on a giant lava ball that's water covered, spinning through the vacuum of space around a giant fireball. Yikes, homie.
Right,
And you're
right,
falling
and
over backwards at 1,000 miles an hour.
Yeah,
yeah, it
that would
sounds
be like
ridiculous,
you
right?
don't observe any of that. What you did observe was a sun move. You observed that, right? So let's start there. You saw the sun
Okay,
move.
that's not
I
fair.
saw the sun move. Now explain why that's not the sun moving if the sun is moving.
Because we are moving, in fact.
Yikes.
Oh, in fact.
How?
Yikes, wow, that's very scientific, mate.
How
Yikes.
did you get you moving from you not moving?
Well, there's lots of evidence pointing towards it.
Brilliant.
What evidence would that be?
Brilliant, right?
Because based on your own scientist, it's not scientific, it's based on philosophy.
It's not based on, and actually, it's so, you know what obsessed me the most about you guys? You guys are so scientific, right? You're so smart. You come up with all your own conclusion, and then there's just some part of science you just completely discard. Like 1,000 years of humanity, us discovering
Wow,
the
a
Earth is
thousand
round, the
years.
process of that, you just discard. You just discard that
Why would you
process, and it's
discard
so
the
sad.
other? So
Ooh.
why would you discard all the rest of humanity then? So if you're really worried about
Because
other
we found out we
people,
were wrong, mate. That's how progress works. We found out we're fucking wrong, mate. That's
how
science.
how did you find out you were wrong?
Well, for example, sailors observed that they saw the sun in the north when they were far enough south, right? And they saw the sun in the south when they were far around north. So they tried to explain this. They looked for explanations. Copernicus observed the movements of the stars and the planets, and he found that they follow a similar pattern, that they seem to appear moving around the sun. That's what
And
he
the
saw. So he
Copernican
tried
theory
to build a
is
simple
just
world model
based
around
on
that.
philosophical grounds. It's got nothing to do
Is
with
Copernicus a
science.
philosophical, mate? Is Copernicus a philosopher,
Got
mate?
nothing to do with science.
Oh, observing and tracking the movement of planets and stars is not science, mate.
No,
No.
it's not.
Oh, interesting. What is it then?
It's pseudoscience. If you keep claiming it to be
It's
science,
called astronomy,
by the way,
but astronomy is not a science.
oh, we're going to have to do
Okay,
this
you
now.
guys are fucking muppets. This is worth it. You guys are fucking muppets. I'm wasting my time.
Okay,
Sorry.
bye, bye,
Bye.
Felicia.
Night.
Her sails, the sailors' sails have unfurled. Alicia,
Yeah.
her
Talking
sails.
about those sailors, aren't they using sextants? He's gone.
It used to be called astrology, which is pseudoscience. So
Another unhappy customer.
What is the idea though? He says the sun is moving in the south. It's the north. Sun is moving. What is he talking about?
Who knows? I mean, if I could just follow, it'd be interesting to follow that guy around for a day just to see what happens. You know, like it'd be like, I mean, like hilarious. You know, like wow.
Well,
What?
realistically,
I'd just be like, I'd be like, wow, that guy, amazing. I didn't know people like that existed. You know, like
You used the word mate too many times to make me feel. It maybe started making me feel uncomfortable. It's really weird.
just a quick question, guys. I've been waiting for this conversation to finish, but apparently Zero's server muted. But apparently he didn't break any Discord rules. He's been private messaging me, so I don't know what happens in this situation. Does anyone else know, or
yeah,
why
I
he
can.
was muted?
I
Yeah,
can
just
check.
unmute him. Me as well. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be a problem. I said I'd unmute him when I saw him, so yeah, no worries.
In the channel.
I'm back.
Okay,
Thanks.
he's good. Yeah.
I'll try to keep the rules posted just in case, so that I don't break the channel's rules.
Yeah, no worries.
Well, it's also the server rules too. There's channel rules, there's server rules, there's Discord rules that really boil down to, you know, just try to act like a functional human.
No,
Like
it
you
was
would in a
something about.
that you
It
would in
was
a
something
college
about the
campus. Pretend you're
vaccine.
in a college classroom right now. Just role play. Role play like you've been to college and you're inside a college classroom, and just conduct yourself with just a basic level of civility.
And you're listening to Professor Crit.
No, I wouldn't say professor. It'd be like a survey class where you've got, you know, some sort of something else going on, you know, than just a straight professor. Like a student teacher, someone who's doing a couple credits for their whatever.
Just try not to spin out of control like our last customer.
Last customer was worried that he couldn't figure out what the sun was, and then when everyone else told him, "You don't need to worry about that. Don't worry about that, dude. There's other things in life than worrying about what the sun is." Then he got mad that we also don't worry about the sun, or don't make a claim about the sun. Then he spiraled out of control, and talking to us was completely a waste of time since both of us don't know what the sun is. And then
And
he
look, I can
invoked
tell you here where I live in the mountains in Australia, the sun's really visible, and we get a lot of shade, and it goes down pretty